We gotta keep that same energy. We gotta keep that same energy, man. There's a lot of emotional boxing that's going on. A lot of people talking boxing are emotional. And one thing that I noticed, and this was over the last few days, I've seen the Teofimo Devin Haney situation unfold. I've seen a lot of stuff going on. And one thing I've noticed is, and don't get me wrong, there's some good journalism and bias. There's some fair journalism, but there's a lot of racial bias in boxing. I've been noticing that all over. It seems like only channels want to report on certain things and certain narratives and push certain views simply because of a racial agenda these guys are having. And I'm noticing it more and more and more. Outside of their racial agenda, some of these guys are just simply fanboys. That's what they are, fanboys. So today on Emotional Boxing Talk, we're going to clear all that shit up. We're going to clear that shit up, and we're going to break down the David Benavidez mandatory situation. Yes, Mauricio Suleiman recently went on a Boxing Voice, cleared all of this up. Emotional Boxing Talk. You see Bud Crawford, you see these guys talking about this man like he's the greatest fighter that's ever lived. And look, I think we gotta show some balance to Super Bud. We gotta smoke on a little bit of that Super Bud today. We gotta talk about that. We gotta talk about this Teofimo Devin Haney thing. Is it a duck? Is it not a duck? And of course, we got to talk about the facial face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez. So we got to talk about a lot of these things, man. A lot of shit is going on. A lot of people sent me a lot of things. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. I want the viewers to go in and just click the link if you got something to say. Everybody's welcome on. The landlord is back. Let's go. Let me start with the first comment. My brother Edgar Moreno, salute to you, my brother. Thanks for the love and support and supporting the channel. He says, salute, Nuke, and to everyone in the chat. Salute to my brother Edgar Moreno, man. Salute to you, my brother. Good to see you, man. And we got some great fights coming on this Saturday. Salute to you, LR9 Vlogs. Opataya fighting this Saturday as well. The top guy at cruiserweight, the guy that nobody wants to fight at cruiserweight, the killer of the division, the beast of the division, the guy that wants all the smoke with David Benavidez. If he wants to run his happy ass up to cruiserweight, that's the man you need to go see. So I'm just going to be honest about that. That's who you need to go see. There's a lot to say. There's a lot to get into. So let's go ahead and start digging into it. Oh, we got another one from my brother Primetime 89. Salute to you, my brother. Thanks for the love and support of the channel. He says, Teofimo moving really emotional and Punch Drunk is excusing everything, shaking my head. Salute to you, Primetime 89. Now, look, I will tell you this. I don't think Teofimo is moving emotional at all. I have to disagree with you on this. And I know a lot of people are coming to Devin Haney's defense, but I'm sorry. Devin Haney's a runner. He's a hugger. He's a track star. He has a wide nose. And I'm sorry. I cannot put Devin Haney on no killer list. I can't do it. Salute to you, Primetime. Devin Haney has lowered his value by how he fights in the ring. Devin Haney's best fight is when he is in the courtroom. It's not even in the ring. You see his last fight against Jose Ramirez, the dude didn't even show up to fight. So I'm sorry. I don't want to see a guy run and hold half of the fight. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see Devin Haney in the ring on pay-per-view against any of these guys unless this bitch shows up to fight. And you're going to have to earn it. Turkey Al-Sheik's a dumbass if you're going to waste your money on a guy like Devin Haney. And Teofimo can't duck anybody if he never agreed to terms. You can't duck him. He didn't sign a contract. They went in negotiation phase. It can't be a duck. I'm sorry. These guys got to stop being emotional. We're going to let everybody on. Time you want to get on and discuss your point, feel free. I got Hit Kid in the building. I got Round One in the building. I got Edgar Moreno in the building. We got Benavidez, Bud, Teofimo, Canelo, Haney, everything on the
table.
Where
I want to. You know where I want to start.
Go ahead and talk to me. Hit, talk to me.
Got to start on Benavidez today.
Yeah.
Like we just saw this weekend, and Benavidez is what many Benavidez fans, by the way, this ain't even a hit piece, pretty much. What many Benavidez fans would say his best win on his resume just got battered this weekend. and Caleb
Yep.
Plant.
Yep. Go ahead and talk your shit. Edgar hit round one. I want to hear you guys' feedback on this.
Caleb Plant got battered. A good win for Charlo. Don't know why he got moved to the WBA number 2 spot though. That's a joke. But pretty much, Caleb Plant got battered this weekend. That's the best win on David Benavidez' resume, and a goddamn nobody beat Caleb Plant worse than David beat him. Like, if I'm David Benavidez, like, truthfully, if I'm David Benavidez, I'm begging for this Callum Smith fight now.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna beg for it, kid. But
his resume sucks.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, man, once a hoe, always a hoe.
Edgar, I know, because legitimately, Benavidez' resume is fucking trash. What they gonna say now? Fucking Andrade being moved up from 160 to 168 is his best win. Please get the fuck out.
True.
We're saying the same thing, just different tones.
Or they're gonna say David Morrell off only 12 fights is his best win.
So wait a minute.
Resume is trash, and yet they want to.
Look. To be fair, I mean, I said it in one of the comments to Noob's videos. Like, I think after the Canelo sweepstakes, Plant, I think has hit cruise control, and I don't know if he's under contract to fulfill a certain number of fights for PBC or whatever the fuck it may be. We don't know that. Like after the Benavidez fight, he might still be locked down to, I don't know, 2 or 3 or 4 fights. We don't know. And he's just taking on whoever. And at this point, he's in the tail end of the career and he just has no drive no more because he's sleeping in silk sheets, He's fucking good.
Like, listen, Plant would fight anyone. He'll lose some fights, he'll win some fights. I actually do respect Plant as a fighter, can I be clear?
I mean, I think he has some skills. I'm not saying he doesn't.
Yeah,
I just think
because he's willing to, actually go with the fights even when he's outmatched. But
right.
He just gasses out. Look, he did good with Homeboy, who he lost to. He did good with Canelo, and he did good with Benavidez. It's just the gas tank. He can't go, and especially when that gas is gone, he's in the back.
Yeah, and he got paid well. And he got paid well for his career.
That's the thing. He's in the PBC. Everybody out there that are in the top.
No. Into the rumor Amazon's cancelling him soon. I've heard rumors about that again on socials today.
What?
Amazon Prime and PBC are in real Amazon could be.
Well, yeah, because Amazon.
Right.
Good, bro.
There's only certain fighters. There's only certain fighters.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Oh, my bad.
There's only certain fighters under the PBC banner that actually got a decent sized piece of the cake. Other guys got enough fucking crumbs to keep them afloat for a little while till they're
one of those guys though.
What? Plant was one of those guys, but he hit the Canelo sweepstakes. He fucking hit for $10 million with Canelo, and after that, he doesn't care. He doesn't care no more. Like I said, I don't think the drive and desire is there anymore because he probably got a couple million for the Benavidez fight as well. So I mean, in net figures, this guy is talking about he's got a bankroll of, I don't know, $12 to $14 million safely. So he's good. That's enough. That's enough for him. That's enough for him to, if he's smart and he takes care of that money for his kids to be all right. He doesn't have to get punched in the face anymore.
Hey kid, when did you hear about the PBC and Amazon might split?
I've been seeing rumors about it on social media today.
But I think it's coming up because
Yeah, hold on.
Turkey's the one moving in and making all these fights and paying, astronomical numbers and stuff, and the PBC just cannot compete.
And this is the one thing I want to say to that.
Hold on. The Boxing Sun reported it saying, as Amazon looks to end its PBC deal and the ESPN Top Rank deal comes to the end, the idea that makes the most sense is the Sun to get all of them.
Now, it sounds like I've seen the reports of the PBC potentially going out of business. Not out of business, but off of their deal with Amazon Prime. But we've already kind of seen this happening. They haven't had a lot of fight dates. In the fight dates they had, they've been mostly pay-per-view.
They
So
don't even put out the prelims, bro. Come on now, bro. That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, but we've pretty much seen this. But one thing I will tell you is this: I think Turkey Al-Sheikh's fucking up. I do. I
Oh
think he
yeah,
does a good job
definitely.
to a
Oh, I'm not
degree.
interested in
No,
Haney
just
versus
hear me on
Crawford.
this one, fellas. I think he does a good job to a degree, but I also think he fucks up to a degree. And the
Yeah,
reason
hey,
why I
no,
think he
but we've
fucks up,
always said that.
we have a lot of people are going to say that Turkey Al-Sheikh is the savior of boxing. Some guys who want to suck his ass off are saying he's the face of boxing. And here's the problem
Yeah,
that we
for
have with
real.
Turkey Al-Sheikh. He's doing kind of like what Eddie Hearn did when he first came in with the zone. I don't know if you guys remember when Eddie Hearn came in with the zone at the very beginning.
He
He
was
was
giving out money.
overpaying.
Yup.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
had
Yup.
$1 billion
Yup.
to play with, DAZN's money, and he was
Yup.
just saying, "I'm gonna pay you this." He paid Mikey Garcia like $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas, some
Bro,
astronomical amount. And
bro,
yeah,
but this is what's crazy. It's
hold on
because
1 second, round one. Hold on 1 second. And the problem with that is Turkey Al-Sheikh is overpaying guys who don't have that value. Just like with the Teofimo Haney thing, Devin Haney couldn't get a paycheck from nobody because after
Mhm.
what happened with Ryan Garcia, even Eddie Hearn said his value is diminished. And then he turns around and basically runs for his life against a washed Jose Ramirez. He has no value. But then Turkey Al-Sheikh wants to pump millions of dollars into a guy who hasn't earned the fans' enjoyment. This guy got like a couple of fanboys that rock with him, but everybody else, like, they don't want to see this shit. But you're
I
willing to
agree.
invest millions in a guy like that. That's what's fucking up boxing. Because let's say Turkey Al-Sheikh turns around tomorrow or next year and say, I'm gonna pull out of boxing. Now you've already set the table for all these guys to get paid a bunch of money they're not fucking worth.
Yup, that's the thing too. And look where Al Heyman got himself to with all that out paying their every fighter and motherfuckers don't even fight. All this shit, all this time, people like Keith Thurman fighting 3 times, getting millions just to fight once a fucking blue moon. We got fucking Charlo just retired after that Canelo fight. He ain't coming back. We got the other Charlo moving up. He ain't gonna get a big payday because he ain't looking to call out Canelo yet. Al Heyman, he's done. And yeah, look, I mean, look at the icon I got. That's one championship right there. That shit, they run fight nights every Friday of the first. So there's gonna be a fight night this Friday because they do that once a month. So you telling me someone like one championship and Amazon don't give them a budget? They don't even make money. They're losing money too.
But hold on around one. But that's the problem with the boxing. You got Al Heyman doing what he normally what he's built his career on, saying, "Hey, I'm going to put these guys on pay-per-view, limit the viewership," which don't make any fucking sense. He should have took a deal where he could have put these guys on free TV, let them build their brands, and then you can put certain fights on pay-per-view.
On pay-per-view.
You
It's crazy
cannot
too.
build
It's
a fight.
crazy.
Hold on,
You
hold on
can't.
1 second, round one. You cannot build a fighter and you can't build a stable without people being able to see him. Every time a guy's on pay-per-view, it's on. Imagine this. Imagine Tank Davis versus almost any of these guys just on free TV. That would be huge. It would actually help his brand. Then you would put all your young guys under that card too. It would help their brands, help them. You don't want to run a guy out every time on pay-per-view. These guys are not stars. And so you got to build them up. And then another thing is he's overpaying them because you said, well, I can make the money with pay-per-view. There's a problem with all these guys being overpaid. They're just looking for the quick paycheck. They're not looking for long-term stability and all of this shit. They're fucking up boxing with this shit.
Yep.
Turkey Al-Sheikh is making better fights, and he's made some great fights, and he's done some good things for boxing, but he's also done some idiot things for boxing. I mean, look, if you want to be real, if Turkey came in and was the guy he said he was, Bud Crawford, he wouldn't be holding hands with Bud Crawford, and Bud Crawford wouldn't have been able to just come in and get a Canelo fight off the rip. He wouldn't be able to do it. That makes me think these guys are slapping each other's ass because how is Bud Crawford said, I don't want to fight Virgil, and Turkey said, that's okay. I'm going to retire if you don't give me what he wants. I'm like, you sound like my bitch. My bitch said, hey, if you don't take me shopping, then I'm not going to do this. Okay, I'm going to take you. Okay, like that's what it sounds like. I'm holding hands in the mall with a bitch, and Turkey's holding hands with Bud because they on the same type of bullshit. I don't like that shit.
I feel you
Like,
though,
man,
dude.
hold on. If Turkey was the G he said he was, he would have made off the rip. He would have said, Canelo, I'll give you 200, take David right now. And then he would have said, hey, Bud, I'm gonna give you 15 M's. Fight Virgil today. And if he don't fight him, that's a duck. If you're gonna overpay for the fights we want to see. Don't overpay for weird one-off fights and building in the hype. You can do that. And imagine if Bud would have went in and knocked out Virgil, Canelo would have went in and beat Benavidez. And then if you want to make a Canelo Bud fight, these guys had already cleared the biggest fight around where they're at. People would love to see it. Then you could say, okay, let's see it. Or it don't make sense. But now these guys, Bud ain't been through no challenges, and you giving this guy a cookie. Why?
If I may, listen, bro. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and it's sad that is the state of boxing. But this all stems from back in the day when Floyd Mayweather basically took the torch from De La Hoya, because at that pivotal moment in boxing, it's when his era of picking and choosing his fights in the moments that he wanted, and then the whole fan base and all the fan base was trying to see the fights to see him lose because of the character that he was. Give me a second. It was basically the tipping point of the snowball going over the fucking mountain to become an avalanche. Because think about it, in 2025, everything is a fucking subscription and a stream. It's no longer regular cable TV, and every few months you would get a good fucking fight in whatever division, and it would be a unification fight, or it was one of the stars that was up and coming, and their fight would be pay-per-view. So we all would, it would be. I remember growing up, when Chavez was fighting, or De La Hoya was fighting, or a Mexican fighter was fighting, we'd all fucking go to my grandparents' house or my uncle's house. And it would be like an event. You would go see that fight that night because it was one of the stars or rising stars where it was pay-per-view money to watch him. And everyone else would fight on Friday night fights on ESPN or whatnot, or if you had HBO, you'd catch, some fights here and there where you would get the Wards and the Gottis. But at that pivotal moment when Mayweather took the torch from De La Hoya, you got the result of what we sit at now. And I hope that when Canelo leaves and he's done with the deal and he takes his money and he rides off into the sunset, the only hope that we have is that boxing promoters and sanctioning bodies fucking hit a brick wall and realize what they've created and go back to the ways of old. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Let me tell you something. And you guys know me. I watch UFC. I'm a big fight fan. I watch everything. So I be watching a lot of fights, and I'm seeing, and it's the same way. Just because the PFL bringing in Ngannou $10 million and letting them fight. Look, they just lost a lot of fighters because they can't pay fighters and shit. You throwing money out like that, and this is why Dana White, he ain't tripping about the monopoly of the UFC and shit, because he got that on lock. Ain't no one gonna do what he did unless they're gonna take time and do it how he has to do it. You can't just throw money out and shit like that, bro. Like that shit, some WWC shit or some shit like that, bro. Like out of the old stars and shit, throwing money and shit. Like, nah, bro, you can't be doing that shit, bro. That's how people lose. Look at Al Heyman, bro. Throwing all that money for the stars that don't even shine, bro. David Benavidez, bro. He's not even a star. He's not even a twinkle in the sky, bro. He's not even shining yet. So this is the thing too. Even with Turkey, look at that fucking Bud Madrimov fight. The fuck he had Eminem do a concert real quick and shit. We don't want to see that. So we want to see some fights, man. Like, get to the show. But, that's the thing, man. Boxing, it needs to redirect with this whole pay shit. And at the end of the day, I see it even in MMA, like American heavyweight boxing and MMA heavyweight are trash.
One second. I'm going to let everybody on. Hold on one second. I'm going to let everybody on. The only other thing I just want to add real quick is this. Oh, yeah. And rest in peace, Jose Santa Cruz.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Leo's father. Rest in peace to him and bless their family and
what
bless
happened?
all them
He
and
died?
everything.
He died, yeah.
When?
Just the other day.
Yeah.
Just the other day.
I think he had medical issues.
Yeah, because I remember his father was, but then like that one time.
Well, anyways, rest in peace.
I don't know where you went, Solace, but I got the link. I'm finna let everybody talk. The only thing I want to say is this: just a few things. One, if anybody think that anybody's scared of Devin Haney, you're smoking crack. I'm sorry. Nobody's scared of Devin Haney. Devin Haney does not impose fear into any boxer. You can't duck somebody not in your weight class. Stop it. As far as David Benavidez, we got to get into this mandatory shit, what they've been talking about, because it kind of exposes all of these Benavidez fanboys. Bud Crawford, Keyshawn Davis is the biggest cocksucker in the sport of boxing. Najee
Well,
from
what do you expect?
I mean, like Keyshawn Davis. Hold on, Keyshawn Davis' middle name is Keyshawn Cock Gobbler Davis. That's his fucking name. Keyshawn Cock Gobbler Davis. It don't make any sense
IVP, can I
for a
jump in
grown
here?
man to gobble like this. It don't make any sense. I'm sorry. It don't make any sense. I mean, the things he says about Bud, I mean, is he backdooring your ass too with Turkey? Something don't add up. Let me pay these bills, then we're going to go to Fight Sports. We're going to go to Solidus. We're going to go to Alvarez, Edgar, Round One, Hit Kid, everybody. Let me pay this bill real quick. My brother Sam Shaw said that Super Bud is going to be a nice pack after Canelo destroys him. Salute to my brother.
Why are they saying Bud has power all of a sudden?
I mean, did they not see he didn't knock out Madrimov? Madrimov didn't even touch the canvas. Like, stop it.
Yeah, that's what they're coming up with now.
Like, stop it. Like, this is crazy. Salute to my brother, Sam Shaw, the one and only fat bitch slayer. Salute to my brother, Sam Shaw, the fat bitch slayer. Mrs. Mirage is back in the building. She says, can you tell Ashley Knuckles to stay out of my DMs? I'm not interested. Ashley Knuckles, if you're listening, stay out of Mrs. Mirage's DMs. She's not interested. She's giving Mirage all the back shots he can handle. Stop it.
We're going to go to your fight. We'll keep the message as long as the other fucker doesn't show up.
Yeah. Let's go to Fight Sports real quick. Solidus, Edgar, Hit Kid, Alvarez, Round One. Fight Sports.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Shout out to everyone. I just want to get my points out there before this turns into a bash so and so session, like always, because the people love that. As far as what Round One and Edgar said about the UFC, it's never been this bad. This has been a gradual process since it was sold by the Fertitas. But this has been a gradual process since it was sold in 2016 by the Fertitas and to these Hollywood guys. And, I can cover that. But if anybody who was following the sport back then, who was a hardcore like myself, we all saw this coming. So none of this is surprising, but it sucks. It's terrible. Boxing is doing better these days. Last year, especially this year. But yeah, as far as everything you guys have said, I mean, everybody knows my stance on Benavidez and how disappointed I am the Smith fight hasn't been made, and I don't make excuses for the man. So just wanted to get that out there. I don't know what's wrong with Teofimo Lopez, but because it makes no sense, like you said, IBFP, for him to not take this fight, for him not to jump at it, given the money he was offered. I just put it down to this guy not knowing. He must have different personalities. I know where that comes from, but I'm not a psychologist, so I don't have the answer. But the guy's just full of it. So that's a problem. Okay, Devin Haney, say what you want about him, but he didn't get in the way of this fight happening. I don't know who he fights. I pray to God.
Wait a minute. Hold on. No, I'm gonna let you go. I gotta ask a quick question. Who's calling for a Teofimo Devin Haney fight?
I am.
Well, in all respect to you, Fight Sports, fuck you. Because I'm sorry, nobody wants to see fucking a guy run around. Hold on, let me finish. Nobody wants to see a guy run around the ring and hug for fucking 90% of the fight. I don't want to see it. Every fight this man has been in, that's been anything, he's grabbed and held on and then ran. I'm sorry. I don't want to see that shit. I'm glad Teofimo did not take the fight because I don't want to pay for that. Devin Haney has not earned the right to have a fight like that because he fights like a bitch. I don't want to see it. As a boxing fan, I don't want to see it. And then secondly, Teofimo got a right to reject any fight he wants. Teofimo is basically the A side. He's a champion. He fights at 140. Devin Haney's a nobody. His stock is an all-time low. Turkey's just willing to pay a shit ton of money for the fight, but Teofimo can literally fight anybody. He's not thirsty for the fight. Hold on. Teofimo's not thirsty for the fight. Teofimo came off an excellent performance. Devin Haney came off of dookie dog shit. Would you agree?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
And then a fight before that, Devin Haney looked like shit again. Let's stop this. At the end of the day, we would all be pissed off watching the Devin Haney Teofimo fight. Nobody wants to see it. Devin Haney needs to earn the big fights.
Okay, can I finish my point?
No, wait. He needs to earn the big fights and get a fucking nose reduction. Yes, you can finish.
Okay,
Luke,
okay, I'll just finish my point, Alvarez. When I talked about Teofimo having different personalities and just messing everything up, I'm talking about him turning on every single promoter he works with. He went at Top Rank just a few months ago. Eddie Hearn with DAZN, with Kuktard conspiratard theories, which never made sense in the first place. And now he's gone at Turkey Al-Sheikh. And I said this repeatedly. I don't care what happened between him and Turkey. You don't go public with it immediately, especially the way he did with the dictator comments. So that's okay. If you don't want to, I'm not trying to convince anybody that Teofimo versus Haney will be a great fight. I'm just saying that the way Teofimo went about it was horrible, in my opinion. And because he's relevant, because of where he stands in boxing, and we're talking about the future of the sport here, it's very relevant. Yeah, Canelo's at the end, and Bud Crawford. I mean, IBP, videos that I'll be passing on to you in the very near future, is about how Crawford has made fans like me look a bit disappointed because of how he's acted since he became the star of boxing. So yeah, anyway, thanks for letting me finish. I won't take that comment personally.
No, I'm just fucking with your fight sport. But the one thing I will say is,
salute, brother.
No, always, my brother, always. I just like to talk shit, man. It's never.
Of course, I love it.
The only thing, and the only time I ever say fuck somebody, and I truly mean it, is it's about Mirage or Ashy Knuckles or those guys. But what I will say is this, man, is that I'm not opposed to Teofimo talking to Turkey Al-Sheikh like he talks to like anybody, because people say, well, fuck Bob Arum, but everybody's like, oh, don't say nothing bad about Turkey Al-Sheikh. He's gonna give you your next paycheck. Man, fuck Turkey Al-Sheikh. Fuck all of those guys. You don't know who's here for the long haul and the long run and who's really trying to make boxing great. And I'm gonna tell you this, Teofimo has taken more difficult fights than Devin Haney. I mean, he fought.
That is 100%. Sorry, that is 100% true.
And he's fought a prime Lomachenko, and when he fought him, he was the underdog, went in there and won. And not only did he win, there was no controversy. People didn't say he could have lost the fight. Devin Haney arguably lost the fight. There was a huge controversy, and he refused to rematch the guy. I'm sorry.
And I thought sorry, IBP. I thought he did lose to Loma. I thought
I did
too. I thought he did lose too.
And that's what I'm saying. The guy moves like a fraud, and he was basically saying, and then like him and his dumbass dad came out and said, they said that Teofimo, we agreed to everything, but he said he didn't want to sign the contract. That doesn't mean it's a duck. That means you didn't reach terms. There was something that he didn't agree with. A fight's never done until you sign the contract. So why would somebody say that's a duck? What legacy is in it for Teofimo? Is Haney a champion?
Yeah,
this shit don't even make any sense. All these cock gobblers got to stop. You got Najee from Cigar Talk. The guy is pro-black and won't admit it. I'm sorry. I don't fuck with people like that. The guy Keyshawn Davis talking about Bud's power and he can knock out Canelo and he can knock anybody. Hold on, he can knock anybody out because he got these skills. Then why didn't he do it to Madrimov, you soft ass bitch? Like, I'm sorry, but all of this dick sucking and boxing got to stop. Like, bro, just talk respectfully about everybody. Bud's an excellent fighter, but we don't know if he can put those shots together to even hurt Canelo because we ain't never seen it done. But you sit up here holding this man's nuts like his bitch. I'm sick of hearing that shit. I'm sick of seeing it. These guys got to stop this bitch shit. Act like fucking men. Pull your fucking pants on. Like, stop being a bitch. What's up, Solidus? What's up, Alvarez? What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
What's up, man? I just wanted to say, hey, Fight Sports, weren't you on fucking on with me with
yes, he was,
Punch
bro.
Drunk?
Yes, he was.
And he was saying that
which show? Sorry, round one cut in. Which show did you mean?
Punch Drunk. Like I think you were on, but like I think he was indicating that that Boots was ducking Teofimo. I mean.
Yeah, he did say that, and okay.
What do you guys think about that?
I don't want to.
I'll just answer that real quick. I don't think Boots is ducking, but I also don't think Teofimo is ducking Haney. People throw that ducking word around a lot.
They throw it around.
It like everybody. Hold on. Every time somebody scratches their nuts, somebody's ducking. You got to stop. Everybody's not fucking ducking. Everybody's not fucking running. I don't think Boots running from Teo, and I don't think Teo running from Haney. Really, if anybody truly believes anybody's afraid of Devin Haney, they're out of their fucking mind. You're really out of your fucking mind.
For real,
but the one thing I will say is it's impossible to duck somebody. It's impossible to duck somebody that's not in your weight class. That's number one.
That is true. That is true. I'm sorry, Hector. I'll just respond to Alvarez's question. Alvarez, yes, for those who don't know, but probably didn't see it, I was on a UK show with Punch before I was on his show, the one you were referring to. And he literally, I said Teofimo was being difficult, and I didn't believe that Boots Ennis was ducking Teofimo. I made that very clear. Not making this up. This Punch literally talked over me for 20 minutes to where I just left because I could not. I was so pissed off with how he was acting. On his show, he was a little bit more respectful,
right?
But we eventually came to the conclusion.
Yeah.
I said,
the
okay,
other guy was he was like fucking just interrupting you left and right, bro. I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. So Alvarez, to answer your question, I conceded a little bit to Punch, and I said on a technicality, you could say maybe he ducked, but emphasize the word technicality again. I told him repeatedly why it's not a duck, and look, Punch is a good guy, but the fucking guy did not let me talk. So sorry for the detour. That was just to clarify.
Hey, Fight Sport, not to jump in, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've watched Fight Sports videos, and I mean, not Fight Sports, Punch Drunk's videos. I haven't seen them recently, but I remember years ago, I would tune in to watch a couple of his videos and his live streams, and I don't know how you guys see it, but years and years and years and years ago, he was the one hyping the train to Andrade.
Correct.
And Andrade, and Andrade.
Let him finish this. I want to hear this.
And Andrade could do no wrong, and Andrade was the boogeyman, and he would have Andrade on his live stream. I don't know how the fuck he got in contact with him, but he would have him on his live stream to talk about this, to talk about that, and it seemed like they were friends and shit, which I don't give a shit about. But now that Andrade has been exposed and, took one fight and he quit and he's out of the fucking picture, now it just seems like he's just switched trains to Teofimo. That Teofimo can do no wrong, and he's the guy that he's gonna ride him until the sunset.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I think he clarified that he's cool with Andrade, they met their family, you know what I mean? There's some sort of personal.
And I mean, if a fighter fucking wants to, hang out with you and takes you into his inner circle and shit, that's by all means okay. But that does not mean that you have to hold them to the highest pedestal and he can't do no wrong. You got to call him out.
Yeah. It's that's when you get compromised. You're not being.
Right. You're compromised.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Iga, but that's another thing that Punch. Before I was on his show, I disagreed with him on. He was talking about Andrade fighting Canelo. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" This is before the skull fight was made. I said, "Look, everybody knows I'm more critical of Canelo than anybody else here." But I thought to fight a guy who just got knocked out badly, I'm like, "Are you serious? This is like the worst idea in the world." He said, but Andrade used to be the boogeyman, bro. And I'm a little bit more. I say that there were some middleweights that didn't want to fight Andrade, but at light middleweight, this guy avoided everybody. And on top of that, he had a fight against a very good opponent. Now the best middleweight in the world, the guy who's really the boogeyman, Janibek, and he avoided him. And Punch, he again on X continually just refused to have me on. And then whenever
we're gonna get right back to. I just got to read this. Max says, "Hit Kid is checking his TikTok looking for jerk recipes."
I'm looking for
and Daniel Penny says, "Fight Sports is a racist."
I am
idiots in the chat.
Sorry. Can I get this on the record? Sorry, guys. Very quickly, can I just get this on the record? I have people, no bullshit, calling into shows with anti-white racist shit to me. I have never said anything racist in my life, but people, this is literally a lie created by
LBB
fucking haters. Sorry.
And look, I'm gonna tell you this: everybody on the panel is neutral. We all love everybody. There's no races here. There's no bias here. This is not a place where we'll stand against anything. We even are LGBT allowing. We let Mirage on all the time. We don't have a problem with allowing these people on. We take voices from all. So the fact that we allow Mirage and Ashy Knuckles on shows that we don't have no issues with no community, no matter what alternative lifestyle you're living.
We wouldn't even have Mrs. Mirage, LGBG.
Exactly. Shout out to Mrs. Mirage.
Mrs. Mirage.
And one baller says, this is Ashley and Garage favorite month of the year. See, we support everybody. Never forget that.
I have friends who
and then the one thing to get back to Punch Drunk. Me and Punch Drunk had some issues in the past, but we've hashed all those out. The only thing I will tell you is, yeah, he hyped up Demetrius Andre, and that shit ended just like I said he would. If Andrade was the guy who had to feed, and he was so slick, and could nobody beat him, and then you would have beat a flat-footed David Benavidez.
Yeah, you would have at least gone the distance with him. What the fuck?
He quit. He quit. He fucking and let's not even talk about what Canelo would have did to him. Because Canelo is 10 times the fighter David has ever been.
For real.
Let's not even discuss that.
Nuke, I was gonna say too, man. Like I told Punch the last time, you know, like if he did fight Haney or whatever, I was like, what version of Teo are we gonna get? We don't know. He's like, oh no, we're gonna get the best version. I'm like, can you guarantee that, man? Because this guy is like.
Look, Alvarez. I think if Teo and Haney fight, we'll get the best version of Teo, but we ain't gonna get the best version of Haney, and Teo ain't gonna be doing the extra shit for Haney. Like, bro, this might be a boring fight. If Teo fought Boots, then I think that'll be a way better fight. Super Boots, and really, I've never seen Boots be in a boring ass fight like Haney has. Like back to back, we've seen Haney be in boring fights. But yeah, man, I think we need to scratch this like fucking Teo and Haney shit, because if they're gonna fight, fuck that. I want to see them in the co-main in the prelims or something. Because have Devin fighting like a prelim fighter right there, bro. I've seen prelim fighters putting it down work better than him, bro. Like that's crazy.
Hey, isn't it signed though? I think last time I checked, it said that it was.
Well, I mean that's what they say, but really, I'm waiting on the real people who really.
Oh wait, we'll wait for announcements.
Hold on, let me get Solidus in here. What's up, Solidus? What's going on, my brother?
Hey, what's going on with you?
How you doing, my brother? It's been a while, man. Sorry that we took so long to get you on, man. I'm glad to hear you talk whatever you want to talk. Benavidez, Bud, Teofimo, Canelo, Haney, anything you want to speak on, my brother. The floor is yours.
What was the original topic again?
The original topic is all of them. It's David Benavidez mandatory situation. Bud can knock out anybody. Teofimo is not afraid of Haney, and just basically every single thing we're talking about. The PBC losing their platform again. So any topic you want to jump in, go ahead and go for it, my brother.
What is this mandatory situation, by the way? I've not read it.
I feel like there, I understand the theme. If you don't like a guy, you're not going to give him credit. It's going to just say all type of negative shit about him, overlook the good shit. I understand that's what's going on. But when you said that Teo and Loma shit, it's funny you say that now, because I could have swore when they fought, there was an outrage that they thought Loma won. But since you don't like Haney, so you're going to say he didn't beat him, but you'll say Teo beat him. But everybody was saying that Loma got robbed in that fight.
I never said. Look at my history. I never said.
Maybe
Loma
not you. Maybe not you, but the people that listen to you, probably people on the panel is guilty of that. Why is it different? Hold on. Why is it different now because of Haney's situation?
Hold on 1 second, Silas. 1 second. I just want to take a quick poll. Hit Kid, do you believe Loma got robbed by Teo?
No, I had Teo winning the fight by a round.
Round 1. Do you believe Loma got robbed by Teo?
No.
Fight Sports?
No. Huge Loma fan. He lost 7 rounds to 5.
Edgar?
I had it very close. I mean, in my personal card, I still I could have seen it a draw.
And that's not a robbery. Close fights not robberies. Alvarez, no. Did you see it a robbery either way?
Very close fight. Could have been a draw. I think Teo took it in the late rounds.
Okay, that's all I've ever seen.
You know what though? I mean, not that it's gonna persuade Solidus or guys that are in the Haney camp, but at least Teo was swinging and not hugging.
That is a good point. That's a good point.
I want to break down, okay, because I know how it works. If I don't move around and I get beat up and I lose, they're going to say I don't got no defense. If I move around and make it hard for my opponent to hit me, they're going to say I'm running. So I want one of y'all to explain to me what a runner in boxing is.
I'll do it.
Well, I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
No.
Hold on.
Who got the question? Let him ask the question. Go ahead.
I can answer your question
for you. Well, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What did you think about Haney's performance?
What performance?
Against Jose Ramirez.
No.
Let's go. That's his performance against Jose Ramirez. What would you grade it? A, B, C, D? What would you grade it?
I thought it was a D- because he wasn't engaging that much. But one thing I highlighted from that fight is Ramirez did a poor job cutting the ring off. And then I noticed that when he did try to get close to engage, Haney was hitting him with 1-2s. And I was like, okay, he's winning. And then Ramirez wasn't answering that. That's how the fight went, the whole fight. And then 12th round came, Haney won. So it's like, okay, you see the guys running. Why don't you learn what Triple G did, the great Triple G? Cut the ring off. Nobody can run from Triple G because he knew how to cut the ring off. These motherfuckers can't do that, and they blame the guy that's moving around a lot. He failed to do that, and every time he got close, got hit with 1-2.
Wait, can I answer that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Solid. Yeah, Solidus. I've debated this with some of Devin Haney's biggest supporters in the YTBC. That yes, Ramirez wasn't cutting the ring off, but the thing is this: going into the fight, Ramirez was never going to be able to do more than he did. He's never had the best footwork. He's never been fast, flat-footed. Telegraphs a lot of his.
It's not Haney's fault.
Wait a second. So comparing him to Triple G, I mean.
No, I didn't compare him to Triple G. I said he should learn what Triple G did. I didn't say he's going to be like Triple G. I said
he couldn't.
It's a boxing skill that you can learn with your boxer.
Wait a second.
No, hold up. If you're a boxer, you can learn how to cut the ring off like Triple G did. Go ahead.
If you're a boxer, you can learn how to throw a fucking jab and a hook.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
The point is, Ramirez was never good enough. The one question going into this fight, I've said this repeatedly, is that he would be there for 12 rounds. Now, Haney's response to that was moving around, taking as little risks as possible. If you want to say he fought a safe fight because he needed to after the Garcia experience, fine. But and again, I've said this to some of his biggest supporters in the YTBC. Some of them are close friends to Haney. That he looked like he was very nervous about getting hit. As soon as Ramirez would get close, he was grabbing him with both hands, which was illegal. He was never warned for it. So that is why it's fair to criticize the performance, and that's why a lot of people do it.
All right,
you heard me say it was a D- though, right?
Hold on. I just want to say these two things. One. You're not cutting the ring off against a runner is not a real thing. You can't cut the ring off of somebody that does not want.
You never seen that happen?
No. Hold on. Just let me say that you can't cut the ring off of somebody who refuses to engage. That's just not that because they're not boxing. So how can you cut off the ring if they're not boxing? They're running.
My question to that is, you've never seen that before?
I'm making a statement, and so that's what I'm saying. You can't cut the ring off from somebody who's not trying to fight. If you're not trying to fight, you can't cut off the ring. That is not boxing.
Hey, let me clear something up real quick.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you respond. Another thing is, Mrs. Mirage has a question for you. She says, "Why does Solidus T always get upset when someone criticizes Devin Haney?"
It's not now. Okay, it's not necessarily I'm upset. It's just that I'm trying to keep it balanced. I'm not trying to go off of this bad thing happened, so now I'm just going to disown the guy. That's like what Caleb Plant's going through right now. He lost to a guy that got his ass whooped and beat him, but they're treating this guy like he's fucking Canelo because he beat Caleb Plant. That's some whole ass shit. So I'm not trying to.
What do you mean treating him like he's Canelo? I don't get it.
No, I'm just saying with the fight. No, I'm not talking about you guys in general. I think y'all think I'm talking directly about. I'm talking about just the boxing. But let me say this: the people that comment on boxing in general, not necessarily this channel. People are acting like he lost to some elite level guy because he lost. Like, calm down, bro. Every fight is different. Fucked up shit happens. Y'all should know that. I shouldn't get no pushback for that. So it is what it is. And Caleb Plant was never like this greatest of fighters. Go ahead.
Let me say something real quick, man. I'm not gonna.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna take anything away. Oh my bad. Hold on. I'm not gonna take anything away with what Haney achieved, but I'm saying based off that last performance, who the fuck wants to see him, man?
Let me respond. I get that. That was a lackluster performance. I didn't like it either. I was on the panel with IBF that we did the post-fight coverage that night. I told IBF that. So everybody knows my position on that. I'm not saluting that. That was bad. What I'm saying is, it's not that I'm upset people criticize Haney. It's just that we've all seen this motherfucker perform at a very high level. So why are we trashing him now because some unfortunate things happen? I don't like that. That's like me saying, let me say this. That's like me saying, fuck Canelo because he couldn't knock out Berlanga. No, that's some bullshit. I see Canelo knocking this out. Why would I say that?
Now let's go to Edgar real quick. Edgar,
real quick.
Let Edgar respond.
Listen, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
I get it. He's your guy, and that's who you're gonna ride with. But the difference, I guess, what I'm trying to semantic here is his style of fighting has been this way for a while. He's never been spectacular. He's never come, like you're paying good money and everyone in those seats is paying good money to see two men literally try to beat the shit out of each other in whatever which way possible. But the fact is, you are trying to beat that man up. You are not trying to hug him and pity pat him and run him on him and beat him and beat him and hang on and hang on and wait and beat him to the end of a fucking marathon. That's not what people are paying for. And because of hang on, and because of the way that he carries himself in the ring, the people, the public, have fucking stated their unhappiness, and now it has gotten so bad. It has gotten so bad that now there is rumors of boxing federations and commissions starting a no running rule because of it. That's how bad it has gotten, because now there is rumors of that because people do not want to see that. So you bringing up Canelo and Berlanga, that is a fucking null and void point.
No. What I was trying to say is he didn't perform the best that night versus Berlanga. That's what I'm trying to say.
I get that, but he is the smaller man, just moving up and up and up and fighting bigger guys, and he can't take them out.
No. It's not about big or small. If you get in the ring, you get in the ring. Fuck all that. His performance was not top tier that night. His performance was not top tier that night.
Hang on. You cannot expect. Okay, so that's like saying, hey, Crawford, get in the ring. Hold on. That's like saying, hey, Crawford, get in the ring with fucking Usyk, and if you don't knock him out, it was a bad performance. He didn't knock him out.
No, I'm talking about in the same weight class,
bigger man.
Look, bro.
So he knocked him down, right? So that would indicate he could knock him out.
Not necessarily. The guy started blocking.
Canelo's y'all GDs and Canelo's y'all Larry Hoover, bro.
Hold on, one second. This is what we're missing it. When he made the Canelo comparison, it did make sense because Canelo was actually fighting Edgar Berlanga. You're talking about a style.
They should know that though.
Let me finish, Silas. You're talking about a style that everybody finds not appealing in Devin Haney. That's why he's lost all these fans. If you go back and look at my original videos on Devin Haney, they were all complimentary.
Even if he fought differently, he would still get hated on.
Hold on, Silas. They were all complimentary of Devin Haney's style, saying that, hey, the guy is trying to come in and trying to fight the best. And then when he started putting on all these snooze fests, and then when he starts hugging and holding everybody excessively, trying to survive fights, like there should have been points deducted in half of the fights he's been in.
I hear that.
Holding. And it's like it becomes so
Can I say this real quick?
Yeah, hold on. It becomes so unappealing to the fans that we cannot take this shit. And I have no problem with Devin Haney getting a second chance, but he needs to prove that shit before we see him on pay-per-view in a big fight again. Yep. Because I know he's so cautious and so afraid that he's the type of guy to go in there and shit on a big stage again because he doesn't give a fuck what anybody thinks. He just wants to steal as much money as he can because you got an idiot like Turkey willing to give it to him. So I'm sorry. I don't want to see him get any good fights until he proves that he's not going to stink out the fucking joint again.
If he, let me say this.
Hey, yo.
Let me throw real quick.
Say one thing.
Let me throw Shakur in this. Even if Haney were to fight differently like he has, he would still get criticized. Example. Let's use Shakur Stevenson. They keep bringing up that fucking Edward De Los Santos fight. His best win was when he beat Oscar Valdez, who's a very good fighter. He fought him in the pocket and beat him straight up. Nobody wants to give this nigga credit for that. They said he was still running. So it don't matter what Haney does. He's still going to get criticized. He's a nigga. Niggas get criticized. That's how boxing works.
Okay, so now we got to the truth.
Let's just keep it real.
Let's just keep it real. Now we got to the truth. Now we got to the truth.
No.
No, that's the truth.
If he doesn't
We got to the bottom of it. We got to the bottom of it.
It is race related. You know that. All y'all, none of y'all are dumb. Y'all all know that.
Abdul Mason no run.
Y'all don't like Abdullah Mason. Y'all don't like Abdullah Mason, bro. Stop. Y'all don't like him. Never heard that one of y'all praise him.
I like Abdullah Mason. You full of it.
Never heard that. I've been coming on this panel. I've been coming to this panel for 2 months. I ain't never heard nobody praise Abdullah Mason. Knock it off, bro.
Bro, bro. Come on, you're a casual, bro. I'm a fight fan, bro.
IBF. I've been coming to this panel for 2 months. IBF, you should be able to co-sign this. Nobody's never on this panel said, "Oh, Abdullah Mason's that dude." Knock it off, bro. IBF, you know that.
Hold on. The only thing
IBF, you know that. I fuck with you.
I want to co-sign Solidus real quick. But just hold on. He's correct. I haven't heard anybody speak about him.
Exactly. Thank you.
Hold on. That's because he's never been a real topic. He doesn't have a big name.
Based on his talent, though.
Hold on, just let me finish. He doesn't have a big name. He's not bringing a lot of attention to himself. But that doesn't mean he's not. Hold on 1 second. But that doesn't mean he's not a great fighter. That doesn't mean he doesn't have a lot of fans and support. That doesn't mean just because you're not a constant topic of conversation doesn't mean it's not somebody that we can appreciate and support.
Hey, could I make a quick little point real quick? I'm gonna make a quick little point and I'm gonna let somebody else talk. Now, the reason why I brought up race, because when Jermaine Ortiz fought Teofimo Lopez, he ran in that whole fight worse than Haney ever did. Not one motherfucker criticized him. Not one person criticized him.
Oh, hold up.
Not one person criticized him. Nigga, when he fought Jermaine Ortiz did not engage. Let's keep it gangster.
Get it.
IBF.
We did.
IBF. Give it to Hit real quick. Hit. What were you gonna say?
Man, he kid don't know no boxing for real, man. Shout out to he kid, but he don't know no boxing for real. Hey, he's the one that says everybody's a duck, and IBF made it clear at the beginning of the show you shouldn't call nobody a duck. He's always doing that.
That was a robbery that night. I remember coming on this live straight after that.
Who got robbed?
Ortiz got robbed against Teo.
And that was a boring ass fight.
It was a bad fight.
Okay. Somebody just said it. It was boring. Nobody never criticized Ortiz's performance though. He did not engage. Hey, judging by the type of boxing that you guys claim y'all like, he did not fight like that in that fight. Not one person criticized that. That's how I know it's a race thing. That's how I know. If he was a nigga, y'all would be fighting his black ass.
Hey, Solidus.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You're saying so now just to touch base on what you just said. Oh, it's a race thing. Yo, so how does it feel to be on that? Hey, hang on. How does it feel to be on that side of the street when all you guys do is criticize Canelo when he can't stop somebody?
Nah, Canelo's great. And him not stopping somebody.
All of a sudden, no. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You guys sit here and criticize. Oh, he looked like Luster. He didn't knock him out.
You don't have to knock somebody out to win. You don't have to knock somebody out to win. I've been telling you that. I was on the other channel with you telling you either gonna win by knockout or outbox his body. That's not a big deal. I was making a point. You never heard me criticize that. Me and Edgar got history. We go back a little bit. He knows I never said that.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, dude, I think you're motivated by race.
LGBTQ.
Yeah.
I think it's.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I get why you would say that. I'm just saying. I've noticed. I'm very observant.
I wouldn't give two shits. I wouldn't give two shits if Haney and Shakur were purple, pink, orange, green. I'd still fucking call them out for that shit.
No, I don't think you guys are flat out racist per se. What I'm saying is,
why the fuck are you telling us all that?
One second.
Nah, bro, I can answer the question.
Hold on. We're gonna let Solidus answer, then we're gonna go to Clavo, and then we're gonna circle back around. Go ahead.
Now, I brought up race to make a point. Possibly that was in bad. Possibly. Hold up. Possibly that was in bad taste. I'm big on accountability. I can admit that. What I'm saying is, I'm paying attention to everybody. Everybody likes to talk shit about fighters. I've noticed through careful observation, is typically the black y'all call them niggas, the black fighters that are constantly getting criticized for every and any little thing. Once again, Shakur Stevenson beat Oscar Valdez, which is his best win of his career. Shout out to Oscar Valdez, he's a good fighter. He beat him straight up, outboxed him in the pocket. Yeah. They still said that nigga was running and he's a runner. So they're not going to give you credit. They would never say that about. I talked to another Mexican guy the other day. We were talking about boxing. He admitted to me straight up, if Terrence Crawford was a Mexican, we would love him. He's saying that I didn't provoke him to say that. I believe that shit.
What the fuck?
I like Bud. I don't like Super Bud.
Nah, what I'm trying to say is, people only criticize black boxers, bro.
Finish, then we're gonna shoot to Clavo real quick.
It's not necessarily. I think it's more of a jealousy thing. Not I just hate niggas. I doubt that. I don't believe none of y'all like that. Hold on. Let me answer. Let me finish. I'm about to finish you.
Let him finish round one.
This shit is kind of funny. No, what I'm saying is,
you are.
No, what I'm trying to say is, yes, all fighters, all these guys are good, but if you look at, y'all know this, when it comes to talking shit and criticizing, people only have that smoke for black fighters. That's all I'm saying. You don't really hear nobody talk. Right. Like, I ain't never heard a Mexican talk shit about a white person, about a white box. I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Okay. Now, hold on, fellas.
All right, go ahead. Fellas. I'm gonna let somebody else talk. Let somebody else talk.
Solid statement. I'm gonna let everybody respond to it. I promise, because it's kind of sparked up a lot of emotion. I want to go to Clavo first.
They know I'm right, but you know.
Nah.
I appreciate Clavo. You know, solid. Hold on 1 second, round one. We're gonna go to Clavo first. A lot of people are jealous of black fighters, according to Solidus. A lot of people, don't like Devin Haney. A lot of this stuff is racially motivated, according to Solidus. Just to summarize it. So. Clavo,
hey, I fought in the pocket and they still said I was running. What you think that is?
Okay.
They still said I was running. I fought in the pocket.
Okay, you made your point.
Do they say that about a Mexican boxer? I don't know.
Solid. You made your point. Let's go to Clavo real quick. Let's get his response first. Then we'll go to the next person and so on. Clavo, the floor.
All right.
Here's the thing, but it's a damn shame that I actually got to fucking deal with this kind of situation. I really don't like getting into fucking skin politics, but of course, whenever we immature, that's when we got to go there. So, here's the thing about I don't see y'all criticizing anybody, bro. I criticized Fury for whenever he was doing dope. I criticized Triple G for whenever.
That's a personal thing. I'm talking about in the ring.
Staying at 160. No, staying at 160 for so long. I've criticized multiple fighters. Doesn't matter the fucking color, dog. That's what I'm saying. Like,
hey, wait a minute. Let's be real. Not to interrupt you.
Solid.
I apologize,
bro, because you
I apologize for interrupting you.
No, you get invited.
I apologize for interrupting you. Let me just say this real quick.
I get it.
No, I'm not even responding to that. I'm not responding to that. Let me just say this real quick. I apologize for interrupting you. I actually like you, to be honest. Keep it real. You don't like Benavidez because he's a threat to beat Canelo. Be honest.
No, sir.
Because there's no reason to not like him as a boxer.
I done made it clear multiple times why I talk bad about David. Do I got to repeat myself again?
All right, that's what you say. That's fine.
Okay. Look, bro, I'm gonna say this again. I like David. David go hard. David's a good fighter. I like how David fucking fights a nigga like he fucked this bitch. I love that shit. But what I don't like, is the fucking decisions you made before and the hype that y'all give him for no fucking reason, bro. Just again, think about it. 10 years at one division.
In the ring,
you only get the same belt twice. And hold on, and you only got one title defense. You only got one title defense in 10 years, and you're a 2-time champion. How does that make sense to you?
I'm not sure that should be a reason to say what you've been saying, but okay, all right.
How the fuck is that not a reason? You didn't fight who I wanted you to fight back in 2017.
I mean, you understand politics may get in the way. I'm talking about when you see him get in the ring, you can't deny the greatness. I'm not even the biggest Benavidez fan, but I think you could agree to that. That's what I'm going off of. You keep talking about shit outside of the ring.
I need the floor. This is
what the fuck? I just said about shit in the ring. I'm talking about you didn't take the fights you were supposed to take. This is about the shit that he didn't do in the ring. So you're right. This is about the shit he didn't do in the ring, which is what I'm going based off of. So what are you going off of, Solidus? What are you going off? What do you like about
I'm going off of when I see him lace his gloves up and get in the ring and fight, this guy's a great talent and it's a chance to beat Canelo. Y'all respond with what happened outside the ring when I always bring that up.
All right, can I have the floor?
Nah.
Let Hit Kid. I want to hear Hit Kid.
Because I think this argument is absolutely absurd right now. So,
let me say this quick though. I actually like Clavo though, so it ain't no diss to Clavo. I actually like him. All right, go ahead.
All right, here's the deal. pretty much, I have come on this channel and I have criticized numerous fighters of different color, races, and like different colors, races, and everything. Pretty much, I don't care what the color of your skin is. As long if I think you're a great fighter, I'm going to say you're a great fighter. I hated what Tyson Fury said, after he lost to Usyk, clear as day. Hated it, saying it was a robbery. It wasn't. You lost to Usyk. Shut up. And by the way, I'm English. I shouldn't be saying that about a fellow UK guy, but I do because I have no home country bias. Okay, I watch boxing for great fighters. I criticized Teofimo Lopez after the Jermaine Ortiz fight when he got frustrated, was made to miss, and in my opinion, outboxed. And then the other fight where I really went in on Teofimo Lopez, and the bigger robbery was when he robbed Sandor Martin, if Luke remembers that. And I really went off on Teofimo Lopez that night because that was a blatant robbery where he got battered by Martin. And anyone tell me he didn't, I think it's a fucking casual. I will also criticize those fighters whose energy doesn't move correctly. I've criticized Benavidez because pretty much, here's the thing. I think David is a potential to be a great fighter. I think he's a really good fighter right now. But I want to see you in that ring against the against the Bivol, against the Benavidez, against the Canelo. But we have seen numerous subjects come up pretty much where these fights have not been happening because of politics and because mainly, and listen, I'm not blaming.
Could I ask you a hypothetical? If you don't mind, could I ask you a hypothetical? If you're at a weight class and let's say a guy is undisputed, he has all the belts, you don't got no belts, you're not going to be a champion or fight for a belt because the guy that got all the belts won't fight you. Would you stay in that weight class and keep fighting and not get no belt, or would you move into a different weight class? What would you do, hypothetically?
All right, can I answer this hypothetically? Because pretty much you talk about the situation when he either had the choice between moving to 175 for mandatory.
Nah, straight hypothetical.
Straight hypothetical. You probably wait. No, you're changing the answer though, because legitimately, hypothetically, we're talking about the situation with Benavidez and the WBC mandatory.
There was no reason to go into the hypothetical, bro. I'm sorry. That shit was to throw you off, Hit Kid.
No, I get it.
That's not that. You can't.
He's trying to catch me out.
Hit Kid, hold on.
Are you going to answer? Are you going to say yes or no or what? Like, what's up?
You can't answer that question. There's two answers to it. There is two answers to that. There is one.
Anybody else has answered the question?
Hold the fuck up. I'm telling Hit Kid, there's two answers to that question, Hit Kid. Either A, you know you're too big for the fucking weight division.
If you hear this nonsense.
Let him finish. Let Edgar finish this point real quick.
There's two answers to it. Either A, you know that you're bigger or you're growing into a bigger body, you can't stay in the division, or two, you know that it's your division and you're gonna fucking pick off all the other number one contenders to be a number one contender to be in line for a fight.
Oh my god, bro.
And let me guess. This is all about. This is all about Canelo having all the belts and David having a weight. Right.
Shit.
Alder's just tried to slip the hypothetical question though, because pretty much
right.
I answer yes or no right though, he's going to be like, oh, I'm going to criticize, Canelo for this. You get where I'm coming from? Let me be clear.
I wasn't going to do that, but okay.
No.
That makes sense, but I wasn't going to do that.
You tried to be slick.
Hit Kid, wait a minute. Hit Kid, on top of that, on top of that, this whole thing was about Haney. How the fuck did we end up here?
Let me get to this.
That's a good point.
Nah, he was going in. Nah, he was going into other fighters. Nah, he was going into other fighters he criticized, and the Canelo shit came up. That's how that came up.
Okay. So let me go into the black fighters pretty much.
Yeah,
listen,
but that's what he brought it up because he
gave
said
praise
Why
to.
we thought about Devin, and we will just say
Ramon, let me take this. Ramon, let me take it. I give praise to Bud Crawford when he beat the shit out of Errol Spence. I criticized him off the piss poor Madrimov performance, and I don't think he has a chance against Canelo.
Whoa!
Yeah, he was piss poor against Madrimov. I dare you to say he wasn't.
Was that you that said he fought a weak Errol Spence, or you just said he beat Errol Spence straight up?
No, I gave him praise when he beat the shit out of Errol Spence. Maybe you're misconstruing my words right there.
He beat the shit out of him, beat him?
Yeah, I praised Bud. Newt will tell you. I predicted Bud to win that fight by destruction.
Yeah, solid. He beat the shit out of him. What you're supposed to do in a boxing ring.
Yeah. So hold on. Let me keep going.
Could have swore he said something different one time.
No.
Go ahead.
You can watch back the lives. I was always picking Bud to beat the hell out of Spence.
All right, could be a mistake. All right, go ahead.
I remember because me and Newt went back and forth on it because Newt was picking Spence originally, which is true.
All right.
I'll tell you that. Something else is with Tank Davis. I've always called the man a fucking fraud. He's cherry picked. He's always avoided the other champions in his weight division. I never liked Tank Davis, and then he gets the fucking robbery against Roach. Do I need to go into that? I don't. With Devin Haney,
yeah, that was robbery. I agree. That was robbery.
Devin Haney, here's the truth. I was a Devin Haney backer. I'll fully admit it. I was a fan. But after the Kambosos fight, so yeah, he was expected to beat Kambosos. Kambosos had a once in a blue moon against Teofimo. Well, Teo didn't show up. Kambosos did. He won the belt. Spur fucks to George Kambosos. He won that fight for Spur. But pretty much when Devin outclassed him in both fights, I thought this could be where Devin cements his legacy. When the fight comes around, he loses that fight 8-4. 8-4 on my scorecard. I gave Loma 8 rounds, Haney 4, and I thought Loma clearly won the fight. That's why I screamed robbery. I thought Loma clearly won the fight that night. And then pretty much follows it up with the Ryan Garcia. Well, Ryan Garcia, absolutely. And by the way, I picked Haney to win that fight. Before anyone says, oh my God, I'm a Haney hater. No, I picked Devin to beat the shit out of Garcia. I was wrong.
Could you agree? You watched the fight. Could you at least agree? Ryan won that fight. Shout out to his bitch ass. But could you agree that outside of the rounds, he knocked Haney down? Could you agree Haney was winning?
No.
Was outboxing him?
No.
Probably
no.
Because I know you're lying. I know you're lying.
On some parts,
I know you're lying if you say
on some parts,
Haney was outboxing. Ryan was outboxing Haney?
No.
Never heard nobody say that before. Never heard nobody say that before.
Haney
That's
got
new.
some shots in too, bro. Haney got some in.
I've never heard. I'm gonna be honest. I've never heard nobody say they thought Ryan was outboxing him outside of the round. Now Ryan won. He won. Okay, that's cool. Shout out to him.
I'm not saying Ryan was outboxing Haney. Please, before you think I'm saying, oh, he was outboxing. No. What I'm saying.
That's what I asked you though.
No. So I'm answering that. No, I'm not saying Ryan was outboxing Haney, but pretty much when Haney tried to restart his boxing and tried to restart the boxing, that left hook was hooked Haney all fight. And when you're grabbing and holding, no, you're gonna hear me out.
No, go ahead.
Grabbing and holding to survive to the final belt after round freaking 4. Like, come on.
Hey, this is IBF, my guy. He might feel kind of weird, but he gotta admit this is good content. No, go ahead.
There's no way you can justify saying, hey,
can I say something real quick?
Wait, this is good content. This live right here, right?
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
People like this shit. You'd be surprised.
Okay.
No,
it's not like I'm up here. It's not like I'm up here calling Mexicans out the name. I would never do that. I'm not anti-Mexican, but I'm just noticing some shit. That's all.
What the fuck,
It's not anti-Mexican talk.
Bro, what's up with you in the race, bro? What the fuck?
Bro.
No. I had to say that because some people might, viewers, because people listen to these live streams. It's a popular channel. Viewers might get it twisted and think I'm on some I hate Mexican shit, and it's not like that. There's just some things I noticed when I'm speaking on it. That's all.
Let me say something quick.
Yeah.
I watched the whole fight game, bro.
I was gonna say, dude, I don't know.
Somebody asked me.
Bro,
all right, hold on. Let me get control of the panel real quick. One second, everybody. 1 second. I actually want to make a quick statement here. Solid has made some statements about Devin Haney and the potential racial bias and things like that, and I find that funny because there's the biggest. Hold on 1 second, round one. The biggest racial bias in the sport of boxing right now. In the sport of boxing, the biggest, there is none bigger, at least for the past 10 years, has been against Saul Canelo Alvarez. He has been the most hated man simply because he's Mexican. No other reason.
And Luke,
you know what I think? No, go ahead.
And he's been the most hated man simply because he's Mexican. You've had channels and communities built just to shit on Canelo Alvarez. And Canelo Alvarez.
There's something about him that rubs people the wrong way. Yeah. There's something about Canelo. No. You're right. Me personally, I like Canelo. Nobody's ever heard me say I don't like him. Even the Benavidez shit. I think what it is there's something about Canelo that rubs people the wrong way.
And let me ask you, hold on one second.
How is that?
And hold on. This is what about Canelo.
No, go ahead.
Hold on. This is what about Canelo that rubs people the wrong way. It's the fact that he's not fucking black. If Canelo was black, he'd be the god to the entire. One second. He'd be the god to the whole LDBC. They say this guy's.
He has a huge black fan base, though.
1 second, solid as damn. I'll let you finish. All I'm gonna tell you is, if Canelo was black, he'd be one of the best fighters you've ever seen. He'd get praised nonstop. But since he's not black, you get guys like Shakur saying, "Oh, I could beat Canelo if he was in my weight class," and then he'll get on his knees and suck the black off of Bud's nuts in the next interview. So you got to understand when you're talking about consistency. Hold on. You got to talk about.
I'm too hetero. I stay away from homo talk.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let's talk about consistency here. Canelo's the most hated man simply because he's Mexican. That's it. There's no other reason. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. I cannot finish my point. All I'm saying is Canelo went up and fought Dimitri Bivol, and that shit was called the cherry pick. A fucking cherry pick.
That was bullshit. That was bullshit.
I know it was bullshit. And it was perpetrated by the black boxing channels on YouTube, by black content creators on Boxing Twitter and Boxing X. They were 90% all black channels pushing that fucking narrative that shit was a cherry pick. Dante's Big Titty Nation, Boxing Ego, fucking all of these black content creators are pushing this narrative, and you want me to sit on here because Devin Haney fights like a bitch that we can't criticize him? It's a racial bias? No, I'm sorry. I don't agree with that bullshit. And hold on.
Hey, check this out.
Hold on, Silas. And then I got another issue. So the fact that we can't even start off with racial bias in boxing, and we got to say, oh, the black guy. No, poor Canelo. He's the one being treated like shit. I've never seen Devin Haney take a risk in his fucking career. Never. He had 30 pounds on Vasil Lomachenko. He had the height, the reach, and the youth advantage. I don't want to hear about the fact that this man took a fucking. And hold on, we had 3 American judges. 3 fucking American judges. What kind of shit is that? And it's for undisputed? What, a Ukrainian fighter? That's bullshit. I'm just saying. No, hold on.
I'm not mad at that.
I'm not done. I'm gonna let you go. Just 1 second.
Cooking them. God
and my only other thing about all this is we get it. Devin Haney was asked about a guy like Boots Ennis, and he's at 147 now. He wouldn't say shit, wouldn't mention his name, won't call him out, won't do shit with the champion, talking about I'm after the belt. This man ain't said shit. Why are you trying to fight? If you can't make 140 no more, why you want to fight at a catch weight? And also, why would you not just fight Boots Ennis and say, let me go get this guy Boots at 47. I want to be a champion. He lost all that championship energy because there's sharks up there at 47. So where's that championship energy against Boots Ennis? Because he don't have no height and reach and weight advantage against a guy like Boots, but he feel like, okay, with everybody else, I got these advantages. I'm going to stick to what works. See, you got to understand the switch up. That's why I don't like Devin Haney. He moves like a bitch. He acts like a bitch. His father's a bitch. I'm sorry. It ain't got nothing to do with his race. I praised Devin Haney for years. But when I see you moving like a bitch, I'm a shit on you. And then the fact that you want to pull David Benavidez out your ass in that dumbass hypothetical, Mauricio Suleiman, and just
whoa.
Hold on. Solidus, please let me finish. I'm gonna let everybody talk. This is the one part in the show I was gonna bring up today. June 3rd, on the Boxing Voice, Mauricio Suleiman came on the show, and basically other boxing fans asked him, say, hey, why didn't you notify why didn't you activate the shit with David at 168, the mandatory and all of this shit? And Mauricio Suleiman cleared all that shit up. And all he said was David decided to move up in weight and not activate his mandatory at 68 and said he was going to do it at 75. That was the choice that David made. He cleared that shit up. And I will be making a video to that shit because it seemed like so many guys are forgetting or don't know about that. And the fact that they asked him point blank and he came out and cleared that shit up. I will make a video. I will document what
activate his mandatory, or the champion wouldn't fight his mandatory.
Hold on. I'm gonna make the video. I'm gonna document it where you can find it on the Boxing Voice, so you can hear this shit for yourself. So people don't think that I'm capping and talking shit. You know, I'm not making up lies. I'm gonna drop where you can find it, where you can go see it, and then you can slap your own ass after you see the facts. Because the only thing I'm gonna tell you is this. Hold on. The only thing I'm gonna tell you is this. There should never be race brought up by anybody in boxing if it's not in favor of Canelo. Because at the end of the day, Canelo has been the most disrespected fighter in boxing. And he's been the most shitted on fighter in boxing. They called him a bitch. They called him a pussy. And he's taking more risks than everybody. I'm sorry. We gotta keep the same energy.
Body bag.
Body bag after body bag right there.
Nah, that just sounds like somebody defended Canelo. I would say that.
Nah, it's body bag after body bag.
Facts.
Nah, let me say, like, okay, the Canelo thing. People criticize Canelo because of boxing, not because he's Mexican. I don't know about all that.
Let me finish, bro. I got something to say for Solid. There's a difference between a runner and a mover. You can't cut the ring off of somebody that's running, but you can cut the ring off somebody who's a mover.
Facts.
Tell him part.
Facts part.
You've never seen that happen before in all your years of watching boxing.
It can't happen. If somebody is running,
let me tell you guys something. Canelo has been criticized.
Hold on, let round one gotta get one in. Let round one get one
at a time.
Round one.
Okay. I'm gonna add to Nuke what Nuke said. Canelo has been criticized about not fighting any mandatories, yet they're praising David Benavidez, who's only had one title defense in the 3 years he was, or the time he was champion, 2 times. He never faced his mandatory. Hell, Canelo even faced his mandatory, which was that Muslim guy. Yildirim, yeah. So, come on. I mean, he gets criticized for not fighting his mandatory, but then you have everybody else who's not fighting their mandatory.
But like the 4 out of Canelo's last 6 fights were mandatory. So what the fuck is we talking about?
You said he's not fighting. I think his mic cut out. His mic cut down. He was talking.
Somebody said that Canelo's not fighting mandatories, but almost 4 out of his last 6 fights were mandatory.
No.
The only fight that wasn't mandatory.
Everyone criticizes Canelo for not fighting his mandatories, but then you have people praising David Benavidez when he never even fought any of his mandatories. Had one title defense, which was against Angulo.
People are praising Benavidez because they think he can beat Canelo. It's not about his championship.
No.
They think he can beat Canelo.
Hold on, Salas. I hate that.
They think he can beat him.
No, hold on, Salas. I gotta say this. They're praising David Benavidez to try to shit on Canelo because they don't like. Hold on, because they don't like Canelo. Because they don't like Canelo, and it ain't got shit to do with what Canelo did in the. Hold on, it ain't got nothing to do with Canelo did in the ring. Because the problem is the fact that when Canelo went up to fight Bivol, it's a cherry pick, but when everybody else does it, it's greatness. You got to keep the same energy.
Why you paying attention to people that are casuals?
Hold on. And Canelo's smaller than all these guys. How come Canelo has more heart than David to go up there and fight Bivol before David? This shit don't make any sense.
Hey, remember when the young guy? Shout out to him. Remember on the panel, Edgar.
In the words of Roger Mayweather, you don't know shit about boxing.
Billy Joe Saunders. They were saying that Billy Joe Saunders was going to upset Canelo, but we all knew better, though, right?
What do you mean we knew better?
Some knew better, others didn't.
We knew that wasn't going to. We knew he wasn't going to lose to Billy Joe Saunders. Remember they were saying that he got to.
We know Canelo. We know a prime Canelo would never lose to David Benavidez in that context.
And you won't take that.
No.
But will you?
I was talking to Edgar.
Hold on, Silence. Will you agree that we know that a prime Canelo would never lose to David Benavidez?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be straight up. I like Canelo. I don't do the fan club thing y'all do. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think he can beat dude. I don't think he can beat Benavidez. Prime Canelo right now. I'm dead. I'm serious. I really feel that way.
That's questionable. Now you gotta back up what you're talking about.
Hold on, Solid. Did you see David get? Hold on, Solid. Did you see David get dropped by a journeyman at 68?
Let me respond to Archie.
No. Respond to that. I just want to know if you saw that. Did you see him dropped by a journeyman and Ronald Gabriel?
Now, IBF. You know boxing. I know boxing.
If you seen
I'm answering your question.
That's all I want to know.
I'm answering the question.
Okay.
Yes, he got dropped, But
I just wanted to make sure you saw it.
knockdowns happen.
Canelo destroyed
Manny Pacquiao's an all-time great and got knocked out cold. These things happen. You know this. Relax. Relax.
Nah, wait a minute. Hold on. No, you can't compare that. No.
Division champion.
Exactly. Thank you.
I'm not comparing. Oh my God, bro!
How the fuck are you gonna compare knockdown on a guy in the second weight class?
What I'm saying is, anybody. I'm trying to make a point. Anybody can get knocked down. I'm not comparing Pacquiao to Benavidez. Y'all know that. Stop acting dumb. That's not a comparison.
No, hold on.
Park Street. Anybody can get knocked down, right?
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Hold on.
Never been knocked down, so that proves your point wrong.
Guys, wait.
He hasn't. He hasn't, but it could happen, though, right?
Hold on. You're saying
boxing, right?
No, you're saying anybody. No, you're saying anybody can be knocked down.
But it could have happened.
No, you're saying anybody can be knocked down, right? Anybody?
Yes.
So don't you think that a smaller fighter like Canelo, there would be more opportunity for he to be knocked down than David? David's a big motherfucker fighting Dagger 168.
I'm giving Canelo. Hold on. I'm giving Canelo credit for not getting knocked down. I'm not going to talk about what somebody else didn't do. Give Canelo credit for not getting knocked down. That's the right thing to say.
Go
ahead.
I have a question.
So
hold
on. So
the worst part is that Benavidez got knocked down.
Yeah.
Round 105. Your shit's
that Benavidez got knocked down.
Yeah.
Let me try to log in back in.
All right, somebody go next while round one.
Can I respond to Park Streets? Could I respond to Park Streets? He asked me a question. Can I respond?
I have a question. Bro. Let me ask you. So if Canelo is ducking Benavidez, does that mean that Crawford is ducking Boots?
Let me say this, because IBF said it earlier. These guys are boxers. Nobody's scared to fight nobody. I never believed Canelo was ducking him. There's a difference between ducking somebody because you're scared or not taking the fight because you feel this person will beat you, so you're not going to fight him. I think it's the latter. It's Canelo, bro. He's not scared of nobody. But I think he's like, hey, this guy might fuck around and beat me. I'm not going to fight him. Because I feel like if he looked at him differently, like how he did Mugia, he probably would have fought him. He knew he was going to beat Mugia. He knew he was going to beat Berlanga. Berlanga is just as big as Benavidez, and he still fought him. So it ain't too much size.
I don't think.
I know y'all heard that. Well, let me finish this. Let me.
Have?
He got 2.
Okay, and those were against who?
All-time greats. You know what it is.
Pound fighters.
Let me respond to what you asked me earlier, though.
So for you to say that he's scared to lose, that's crap. He done already lost. How can he be scared to do something he already did against two great top 5 pound fighters?
Did he not hear me? Did he not hear me say? Wait a minute. Did he not hear me say? Wait a minute. IBF, keep it real. Did he not just hear me say Canelo's not scared of Benavidez? Did he not just hear me that? This nigga deaf?
No, you didn't.
Or he got selective here.
You just said yourself that
IBF, keep it real. I said he's not. I said no. Hold up. IBF.
You said Solid said it, but he's still saying he's scared because why else wouldn't he fight him?
No.
Bro, regardless,
there's a difference
bottom
between
line
being
is you
scared
think
to fight
he's
somebody
regardless.
and not taking the fight because you might lose. That's not being scared of somebody. That's just he might beat me. I'm not going to fight him.
That's exactly what
No, it's not.
That's being isn't that being scared as well?
Bro,
I don't want to lose to you, so I'm not going to fight you. I'm not talking about scared. Oh, this guy's too good for. I'm not going to fight him. No, nigga, that's two different things.
Somebody because you don't believe you're going to win. That means you're scared. What are you talking about?
Nah, bro.
So wait a minute. So Canelo doesn't want to fight David. No. So Canelo doesn't want to fight David because he's scared he might lose, but he's willing to fight Bivol, a guy who he lost to already.
I think I can't read. I'm not God. I can't read minds. He must have thought he can beat Bivol. He had to think that.
Because you're not trying to figure out the facts. The facts is Canelo.
No, I'm not God. I can't read minds. No. I'm going off of actions. I'm going off of actions. No. Hold up, homeboy. You got it twisted. I'm going off of their actions.
Already put a price on it.
I'm going off of Canelo's actions.
What you're talking about, it don't matter.
If you hear that BS, bro, I know that's your boy, but come on now. That's your boy, IBS.
Do you believe that David ducked Canelo because he didn't activate his mandatory?
Solid is you're the one that's confused. Solid is this you're the one.
My response to that is
it's either a yes or no. I don't need nothing else. It's either a yes or no.
No. I'm answering the question. I'm gonna do what Hickey
Yes
did.
or no?
If
I
he was
don't
allowed
need
to do it,
nothing
I'm gonna
else.
do it.
You already given too much. Yes or no?
If he knows he's his
I can see you
mandatory
don't
and
know how to
won't let
follow
him fight him,
direction. I can see you don't know how to follow direction.
You don't want to hear the real. You want me to say some bullshit. You want me to say some bullshit that makes Canelo look good. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going to do that, bro. I'm gonna get that shit real.
Hold on 1 second, because we're talking in a circle. 1 second. No
real.
doping, no life. Are you there?
I gotta start saying, fuck Edgar Moreno, fuck all the fanboys, and Hit, can you gotta change your name to Hypocrite in the House?
So
Who the fuck is this guy? Where he been at?
Hold on, fellas. No doping, no life said. Let me cook Edgar Moreno, round 1, Clavo, and Hit Kid. So no doping, no life. Go ahead and cook all of these guys.
This is the blouse.
He said he wanted to cook you guys.
This
Go
is
do
blouse.
Well, wait. You gonna cook me too?
This is blouse.
it. Yeah, this is blouse. Go ahead and cook him. Go ahead and cook him, blouse. Go ahead and cook him.
Okay.
No.
You got smoke for me too, wait.
Hold on. Let me set the stage for you, boys. Let me set the stage for you. Let me set the stage.
Come on, buddy. Talk.
Listen, let me set the stage. This is stemming. He runs his mouth because he's a keyboard warrior. So basically, this is coming back from the Haney, and this is coming back from the Garcia fucking Rolly fight. So basically, we all, not just me, but a few of us picked Garcia to win the fight. This retard picked Rolly. Shut the fuck up and let me finish the point. So basically, we were live. Nuke, we were live. Nuke, we were live. We were live. I am man enough to admit that I picked Garcia to win the fight, but he is not man enough to fucking take the bet when I put it on the table. If he was so sure, hey, why didn't he take the bet? Now he wants to talk shit after the fact? That's like talking shit after the game. Bro, you don't fucking talk shit after the game. You talk shit before the game.
About the bet. I made money with the bet.
But you didn't take my bet. So why didn't you take my bet? Why did you not take my bet when there was plenty of people watching and plenty of Venmo, Cash App, whatever the fuck you want?
Exactly.
You dumb shit.
I don't have that shit. So
bro, you could have given me your address and I would have sent you a fucking money order.
Why are you making bets digitally if you don't have that?
Exactly. See where the lies come in? See where the lies come in?
He offered. I never asked for those bags, so that's not a body bag. I never said I bet
wait a minute, Blouse. Why are you gonna cook Clavo? We know why you're trying to cook Edgar. Why Clavo? Why Hit Kid? And why round 1?
Okay. Well, I mean, I just body bagged him right now because he said he's gonna cook me. I would have done that, but I didn't see that.
I want to hear that.
Because Clavo just walked into a body bag. That's why.
Oh, let me see.
But I'll get to him. Okay, but I want to start with Rolly, with the Rolly Romero. It was pretty obvious that he was gonna win because it's about styles. I've said it before. It's not about
that come on, bro.
He beat Haney, and the other guy he lost to Barroso. That's why the ways you guys analyze the boxing is too stupid.
Hold on.
That's kind of true.
Hold on.
Thank you.
This is stupid to me though, because here's the thing: we all get boxing fights wrong with predictions. I got it wrong on Rolly, Ryan. I didn't expect Ryan to be shit. And Rolly for fucks to him. I thought he was nothing after the way he got battered, off Pitbull and all that.
I get it. Rolly
shot me, and I gave. But here's the hypocritical thing. You want to cook a few of us over that. Most of us on the night, no. Most of us on the night of that fight, although we hated the fucking card, came in here and gave Rolly his praise because it was Ryan who didn't show the fuck up. So why is that a cooking point? I'm sorry, that's stupid.
Okay, let me cook you since you're talking already. You on the last live said that John Jones was the ultimate duck for Dr. Tom Aspinall.
I can go back further if you want.
Let me ask you:
Hold on, let him talk.
Is Canelo ducking Benavidez? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, keep the same energy because you said David Benavidez is not ducking.
Benavidez did actually.
How is John Jones ducking? If it's the same scenario with Tom Aspinall.
Okay, let me go. Let me take this.
What the fuck is happening?
Let me take this. This fucker just fell into my trap card. Let me take this.
Come on, buddy.
This is easy.
Fuck.
This is fucking easy.
Go ahead.
David Benavidez
Yo, who's got that background noise?
That's not me.
Solid is, bro. Solid is. Come on, bro.
Let me take it. Guys, let me take it. David Benavidez was not ducked by Canelo Alvarez because we just heard off the fucking boxing voice, by the way, and it was known well beforehand that fucking David Benavidez did not activate his mandatory at 168 and moved up to 175. End of story with that one. On John Jones ducking Tom Aspinall is now the officially, and this is truth, longest reigning interim heavyweight champion.
No, he is
in
ready,
UFC
bro.
history. But let me go back to from why I called John Jones ducking. It ain't just for Tom Aspinall. No doping, no life. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't John Jones duck Francis Ngannou before he transitioned to boxing?
Yup, he did, and he popped.
My point is that John Jones did duck. My point is that John Jones did duck. I'm not defending a duck. I'm not defending a duck.
You're trying to accuse Canelo Alvarez when it's not a duck situation. It's a completely different situation.
I'm saying if you keep the same energy, John Jones is ducking
I am keeping
the same way Canelo is
you
ducking.
dumb fuck.
That's my point.
It's a different situation, you dumb fuck.
He ducked two
No,
people.
no, it isn't.
It is.
It's not. It's the same exact thing. They're both ducking. They're both ducking, bro.
Never activated is mandatory.
They're both ducking, bro.
Fucking moved up in weight.
Bro,
Okay, can I ask you a question real quick?
Can I ask you a question real quick? Doping. Let me tell you, no doping. I know UFC too because I watched that shit. Look, bro, you're talking about John Jones, a guy who popped dirty twice, bro. A guy who got stripped for his title after fighting. So what are you talking about, bro? You talking about a guy?
I'm talking about he's ducking. I'm not defending. Okay, you guys are misinterpreting. I'm saying John Jones is ducking, but I'm asking a question real quick. Didn't you say on the comments last time when Canelo admitted that he was never gonna fight David Benavidez?
I didn't like
he
that
actually
because
said
it's
it clear. You said that he was ducking. You said that he was ducking. Now you're saying that he's not.
I just said I didn't like
you see,
that's
that's a fucking body bag. That's a fucking body bag for you not admitting this, not keeping the same energy.
Hey, yo, no doping, no life. Okay, Benavidez is not at 168 no more, bro.
Yeah, he's not 168.
So what? So what's he gonna do?
Hear, bro?
Okay, Canelo. Okay, and this was a body bag for Clavo. He said that. Why would he not fight? Why would he not fight? Okay, this is where I'm going. He just said how.
Hold on, let him talk.
Canelo? Okay, thank you. How is Canelo ducking Benavidez if he's gonna fight Bivol? Easy. Because when he fights Bivol and loses to Bivol, he gets all the credit. He goes like, "Oh, he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to chase greatness.
bro. I never said,
undisputed
dude,
guy." But
dude,
I never said
that. I never said that. I'm asking you. What is
Wait, was that for me or was that for Alvarez?
Oh, no doping, no life.
I guess both of you. I guess both of you because
I
Canelo
said okay.
To Benavidez, it's not the same thing. To Canelo
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. I said now that Benavidez is at 175, what's he gonna do? It has nothing to do with Bivol. Has nothing to do with Canelo. What's he gonna do?
He already stripped Bivol. It's not his fault. How is it his fault that Bivol didn't want to fight him?
WBC fucked over Bivol before you even start on that.
Bro, that's not David's fault. That's not David's fault.
Yes, it is. It was a petition from his team, him and his team.
It was a petition
the
from
2-week notice. So it was a decision on both parties.
Didn't you hear what IBFP just said?
Body bag on you right there, sir. Lay down, get down, roll over.
The WBC saying that he told him about Canelo and he just said he's gonna move up. So that's when the WBC president said he'll fight for the WBC interim champion, and that's what he did when he moved up. Bro, body bag, come on, man.
Nah, hold up, and not just that. I mean, he was really clear about, yo, I'm cool with being on the undercard with Column. So okay, so you know what? I respect that. You're gonna let that go, let the trilogy go on. So when it's time, then it's you. But no, you went behind your word. No, not behind your word. You went against your word, and you went ahead and got him stripped. So who the fuck understands you? So basically, you did. So you did want a vacant. You did want a vacant title.
I've been hearing, is Callum Smith gonna fight Anthony Yard?
I think it's still in the works, man.
Callum Smith, Anthony Yard might land on the matchroom.
That's crazy because his father was saying, "Oh, we looking in a fight with the big names like Callum Smith," and he even said Anthony Yard. So these two guys are fighting each other. Who is David gonna fight, bro?
He could fight whoever wins. Callum Smith.
He's gonna pick up Andrade. He's gonna bring up Andrade again.
Both. He beats both.
He's gonna bring up Andrade.
I don't know what's the point.
David's a fucking duck.
Well, I mean,
here's what I'm tripping on. No. But here's what I'm tripping on. How is it that you fought Morrell in February of this year, and then Column fights in the last crescendo, and looks like Column is now in talks for a fight with Yard? What the fuck, David? What are you doing? Why aren't y'all asking? What about him? What the fuck is he doing? What's your next move, bro? We needed you to do something. You a champion now. You just got elevated. What the fuck is up?
The thing is that you guys don't keep the same energy with Benavidez, because the reality is that most fighters don't want to, when it comes to choosing, picking and choosing, they don't want to fight Benavidez.
Bro, you need to start.
Yo, wait a minute.
The only one who had the balls to do it is Morrell, and he was the only one coming
Wait,
let Edgar get this point out real quick.
Go ahead, Edgar.
Hold on one second, fellas. Edgar's gonna get this point out.
If you go back into the archives, this idiot claimed when Canelo was undisputed and had all the belts, what was the exact words? He's like, he's the champion. He can pick whoever he wants to fight. Well, David's a champion now. He can pick whoever he can fucking fight now.
We got
body bag. Jump in there, bro. Jump in there.
How come he can't pick? How come he can't pick the fighter?
Because he doesn't have the power that Canelo has.
Now you're just moving the goalpost. You stupid idiot.
It's not moving the goalpost. It's complete.
So do you think
Canelo?
So do you
why
think?
Is he fighting Crawford? Why is he fighting Crawford?
No doping.
Why is he fighting Crawford?
No doping. Let me tell you something. Why he's fighting Crawford? Because Turkey got on his knee and gave Canelo a bag saying, I need you to fight Crawford. And Canelo was going to reach it. But before he did, he pulled it back and got on his other knee and got another big bag and said, I need you to fight Skull first. That's what happened.
Hold on. We're going to pause right there. For 1 second. No doping, no life. The blouse came in here and tried the body bag. Clavo hit Edgar and pretty much ended up in the casket himself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pay these bills real quick, and then we're going to get back to the conversation. We got to include Solidus because we got to get more on that topic. JMA says, Haney is a runner and Loma was defensive. I agree with that. Mr. Miyagi says, you can be classed as a runner when you barely engage and throw almost the lowest amount of punches in boxing history.
Yeah, prime example, Haney and Lomachenko. Lomachenko was a mover. Haney's a runner.
And is anybody aware?
Loma would make combinations and make motherfuckers quit.
Yep. Is anybody aware that Haney landed 41% and Loma landed 30%?
Well, if you go more, you're gonna miss more as well. You know.
Trust me. I'm gonna tell you.
Doesn't that say Loma? That says Haney landed more, right? We know math, right?
If you only take one shot and you make that one shot, you're shooting 100.
It's about what we see with our eyes.
So fuck those numbers. So basically, what y'all saying is fuck those numbers.
Can I say
no,
something?
we're not saying fuck those numbers. We're saying that that's not the only thing we're considering.
Yo, Solidus.
Why you ain't counted? That would suggest that Haney was landing more.
Yo, Solidus.
But you're saying.
Listen,
but you're bringing up other stuff, though.
You got to understand. They are literally trying to tell us that men can become women.
No, you got to understand. You are just trying to disprove.
Listen,
you're trying to disprove that Haney won.
Fight and I scored that fight 3 times.
I watched that fight.
I scored it the same time.
I scored it 5 times.
I scored it 8-4. I scored it 8-4 the same time.
Hey, but Solidus.
Whatever. IBF, go ahead with the super chat.
Solidus.
You
nah, bro, you cap.
You cap about boxing.
You capping, bro. You capping right now.
Hey,
you don't know shit about boxing, bro. Just admit it.
And hold on. And I just want to clear something up before. Hold on, fellas.
And I'm a fucking casual.
I just want to clear something.
I can tell that.
I just want to clear something up before we go forward. It's saying that Lomachenko landed more punches overall in the fight than Devin Haney as well. Devin Haney might have been a slightly more accurate puncher, but Lomachenko landed more punches.
That. You forgot to add those statistics, huh? Did you, Solidus?
Right. Hey, but
Body bag. Get the fuck out of here.
False stats.
It looked like we couldn't with butter.
41% power punches. Loma landed 30. He's saying other stats.
The first point hold on. Let me keep paying these bills real quick. We'll come right back to it. Mike Trade says Canelo Alvarez is the most criticized boxer, and he's Mexican. That's a body bag on Solidus.
Can I answer that?
That's 100. That's 100. Hold on. Yes,
Hey, you never let me respond to that though.
Nobody's more criticized than Canelo Alvarez, and because
you never let me respond to that.
And he's treated very disrespectfully.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
You never let me answer that question when you said that to Mexican.
You
brought
up
Somebody
Canelo
answer
earlier.
Now before we get to the next one.
Yeah.
You know why he's the most criticized Mexican?
Why is that?
Absolutely.
Because all the legends, Juan Manuel Marquez, Antonio Barrera, like Eric Morales, like none of them ever ducked like Canelo's doing. He's the only one, and he will retire ducking.
What do you mean? Canelo is the most accomplished and the most accoladed Mexican. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest.
Listen. I'm Mexican, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's because of the envy of the money that he's making. They don't even come close combined to what he's making.
I respect.
That's the envy.
I respect how much money. I respect how much money. I respect how much money he's making. That's not the issue. I actually like this nigga.
Envy from those fighters. That's the issue from those fighters.
He got the bull from UFC coming over here.
Nah, that sound about right.
His own events, man. What are you talking about?
Solidus, I want to answer your point. I want to answer your point.
Solidus.
Somebody. Yeah. Go ahead.
The racist talk. It was, why do we hate Devin Haney, right? So I'm gonna tell you why do we hate Devin Haney. I'm gonna tell you why I don't like him right now because. And you said, what's a runner? Okay, I'm gonna tell you that too, because that's what you brought it out of hand when you brought like, oh, we don't like black people. Motherfucker, I got black kids, bro.
I didn't say you didn't like black people. What I said was through careful observation, people only criticize black fighters.
Solidus, hold on, let him finish.
All right, yeah.
But let me tell you, what William Skull did, that was running, bro. That was running. Like Canelo's not gonna chase. That's why he ducked him, bro. He's not gonna. He ducked him. He didn't duck him like that. He just threw the belt because he ain't gonna fucking fight someone like that, bro. Until Turkey gave him the bag, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Devin Haney, bro. He's not showing me. I'm not gonna pay money to watch someone not swing. If I'm gonna pay for a fight, I want to watch what it is, bro. But that's what I'm saying, bro.
Hey, Solidus. I have something to tell you. You brought up Canelo. You brought up Canelo earlier when you were mentioning Devin Haney. The difference is that when Canelo fought Triple G, he rematched him. When there was doubt, that's the difference.
When he was 41.
That's when the difference.
No, I'm not. See, I think there's been a misunderstanding.
Hold on, let me finish.
That's a body bag when he was 41.
It was a close fight, bro. Why didn't he rematch him?
All you guys are smart and got ears. I never said Canelo was bad or he did this. I've always said Canelo was great. What I'm saying is, I never said you guys specifically don't like black people. What I'm saying is, through careful observation of the boxing community, when people like to talk shit, they only really have smoke for black fighters. That's not necessarily y'all, but just in general, these other content creators.
Bro, I'm not talking about
that's what I was talking about.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I was responding to the dude that said, I forgot who it was. He said, I said he hate black people. I never said no shit like that. That was you that said that?
No, dude. Me? No, dude. What the fuck? Man,
hold on. Let me keep going. Let me keep going. Domo says, he says, Solidus, we speak bad about him because why no Saudi? I'm not sure what he's saying about that. Like, why? I think
he's talking about David.
Oh, okay. Solidus, why is David not fighting in Saudi?
Yeah, that's a weird one. If it was me, I would do it. That's a weird one. The IBF, you already heard me say. You heard me say that was weird. You know this. IBF, I've been on this channel for 3 months.
I'm just wanting you to answer the guy that asked you a question. That's all. JMA said, did Ashy Knuckles change his name to Solidus T? All right. My brother Domo says, he says, Solidus, let's just say David was a champion 2 times before the redhead got to the division. Why no unifications? Why no undisputed? And why is he not fighting in Saudi?
That's it. That narrows it down.
He could have been undisputed if he would have fought Canelo.
No, he could have been undisputed if he would have never. Hold on, bro. You just body back yourself. He could have been undisputed had he never lost his belt. That's how you go. You can't go undisputed losing belts, dumbass. So, Solidus, Why didn't David ever unify before Canelo came into the division, sir?
Yeah, he has a weird career when you think about it.
It's
but
very weird. Very weird.
You mean he got a ducking career?
Hold up.
He does.
I was simply going off of when these guys get in the ring and fight. It looks like he can beat Canelo. I'm not talking about, he lost his belt, he got caught snorting coke. Y'all motherfuckers keep bringing that up. I'm talking about when this nigga gets in the ring and fights, he's a problem. He could probably beat Canelo. I don't care about all the outside the ring shit. When them niggas fight, it's very likely he can beat this nigga. That's all I was talking about. Y'all keep bringing like that stupid shit Park Street saying. I'm not talking about that. I don't give a fuck about this nigga snorting coke or he lost his belt because of weight. No, when it's time to fight, that nigga Benavidez could potentially body bag Canelo. That's all I'm talking about. All that other shit, like I'm not on that.
And so what? So let's excuse those two things because of the way he fights. That's it.
Yes, because I'm more of a boxing guy. I focus on the actual in-ring stuff. Y'all talk about the political shit. Y'all don't even work in boxing like that. So why do y'all even care?
Here's the
Are you a promoter? No.
But here's the thing. But I like it when the motherfuckers make the right moves. Guess what? If you would have kept the WBC, you could have got one of the other belts. The fuck are you doing?
My response
why are you at 168?
I'm gonna do another hypothetical.
Hey,
Let me say this real quick. If I'm on the panel and I'm the undisputed champion, Park Street is the mandatory. Why does he have to activate his mandatory to fight me? I'm the champion. He's next in line. I know that he's a contender. I gotta fight my mandatory. Why does this nigga Park Street have to activate his mandatory for me to fight him? I'm gonna fight Park Street.
Hold on. What you say about me?
That's simple.
No. Let me answer. What did you say about me?
What I'm saying is,
he's using a hypothetical, bro.
Nah, let me get at him. I gave a hypothetical to the panel. If I, Solid C, was the undisputed champion on the panel, we're all boxers, right? Mm-hmm. You're next in line. You fought your way up to be in a position to fight me for the belts. I know this, and you're the mandatory. Why do you have to activate your mandatory to fight me?
Because that's the rules.
Because this ain't the
UFC, and if I know you're my mandatory, that's why I gotta fight next. I'm gonna fight him.
No,
it's just like when Dennis Lewis was.
I'm gonna add a caveat.
Let me give you an example.
I'm gonna add a caveat because I like where you're going with this. I'm about to body bag you. You do realize that if you're undisputed, you got 4 different mandatories, right?
Okay, you're one of them. You're one of them.
That's why you gotta activate the fucking mandatory. You fucking I don't need to hear nothing else. And I'm a fucking casual. That's a body bag. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking retard.
You said that.
Oh my goodness.
To take away Benavidez fighting Canelo. Who's been talking shit the most?
Exactly,
and who's the mandatory?
because he didn't activate his mandatory.
So why won't he fight him?
Why do you think Munguia got the fight? Why do you think Berlanga got the fight? Why do you think John Ryder got the fight? What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about.
You were GD, and Canelo's your Larry.
What you're talking about? It's my job to activate. And listen, it's my job to get the activation, and it's my job to activate. It's my job to get to the #1 position, and it's my job to activate that mandatory. You're trying to take that
responsibility. Benavidez was mandatory after Caleb Plant, and he didn't fight him. This bitch ass nigga Park Street bringing some other shit. Come on, bro. He was literally his mandatory after the Caleb Plant fight, and he didn't fight him. But he brings up all this other shit. There's other mandatory too.
1 second, I got a quick question.
You should know better.
Solid, I got a question. Why would one guy fill out the paperwork to be the mandatory and execute it for one guy, but then not the other? So why would he fill out the paperwork for Bivol, but not for Canelo? Why would you do that? Why would you fill out the paperwork for Bivol, but not Canelo?
You want me to answer? You want me to answer?
Yes,
in my opinion,
body bag.
The fuck are you saying?
I actually agree with that. I actually agree with that. I actually think Bivol is a little bit better than him.
Okay, so if he's better, why would you activate
I didn't even answer the question.
It doesn't make sense.
You want me to answer or no?
Yes, I'm waiting.
It makes
okay, I believe Benavidez. I believe
better man drop his belt.
Hold on. Hey, 1 second. I'll destroy you later.
I believe I believe the reason why he did that is because he probably, I think he really wanted to fight him. So I'm just going to do the mandatory. Fuck their trilogy. I think he went back on his word.
Wait a minute.
Like Fabo said.
He really,
That's what I'm thinking.
Hold on 1 second, Solace. You said he really wanted to fight him, but there was already a plan, and David said he was okay with waiting. Why did he change his mind?
That's why I just said. He went back on his word. I believe he went back on his word.
Why did he change his mind when you know Bivol and his team said they were going to do whatever Turkey said? And then
let me repeat myself again. He went back on his word. Like Clavo said. Let me repeat myself again. He went back on his word.
Hold on 1 second, Silas. So if the fight he wanted more than anything was Canelo, why wouldn't he simply, because you said so that means he really didn't want to fight Canelo because he didn't fill out the paperwork. Because he really wanted to fight Bivol, and that's why he filled out the paperwork. Am I getting this right, Clavo? I mean, when you really want to fight somebody, you fill out the paperwork. That's what he said.
And you shouldn't be taking no 2 weeks either. And you shouldn't be taking no 2-week extension either. It should be a done deal. Decide which way you want to go.
All I got to say is, I want to fuck her goddamn number.
You know why he did it?
Why he do it?
He went back on his word. That's what it sounds like.
He did it because he was thinking whether if I do it, is Canelo gonna really take the thing, or is he gonna duck me?
Hold on, but if he really wanted to fight, hold on. But if he really wanted to fight, he would do it. David said in an interview before that came up, the year before, he said, when I become Canelo's mandatory, I'm going to make him drop his belt if he's too pussy to fight me. Those came out of his mouth. So why did he follow? So that's the second lie David's been caught in. Why did he keep lying about doing things that he won't do?
You just walked into a body bag.
No, you
didn't. Talking about an interview. You just walked into a body bag.
I'm not here.
How's that a body bag? It's out of the horse's mouth.
I'm asking you a question. Can you answer the question? No ducking. 1 second, Solomon.
You already walked into a body bag.
Okay, well, body bag it. Come on.
Okay.
This better be good too.
The latest interview you said about Canelo, it was that he said that he was never gonna fight David Benavidez. So that's the interview that just makes it seem and destroys everything, all the bias, everything. Everything is done. There's no more conclusions.
Hold on. That makes no sense. Hold on. That makes no sense. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why. And this is why you're gonna. So hold on. Let me respond to you. So the first announcement I want to make is they need to bring special eds back to schools because this is really sad. What I'm seeing on these live streams, like you really need to introduce.
That's that DEI education.
We got to get the education system back up, please. We need the government to allocate some more money to help these kids because they're not learning. They not. They say no child left behind, but look at all these kids left behind. Anyway, let me get to it, Blouse. The fact that Canelo said that he's not interested in ever fighting David has nothing to do with the fact that David said years ago. Shut up for a second. Let me finish. It has nothing to do. Hey, it has nothing to do with dude. It has nothing to do with the fact that David said years ago that he was going to force Canelo to drop his belt. He never forced Canelo to drop shit because he didn't want to activate his mandatory. He didn't want to do it.
So Solid, that's twice that he went back on his word. You don't see a pattern?
And that's why he don't want to call him a liar. Hey, it's hard to call somebody a liar when you got their nuts in your mouth. But let me get to the next thing.
Big facts.
Or no, even no fucking no fucking whatever his name is. No ducking, no
Blouse.
PEDs.
Blouse. Am I lying? Did Canelo say never?
Dunking David Donut out his mouth because that glaze is gonna end up with the doctor pumping his stomach out.
Hold on, let's get to the next one. Mr. Miyagi says Mauricio Suleiman was on TBV yesterday, basically saying David was never the mandatory and he chose to stay at 175, so it's all BS. He literally said on TBV that David Benavidez had to put in the paperwork, and David said, "No, I'm not putting in the paperwork at 68. I'm gonna do it at 75." And he said, "Okay." David made a choice. He made a fucking choice. That's on David.
Canelo did too by saying he don't never fight David Benavidez.
And that's why David should have called his bluff. Hold on, David should have called his bluff and should have had him stripped like he said. So when he lied, all you did is sit there and accept it. That's what I'm talking about. Hold on, Blouse. Why are you allowing David to lie to you and you not criticize it?
I know I keep it 100. He should have.
No, you're not. You're not keeping it 100. Why are you? So you're the type of dude. Hold on. You're the type of dude to let a bitch lie to you. She's out here sucking off Clavo, but she's still my girl, bro. She's still my girl. I believe her. She wasn't doing it. No, fuck that shit, bro. Fuck
No,
that
you
shit.
wrong, Nuke.
Fuck that shit. No wonder you want to come on here and go at Edgar. Come on, man.
I mean, look, regardless, yeah, Canelo did recently. He just said never. Nah, Canelo, he did just say never, bro. But that doesn't really matter because they're separated by weight.
Whatever Kool-Aid Ashley Knuckles drank, this motherfucker drank too.
You ugly boy, Edgar Moreno.
Why are you worried about how I look, you momo?
Oh my God.
Why are you worried about how I look? That's the problem with you, bro. You're infatuated with David. You would let him fucking smack on the first night.
Oh man. Oh,
like you,
man.
Canelo, like that or what?
Okay. Hold on. Your comebacks are weak, Blouse. You have to work on that shit. Blouse, when you go home, look in the mirror and say, I am a winner. So you can tell yourself that you can do this. George the Last Patriot says, RIP to the real body snatcher, Mike McCollum. Salute to him.
I mean, the facts are
and
there.
bless his family. Noah says, Nuke in the panel. If Usyk beats Dubois in a rematch, would y'all put him in the top 5 heavyweights of all time? Shit, even the top 3, 2-time undisputed? If so, by the way, me personally, he's in my top 10. I'd have to reevaluate everything for the top 5, but he's definitely in my top 10. What do you guys think?
Yeah, he could be top 10. I don't know about top 5.
Solidus, Park Street Clavo, is he in your top 5 or top 10?
Well, let me go at it. Look, man, Usyk, you the man, bro. You the dog. Much respect to what you did. However, it would have to be top 10, not top 5, because Usyk, you didn't have much of a campaign at heavyweight versus the other guys that have been on heavyweight for the longest and actually got other achievements. But regardless, you are a very you're gonna be a fucking legend. I feel like he's gonna be a legend later on, because of what he's done. But as the top 5, but heavyweight, nah, because you didn't really care. Cruiserweight, I'll give him top 5 of the cruiserweights. I'll give him that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I agree. And my brother Mike Trade says, bro, 95% of blacks hate Canelo. This Solidus T dude be lying saying Canelo has a big black fan base when he doesn't. When Canelo lost, they called his fans grass mowers and border jumpers. Nuke, you know, and he's absolutely right. I've had and I'm going to tell you this. Mike Trades is honest about this because I'm going to say thousands and thousands of people send me messages talking about the border hopper lost and go mow some lawn or go eat a burrito. They said he got the stuffing and the candy beat out of that pinata. These are derogatory comments for me when I speak positive about Canelo. And these are all from black accounts. You've seen other boxing channels build all this hate. So I would say at least the vast majority of black boxing fans are anti-Canelo. Whether that's 75%, whether that's 80%, I would say the vast majority. That's not saying every black boxing fan, but they say the vast majority are anti-Canelo. And I don't know why that is. But if we're going to talk about racial disparity, you have to bring in the racial disparity from that.
Well, that's the thing, man. I actually leave that shit out because that's not one thing I want to focus about anyways. But I'm gonna let the people who want to talk about it. And when they do, that's because that's what y'all look at, because that's what y'all about. Solidus, I'm sorry, bro, but the fact that you just brought that in kind of make me think that maybe you're probably one of the racial ones, bro. I mean, I got no other way to think about it, because why would you even bring that to us?
It's a victim mindset.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's got to be a reason why you brought that up. I'm not saying you're racist, maybe, but there's got to be a reason why you decided to bring that to our attention. Which was never necessary.
And that's the thing about it too, because I told you the first thing you brought up was Haney and stuff like that, and then later it was the race shit. So it's like, yeah, bro, like, why do you bring that up?
Man,
come on now.
The reason why I did that is because, like I said, I only come on this panel now. I've been going on other panels. What I've noticed is, without actually calling people racist, what I've noticed, most of the shit talking, yes, is from my experience. It's coming from Mexicans that claim they know boxing. Let me finish this.
Round one, let him finish.
Round one,
let me finish this. When I was going on other panels, it was mostly Mexicans. That's who's talking the shit. I don't think they're racist. I wouldn't give a fuck if they were, to be honest with you. But what I've noticed by just paying attention, when people criticize and talk shit about fighters, people only really have smoke for black fighters. None of these motherfuckers are perfect, and all of them are worthy of criticism. But people only really talk about black fighters. That's what I'm pointing out.
Okay.
I'm not saying fuck Mexicans or whatever they're trying to make it like I'm racist or something. Like, nah. And there's no I don't want nobody who's not white to say victim mindset. You're not a white. That's how a white motherfucker talk. You're not white. Don't say that.
With a black wife. So let me answer your shit, bro. Trust me. But because look, like I said, I'm a fight fan, bro. The boxing community and the MMA community, that's a huge difference. I don't see LGBTQ in the MMA community. I don't see none of that shit. But hey, Conor McGregor ain't paying these YouTubers like Bill Haney is. For Conor McGregor, daddy ain't doing that shit. Like we ain't seeing this shit like we see in the boxing community. We seeing shit in the boxing community.
Repeat myself.
Let me tell you something. When you bring race up, Floyd Mayweather was the guy to say, yeah, if I gotta sell tickets, I gotta have black versus Mexicans. That's how we sell tickets. So you gotta say it like that. Come on now, bro. You're talking to a fight fan.
Let me say this.
None of that.
Let me say this again. People on the internet, on these panels, we're all internet people. When I go on these panels, when I used to, it was mostly Mexicans, and from observation, I noticed they don't really have smoke for nobody else but black boxers. So going off of that, it came off like it was racist. What do you understand it or not understand that? Okay, then. So what? All this other stuff's not necessary.
I started following Ichigo boxing, Dante's Delusional Nation. I started following, and I stopped following because I'm like, these are pro-black boxing. What am I doing? And then, like, I'm not even a boxing. I'm a whole.
So you should be able to relate then if you went through it then.
No,
vice versa.
I'm just saying. No. I'm just saying. It's like I've never seen that in the MMA community, bro.
And also,
look, man, look. There's a same on each side. There's racial Mexican guys talk about blacks and vice versa. It's gonna happen in either kind of sport. My whole point is that there was no reason to bring it up in this live. We know this.
We know about that. And also, IBF said
Mexicans or Shigo. I'm just saying these are.
I understand that.
Canelo. They're hating on Canelo. These are the boxing channels hating.
And understand that.
Pushing all this other shit, and these are the ones we talking about. We
and then the difference is IBF said earlier that he was getting black people coming at him and black people being racist. And to be honest with you, that's probably true. But what he don't understand is I don't give a fuck. This don't bother me at all. If other black fans don't like Mexicans, they say that. It is what it is. Do I agree? No.
Mexicans, but you're the one bringing up the racial shit, so that's the point.
Yeah, but I'm not upset about somebody saying blacks do it too. Mexicans are upset at me saying that. I don't give a fuck.
So what are we doing? Why are we even on this?
Nah, the reason why I said that is because the point he was making, it didn't make sense. He experienced the same thing I experienced, but he tried to make it seem like it was something bigger than that.
Hold on. From what I remember, this was about Devin Haney and his fucking style, the pure boxing style, along with Jermaine Ortiz. It was about the basically the pure boxing style being an unfriendly, unfriendly style. That's what the whole thing is about. So how do we go racial from that? How do we go racial from that?
The reason why it went racial from that is because they're saying they don't like people that run. When Ortiz fought Teofimo Lopez, I think it was last year, he literally ran that whole fight and didn't engage. And nobody criticized him for doing that. Maybe not y'all. But other people didn't criticize him.
Solidus, let me respond. Yeah. We all criticized him. Then when you go back to that live stream, we said this man was a runner. He's a track star. We made the whole song about him. Everybody in the comments, everybody on the live stream said this man was.
Maybe not y'all.
But we represent a huge fan base.
I was on other panels. They refused to say that. Black fighter do that shit.
Hold on.
You know what time it is.
The majority of boxing fans will say that because
that's why I fuck with this channel the most. Y'all don't do that.
Fact.
But other panels were doing that. Just like last month. The worst thing that happened on that fight card was Ryan losing the rope. Everybody says Rolly Romero is a bum. He beat a guy that Mexicans respect. All the Mexicans were trying to avoid talking about that. They want to talk about Haney and shit. But the worst thing that happened was Ryan losing. Haney fought bad, but he won. They rather talk about that than talk about a nigga losing to a nigga y'all said was a bum. When you think about it, that's some whole ass shit. When you actually break it down.
Think about it. You know why? Because remember, Ryan popped dirty, whatever. So we're not even looking at this is a whole different with people, and I've seen some of them too because they weren't even talking. Because why, bro? Legit, Haney was the co-main event before the main event had more action than the co-main event, bro. That's just
the best fight of the night was the Teo fight.
So what?
It was.
But the main event had a better fucking outcome than the fucking co-main event. The co-main event was in shit.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
No. Let me tell you. And for you to say like,
hold up.
I'm a fight fan.
That matters.
Look. I like black fighters. When I like Israel Adesanya knocking people out, but I could say Israel Adesanya's other fights boring as shit. I could say that. You know why? Because I'm a fucking fan of his. When he knocks people out and wins the belt, but he defends the belt and it's boring. So I would give that criticism to Devin Haney. It was boring as shit. Running around, ain't engaging, bro. I'm paying money. Money.
Round one. Hey, round one.
I'm lost.
Go ahead.
Hey, Lacabo, you know what? I'm lost too, and this is just an ongoing shit that we're not gonna get an end to it because he sees it one way, we see it another. But what what boggles my mind is this guy is Solid is defending on his fucking sword and shield. On one side, he's defending Haney because we're calling him a runner and he doesn't engage and all this other shit. And he's saying Haney's great for that. And he's saying Haney's great for that. He's saying Haney's great for that. But on the other side, he says he likes Benavidez because of the way he fights. And Benavidez is supposed to be a pressure fighter and a boxer and a knockout artist. So which one is it? Yep. You're usually on one side of the street more than the other. That's two different sides.
So if Haney's doing a good job with that means William Skull did a good job with that too. Then I guess.
There's a lot of misunderstanding.
No, I mean the misunderstanding is we coming from a specific fighter on his style of fighting. And then we're basically going into racial shit, bro. This whole thing has been a whole confusion thing. I'm actually trying to. What point are we arguing here exactly? What was the whole point of the Devin Haney?
I think my point. You bring emotion.
My boy, talk about he don't like Haney.
Look, my point was for Solidus was he said the first point was Haney. Why I don't like Haney, and I'm telling him because it's boring. I'm not gonna pay Haney. Haney isn't gonna be I probably won't see Haney in the main event for a while because ain't no one gonna put that money up. The same thing with William Skull. The same thing with people like, well, Israel Adesanya is gonna get main events because he's the motherfucking name. He had boring fights, but still, he's still popular as shit. More than Devin Haney in his respective sport, and Haney's more accomplished, right? So it's different, bro. You can't tell me some one shit. But I'm just saying what I hate about Haney. Look at the fight, bro. Look at the fight. You think I'm gonna pay Haney and Teo? I think that's gonna be even a sleeper of a fight.
I agree. I agree. I agree. And
in my opinion,
one second. I got to get the next one in. George the Last Patriot says potential fight Devin Haney versus Blair Cobbs at 147. Who do you guys got?
I got Blair Cobbs.
Man,
He's gonna drop him. My boy, Blair the Flair is gonna.
That can't be real. That can't be real.
Yep, he gonna fuck up Haney, bro. Haney, you know what? Haney ain't gonna throw fucking. You know what? Blair's gonna get robbed, bro. Blair would get robbed, bro. Haney don't even have the power to even do anything, bro.
I believe Devin Haney will win. He's gonna do a lot of running and holding.
Could I respond to what Edgar said?
Yeah.
Okay, Devin Haney's a great fighter, right? We've seen him have good performances.
He's a good fighter, not a great fighter.
Lately, there's been some.
Great is the understatement, bro. Come on now, bro. That's too much, bro. That's blazing.
Lately, there's been some weird shit going on. I agree. I didn't like his last performance. I was not impressed. I thought it was bad. And then to touch on the Benavidez thing real quick.
I like his last 4 performances.
The problem with Benavidez is, yes, he's a pressure fighter. He comes forward, but he's good defensively. But I felt that Edgar was the wrong person to say that. Because y'all don't like. He doesn't like Benavidez. That coming from him, that didn't come off right because he don't like Benavidez. He criticized everything he does. They made fun of him getting knocked down. So he don't even like Benavidez. So why would he make that point?
Dude, I'm Mexican, dude. So I got a Mexican cousin who's a casual. This motherfucker's Mexican. Donald Trump and ICE, they're looking for him. Trust me. They look.
When I say Benavidez,
he's a Devin.
when I say Benavidez is defensive, what I mean by that is his last fight, he was fighting a guy that can really punch. If you actually fucking watch the fight, he did a really good job not getting hit too much by him. That's defensive.
So how did he look more fucked up than the other guy?
No, he got hit. Morrell hits hard. Give Morrell credit, but he wasn't getting hit like, oh my God, he's getting hit hard. He actually hit Morrell. He actually
gets hit.
Look at his face.
Then how can you have great defense if he gets hit? What are you talking about?
Y'all the wrong people to say that because fighters that don't get hit, y'all say are running. Y'all the wrong people to say that.
Bro,
fighters that don't get hit, y'all say run.
How does he not get hit? How does he not get hit?
If they're all the defensive fighters that don't get hit like a Shakur, y'all criticize them.
Look.
So why would that matter?
Why would that matter? This is what you don't understand. We criticize fighters not for utilizing movement. We criticize fighters for lacking engagement, meaning not throwing no fucking punches.
Boy,
so guys that do that, you still criticize, like Benavidez, right? Exactly.
Listen.
You say he got marked up by Morrell, right?
For different
That's a criticism.
We criticize Haney and Shakur.
You said Benavidez got marked up by Morrell. That's criticism, right?
Be quiet.
Well, no, hold up. You said Benavidez got marked up by Morrell. That's criticism, right?
Because David is a duck. Stop running your mouth and be quiet. David is a duck. That's why we're criticizing him. We're criticizing Haney and Shakur because they lack engagement. They're not throwing their fucking hands. What are you talking about?
Benavidez is a fighter that engages. You still criticize him, though.
You didn't listen to what he just said.
Him for something different, you.
Bro, the criticism is for different things, bro.
I heard you criticize him for what he does in the ring. You said he got marked up by Morrell.
We're not criticizing him for lack of movement or movement. We're not criticizing him for that. We're criticizing him because he's ducking. That's what we're criticizing him for.
And because y'all put him on a pedestal for no reason.
168. He ducked Canelo. He ducked Callum. What are you talking about? You yourself just said that he switched up twice.
Stop put that.
What are you talking about?
Don't take another.
I said switched up on Bivol. I never said nobody for 68. So you're not even listening to what I'm saying. You got selective hearing.
Let me tell you something.
It don't matter what the fuck you
I said switched up on Bivol.
And I just told
you heard me say that, but you said he ducked 68. I never said it about 68.
I just told you. It doesn't
you never.
matter.
I said he switched up on Bivol. You said I said he switched up on guys. I never said that.
Solid.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about 175. But Turbiev, he took Bivol and he ducked Callum. Now, what do you got to say?
Yep.
My point exactly. Body bag.
I mean, and I gotta go back.
If you think he's ducking those guys, you don't know boxing as much as you claim you do.
Oh no, you tripping, bro. Oh, you out of your mind, Solid.
Listen. He ducked Callum at 168 when they were both champions.
He's scared to fight Callum.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. He ducked Callum the first time at 168 when they were both champions. He ducked Callum this year at 175.
I know that's
so he
not
ducked
true.
him twice. What are you talking
I'm
about?
gonna spin you because I know that's not true. For those that don't know what spin you is.
Samson Lipowicz says it, bro. It's on a video, bro. It's coming out of the horse's mouth.
Hey,
we gotta offer. We gotta offer to fight Colin Smith for many millions.
Like Benavidez because of the
we reject it.
So y'all want to just go against him. So fuck all the Benavidez. Hey, IBF, what's the next topic?
What are you talking about?
Nah.
IBF, where we going next with the topic?
Nah, yet. Nah, we ain't going nowhere next. You got cooked.
What did I say about Canelo? What did I say about Canelo? If they offered him the money to fight Benavidez,
IBF, what's the next topic? Where we at?
What did I say about? Be quiet. I'm not talking to you, Solidus. I'm talking to Nuke. What did I tell you about Canelo? If they gave him the Benavidez fight and they paid him and he didn't fight, what did I say Canelo was?
You said
Park Street called out Canelo. If they gave him the money and did everything, hold on 1 second, round one. Park Street and already been on record. If they give Canelo everything he asked for to make the fight that Canelo said, and Canelo don't do it, he's a straight bitch.
That's true.
Everything
next topic.
about. Next topic.
So did IBF, please. IBF,
All right, let me get to the next one. Then Domo says this one is for Solidus. A 40-year-old Canelo can beat David because David is basic. One-time counterpunch.
I forgot.
Hold on, Solid. And he said he'll be tripping over them trash-ass feet. Evidence shows this.
Hey, I didn't want to go back on it because I just said next topic, but I forgot to respond to Parsons because he asked.
You know you want to stay on it.
I really don't. But he asked me
before you do that, Solidus, do you believe a 40-year-old Canelo can beat David Benavidez?
No, see, that's the thing. I think if Benavidez and Canelo were to actually fight, I think what would happen is, I'll say this. If he can scare Benavidez with his power, I can see Canelo winning. But if that doesn't work on Benavidez, like how it didn't work on Bivol, Benavidez going to wash him. That's how I think that fight will turn out.
Wash him.
So do you think that power is the only thing that Canelo has?
I think Canelo is skilled, but not the most skilled. I think Benavidez can get around that. But I think if he can scare Benavidez with his power, like how you do them other dudes, because that's mostly how he wins. He makes you scared to engage because he's so strong. Hold up. He scares you scared. He scares you with his power, so you don't fight him straight up. He beats you like that. But if you're able to fight through that, like how Bivol did, he's beatable. I can see Benavidez
power like that no more, bro. He don't have power. He still got pop, and that's what gets him the pop, not the power, bro.
That's not a good argument because Canelo has more. See, this is the thing. When you're the smaller, you're fighting bigger fighters.
So when he fought,
more than just
Canelo's last 3 fights, what was the opponent doing?
Bro, they were back in track. IBF.
I'm gonna holler at IBF.
Okay.
What was his last 3 opponents doing? What was his last 3 opponents doing when they fight him? They were scared to engage him because of how hard he hits, right?
Correct.
No, that's not the
so
only
if
thing
he's
he does.
able. Let me hold up. I'm hollering at IBF. So if he can do that to Benavidez, okay, yeah, he'll be. All right, that's fine. But if that does not work on Benavidez, Benavidez is most likely going to beat him.
Okay, now hold on. Now I want to add something to this. Canelo has beaten opponents who were not afraid to engage in him. I give you an example like Gennady Golovkin. He wasn't afraid to engage with Canelo. Hold on, Solidus. I'm talking, please. And so if Gennady Golovkin wasn't afraid to engage with Canelo, they went back and forth. You look at a guy like David, even if he's not afraid to engage, it doesn't matter if he's afraid or not. One perfectly timed counter shot could put him down. You're talking about a journeyman put him down and who doesn't have the experience, the reflexes, or the ability of Canelo. Even if Canelo is declined, even if Canelo's declined, he still is way above that level. David Benavidez, it would just be very bad. And David get hits a lot too, so he's very susceptible to a big shot.
True.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not mad at that, but what I'm saying is, if he's able to deal with that power, it's probably going to be a win.
But being able to deal with the power doesn't mean he guarantees a win.
He still got to deal with. He got to deal with Canelo's chin. He got to deal with his IQ. He got to deal with his head movement and defense. He got to deal with his ability to put his foot placement to cut David off because David's going to run from the IQ, from the power. He's going to run from everything. It's not just power. You cannot rely on power when you're the smaller man fighting bigger fighters and moving outside your list.
So you saying Benavidez is not skilled enough to fight Canelo outside of power?
Based off of what you're saying, you would think that Bud is more skilled than Canelo.
Wait a minute, hold up. I want to Park Street. You think Benavidez is not skilled enough to compete with Canelo outside of just power shots?
Hell no.
You think that?
Hell no. All he got.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. I told IBF this a while ago. I'm gonna tell you this. You better pray the motherfuckers don't fight. I'm gonna say this. I told IBF this. I'm gonna tell you this. You better pray they don't fight.
Understand? I'm praying for them to fight. I want them to fight. He's gonna put pause on David Benavidez.
Oh my goodness!
I mean,
what are you talking about?
If this fight happens,
pray for them not to fight.
We want them to fight. Where the fuck is he at when we be having this conversation? We want them to fight.
If they fight, I want you to put money. I'm putting money up. I want you to put money.
And David is not.
I don't need to put no fucking.
I don't need to put no fucking. No. I want to bet if this fight if this fight actually happens, I want to bet price.
I didn't hear anything from Clavo or Edgar.
What?
Clavo and Edgar, do you guys? What do you think about him saying that you guys are praying for them? Well, at least partially, somebody would pray for Canelo and David not to fight.
No. I said you better pray they do fight so I can prove he can be proven wrong. That's what I was saying.
Even better because Canelo can still
this nigga be switching the fuck up. That is not what you just said. You
just said that is not what you said. I did say that.
No,
I did say that.
You said that. I'm afraid that they don't. You said don't.
I said no. Somebody didn't hear me correctly. This is what I said.
I heard.
I said it multiple times. I said you better pray. I said I'm gonna tell you what I told IBF a couple of months ago when I first came on. We were talking about this. It's like the millionth.
And that you're gonna pray that they don't fight.
And I said this is what I said. I said I pray. He better pray they do fight so he can be proven wrong. That's what I said.
That's not what you said right now. That's not what you said. That is not what you said.
That is what I said. Brian would tell me what I said. That is what I said.
No, it's not.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If you better pray they do fight.
No, because Park Street rebutted with, nigga, I know, I pray that they do fight.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I said, I said put money up. Then I said I want to bet you when they do fight.
No, but you're missing the point. You said we better pray they don't fight, and Park Street rebuttal is I pray they do fight.
I said, so it got twisted up.
Well, look, man, it doesn't really matter because IBFP already put out the news. He already put out the news. Suleiman already said that they never wanted to enforce it.
Speak real quick.
IBFP already said that they never wanted to enforce it. It never got brought up. So all that shit is gone. All that shit about Canelo ducking David never did what he needed to do. So that kills everything.
Well, if the fight were to actually happen,
and then he's talking about moving up the cruiserweight. He's talking about moving up the cruiserweight, so he's ducking Bivol and Benavidez. Come on now, bro.
There's like I can't speak on that, but I'm just saying.
I believe he goes.
It is. I can't speak on that. What I'm saying is the reason why I can't speak on that is because that's irrelevant at this point. He ain't even moved the cruiserweight yet. What I'm saying is you better pray they do.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because he's still at 175.
No, I'm saying he hasn't moved to cruiserweight as of right now.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna skip
talked about moving.
So I'm gonna skip the cruiserweight talk for now. That's what I'm saying. That 175, that's not cruiserweight.
Well, look, bro, look.
So that's where I'm at with
it. If he wanted to fight Canelo, he would have stayed at 168, bro. He wouldn't have gotten an interim title fight when he moved up.
Wait a minute, round one. Wait a minute, round one. This the same David Benavidez said he'd be happy to come back to 68 to fight Bud Crawford if he beats Canelo.
Yeah, that was some stupid shit. Yeah, that's some bullshit. He could have been just saying that though.
Like
that's bullshit though.
Weird thing to say after you had a chance to force it and then.
Yeah, I agree. When I heard that.
When I heard that was weird. But what do you mean he could just be in that? What does that mean, dog?
What is that? So
Crawford?
Nah, like I said, I don't believe.
Hold on, Edgar, go real quick.
Like I've said it, we've said it. This guy moves in a shady ass fashion. He contradicts himself. He makes up lies about offers that don't exist. He makes up every which kind of fucking lie. This is like the most sluttiest, whorish chick that you ever had known in high school. But these Benavidez fans, like after the football team, the soccer team, the basketball team ran through her, the one band camp motherfucker is like, nah, she's still good. I can still use her. She can be the love of my life. Like, bro, the signs are there. He keeps moving in a fucked up way, and you still don't see it. Like, they don't see it. It's they're blind. They're blind for love for this nigga. Like, I don't know why.
I mean, only reason why is because they feel like he can beat Canelo. That's it.
Yeah,
they don't really care about what he's done because look, you would like a fighter. No, you would like a fighter for what he's done. You know, other divisions, what you have accomplished. You know, any kind of historical references. David ain't got none of that. So why we praise it? Why we got to praise it?
But that's where it all starts, though. Like what you can do in the ring. That's where it all starts at, though.
So yeah, so that means Canelo has done everything that needs to be done. So why are we throwing him under the bus for David Benavidez?
Again, we keep having the same thing.
Wait.
Nobody is denying Canelo's greatness.
One second. I need everybody.
Nobody's denying Canelo's greatness.
Hold on 1 second. Mirage says, how does David move funny? He tried to fight Bivol and Canelo, and this is the disappointing thing about Mirage.
Those are the lies.
Hey,
he didn't try to fight either one of them. Now
you fucking idiot.
Why is his wife looking for him in the chat? Why is his wife in the chat looking for him? Like, come on, man. Where you at? Your wife is looking. Start cleaning the damn house, motherfucker. Get out the fucking computer. Go home. Clean the house.
Mirage, didn't you say you ain't in the mood to be in here, bro? What the fuck you doing in here?
He been here for 2 hours, bro.
Look,
but he ain't in the mood.
He said he ain't in the mood.
Looking for him. Like the first shit she said was, "Hey, is Mirage here? I need him to clean the toilet. Like there's shit all over the toilet. I need him to clean this shit." I'm like, God damn, like he's not here yet.
Okay, hold on. I got another one here. This one's from German. And he says the argument for Devin Haney is weak. If Haney was a Mexican fighter from Mexico or another country, the way he is fighting now, his fights would still be boring. So he's basically saying it does not matter where a guy from or what he looks like. Taking on that approach to a fight is what pisses fans off. That's a body bag.
If he was
Park
Mexican,
Street, that's a body bag, Park.
Yep, that's a big body bag.
Body.
That's a fat bitch body bag.
Oh, man. He's a double body with cheese. Oh, man. All right. JMA says, this motherfucker talks about race, but doesn't understand about Mexicans don't take disrespect. That's why Canelo's not fighting Benavidez.
Oh, that's
who actually agrees with that? Who actually agrees with that?
I do. Hey, look,
I agree with that.
Listen, Solidus.
I've never heard. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I've never heard a Mexican not want to fight somebody because they're talking shit about. I've never seen or heard a Mexican do that. This is the first right here.
Look at history, Solidus.
What Mexican is going to duck smoke?
Hey, as a Mexican, let me.
What Mexican is going to duck smoke?
History.
Well, wait, hold on.
Listen.
Wait. Nobody disrespected Canelo before getting the fight. The smack talk starts after they get the fight.
Mexican is going to duck smoke? Can somebody answer that?
All right, well, hold on. Let me answer that. Hold on. Let me answer that. Hold on.
Somebody.
Let Clavo get
No Mexican boxer duck smoke, bro. The motherfuckers will fight anybody.
Okay.
Mexicans will fight anybody. They don't care who you are.
Let me answer that question.
Hold on, 1 second. Everybody, 1 second. Let Clavo get this one.
What Mexican duck smoke or which one don't? Apparently, bro, you haven't been keeping up with previous events because according to what we read, Pitbull ducked Shakur and Pitbull fucking ducked Ryan, and he's from Mexico. And William Cepeda, well, now he's fighting him, but first they accused him of ducking Shakur. There you go.
There you go.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Wait a minute.
Body bag.
I forgot about the Pitbull Cruz.
Pitbull Cruz.
But Cepeda, wait a minute. Cepeda is fighting Shakur right now. So
I know, that's why I said that.
He's fighting him right now.
He's fighting him right now, but they said that he was ducking him.
You asked for what Mexican fighter, and he gave you one.
Okay,
I gave him two.
You gave him two.
All right, well, let's say this then. I forgot about Pitbull Cruz. I don't really pay attention to him. In general.
Because your point was
In general. No. In general.
Oh my God!
See, he don't listen.
Hey, Clavo, name 5 Mexicans now.
Damn.
See, the problem is.
I'm sorry, Solidus.
Let me say this.
You gave me no choice.
I don't care about the body bag shit. I'm not even there. What I'm saying is, I'm big on accountability, right? That's me personally. If I make a mistake, okay, all right. I forgot about Pitbull Cruz. Okay, that's
you can't be big on
in general.
You defending David Benavidez.
Hold up. I'm gonna spin you right. In general, Mexicans don't turn down fights. They fight anybody. In general, there might be some that have, but in general, Mexicans don't do that. Could we agree with that? Could we at least agree with that? Clavo,
let me tell you.
Clavo, where you at?
Round one. I don't know if you know this round one, but you sound very far away, bro. Like we can barely even hear you.
Okay, my.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
And hold on, let me read the next one while he figures that out. N1 Baller says, "No doping, no life." Is the A fool? Let me borrow a pencil, guy.
All right. As a Mexican American, I'm more Mexican than David, and I'm American. So I don't agree with that shit too. Because Ryan ducked, he he said I have mental issues. He was supposed to fight somebody and duck, basically, bro. And Pitbull Cruz ducked, and there's plenty Mexicans that duck, bro. So what you're saying, Mexicans don't duck, bro. I've seen
yo,
many
solid.
Mexicans. Canelo only ducked Triple G. I could say that. He didn't duck David. He probably maybe ducked Charlo or Boo Boo, but that's not ducking when you're fighting higher competition, moving up to weight division, moving up and down.
Wait.
Charlo
Nah, he didn't duck Triple G, bro. You tripping,
Charlo
bro.
ducked the IBF champion in Jacobs. Canelo beat his ass. Charlo got punked by Jacobs. So what are you talking about?
And hang on, Solid. Again, as a Mexican person speaking on what you're saying. Yeah, I'm gonna say we generally do not, on the most part, run from smoke, and I'm gonna say we rarely do. He is not running from the smoke. At this point, it is a disrespectful. It's a respect thing. So Canelo does not want to bless this man that's basically moved in shady ways, threw his name in the dirt, threw his name down the gutter, and all this other bullshit. He'd be like, hey, wait a minute. All you're looking for is for me to fucking take care of your stupid ass financially for the rest of your life. You know what? You can talk all the shit you want. Ooh. You're not gonna get that. You're not gonna get that paycheck so that you can live privilegedly the rest of your life. You can go fuck off and you can go try to make that money, but you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make that money on me.
Look! He moved up. He moved. He could have done it. Look at Boo Boo Andrade. Boo Boo Andrade. He pulled out the Parker fight twice. He pulled out the interim belt fight twice. He could have been main event, the interim title fight for the WBO, but he pulled out. Ryder got in. You know why he pulled out? He went to a
me, to me, it's a respect thing. He is not gonna fucking take care of him. He's not gonna take care of him for the rest of his life for running his mouth.
Me and Edgar had disagreed a while ago. We cool now. I like to believe we are. Edgar, come on now. You don't really believe that, do you?
It's a respect thing at this point, bro. Canelo does not need the money, and he does not want to bless him for the money. That's all it is.
He's going to bless him financially, so he's...
No, he does not want to do that.
Can you let on real talk?
Let me respond to Edgar real quick. Me and Edgar cool. We ain't got no smoke. But I just want to say this. You really believe he's not fighting Benavidez because he doesn't want to? It's because of money. That's why he won't fight him.
Yes, he does not want to. Yes, he does not want to bless him for the rest of his life.
I can't really hear you too well. I was wondering if you could just get Benavidez' dick out your mouth real quick. I could, you know.
Damn, bro. Come on, bro.
Come on. Hey, let me say this. I'm the wrong person to say that to. I'm 100% heterosexual. I don't do the homo thing. Notice I never respond. I'm not into that. I like girls only. I don't do the homo stuff. I don't get into that. Y'all do that.
Okay, listen.
You like to suck. Hold on, let me respond to you. Let me finish. You like to suck dick. That's you. I don't do the homo. I like girls.
That was such a weak ass response, bro.
I don't like guys.
Solidus. Okay,
I had to keep it real because a lot of homo jokes on here. I don't do the homo stuff. I shy away from that. I'm not into that.
Relax. But like,
women,
can we?
You should have said I was eating pussy.
No, I'm not saying you're sucking dick. I'm just saying you order a David donut with extra glaze, and that's bad for you, bro.
Listen, wait, Solidus.
That joke's been used before.
Listen, Solidus, but like, can you at least see the fact, or like, can you at least see the point that we're trying to make across, that like David has moved continuously, time after time in shady fucking ways. He makes up lies, he makes up offers, he fucking pretends to want to fight somebody and then doesn't fill out the paperwork. So can you at least, like, all these things add up. Like if a girl like tells you fucking, oh, she's a fucking 10 and she tells you this all over the phone, and then she sends you some pictures, but you only see her face, you don't see her body, and then you meet her up at the fucking bar and she's a whale. Shit should have been there, like shit. There's gonna be things that are kind of fucking, point you in the right direction.
Damn, they tricked you too, huh, Edgar?
Yo, IBFP, can I make a point?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the way somebody explained it to me was, if you think about it like this, you as a broke ass motherfucker with only 200 in your pocket, well, you will determine who you spend your money with. As a nigga with 200. You don't think somebody who can make somebody 10 to 15 million wouldn't choose who they make their money with?
Hey, look, Solidus. Solidus. This is why. Solidus. Let me tell you something. This is why I have a black wife. She had a black man. She left him. He wasn't doing shit. She got with a Mexican.
Nah, don't do that.
Scrubbing out the dirt.
Don't do that.
I'm not saying that.
Don't do that, bro.
Because, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because you know why? He cheated. He couldn't do shit. So why? She needed a real man. You know, you got people like David cheating his way in to get
what's this got to do with this, bro?
Amazon belt. Come on, man. Come on. That's cheating.
Round one, dog. Come on, bro. This ain't even a parallel, bro. Come on.
Shut the fuck up, Way.
All right. So hold on. The Gooch says Solidus, the tribalist. Loma won that fight 8-4. Shout out to the Gooch. JMA says Marquez ducked. Ruslan Provodnikov and Pacquiao didn't want to fight again. Chavez, Sweet Pea, everybody ducked fights. Solidus T. That's from JMA saying that everybody, including legends, duck fights. I have a whole list of videos of fights that Floyd ducked if you want to check that out. It's one of my YouTube shorts. My brother the Gooch says, dumbass. Canelo is the most accomplished Mexican boxer. He has defeated 9 reigning world champions, 6 of which were undefeated, 2-time undisputed, 3-time lineal, 4-division champ, no contest. Shout out to the Gooch for that excellent breakdown. The Gooch is cooking with butter. Let's Real Talk Combat. Salute to you, fam. Welcome to the panel. He said, shout out to my man Clavo.
Pound for pound fighter.
He said the cleanest eyebrows in the barrio.
Man, fuck you, Real Talk. I know you in Dallas, bro. I'm gonna find your ass, bro. We in here.
Hey, he be looking like a hider.
Hey, real talk. Como que se ve un poco sospechoso.
Hey, man, they like it, bro. They love it. Them bitches love it, bro. I don't know what to tell y'all.
Real Talk says, do Mexican fighters walk out in African colors? So what would happen if a Mexican fighter walked out in all African colors and traditional garments? Would that create a firestorm?
Man, you had to go there, Real Talk.
It's actually a good question. Would that create
No, it is.
I don't
No, it is.
I don't think it would.
It's a good question, bro. But damn, bro, I'm telling you, I don't like getting into these skin politics, man.
Oh, it's that way. He wants to bring that shit up. Ain't no
Hold on. Let me just ask Solidus directly. Solidus, would you have an issue if Zepeda came out in all African traditional colors and everything and say, look, this is how I feel comfortable going to the ring? Would you have an issue with that?
He shouldn't, because he's not from Africa, bro. He's from America. Come on now.
No, I wouldn't. That don't seem like it's not no big deal.
No,
that's not really
like that's not his style. African, like if you said African colors.
Yo, be real. He's just saying that, but let's be honest. A lot of people would fucking throw him under the bus for that. They'd be like, "Oh, is he mocking us? Is he making fun of us, or this and that?" They would take it the wrong way.
They would probably say something about it. But me personally, I wouldn't really care. But there probably would be backlash for it. I wouldn't care though.
Real Talk also said great defense is getting dropped. I'm assuming that's about David getting dropped by Gabriel.
Yeah, this guy telling us how great Benavidez is. Bro got dropped by a journeyman twice.
For real. So what do you think?
That's some bitch ass shit. That fight was almost 10 years ago. Talking about something that happened almost 10 years ago. But why bring up something 10 years ago? That's like making that same Blaze donut.
Still drop David.
That's like laughing at that same Blaze donut over and over again.
If
he literally just got dropped in his last fight. What kind of dick are you smoking?
The same thing without no sweat,
bro. I'm assuming you a fag because you keep saying gay shit. So I'm assuming you a fag.
Okay, and then
Silence, bro. You know we do that a lot in here, bro. Come on, man. You know we do that in here.
No, let him be homophobic.
No, he keep you saying homo shit to a nigga that's not a homo, bro. That's not the route to go.
And then
save that for a nigga that's actually gay.
Don't cry, man.
But to go, I'm gonna spin you. But what I'm saying is, everybody says that wasn't a knockdown. So was it a knockdown or not?
Crash out like that dude that shot John Redcorn.
IBF. Was that a knockdown or not?
Man, rest in peace, John Redcorn. Come on now.
R.I.P. my nigga John Redcorn. Bro, I just started watching that show too. I can't have
R.I.P. to John Redcorn, man. We out here busting cheeks every day. Salute to you, my brother. Oh man.
You crazy, bro. You crazy, bro.
The Gooch says
shit for no reason.
What did Solidus say? I can't hear him. And then Domo says, at Solidus, Bivol has distant management. David is a basic fighter. That's a great point.
That's true. And that's why I said
Street, that's very astute.
And
Now,
this is my point. If
did anybody hear me say Benavidez was better than Bivol? Did anybody hear me say Benavidez is better than Bivol? Did anybody hear me say?
You think that he can do what Bivol's done to Canelo?
Yeah, and I don't think
Did anybody hear me say that also?
You said
IBF. I gotta go to IBF because he's the only one that kind of be logical with it. Did you hear me say some shit like that?
You didn't say
there
that.
We go. In the discussion.
Yeah, no, faggot. Of course, you want us to ask if you said
motherfuckers making up. Motherfuckers making up
like,
shit.
Oh, if Benavidez doesn't get scared by his power, he can do what Bivol did. Bitch, is that not fucking comparing him to Bivol?
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
no, that's not.
I was about to say that
because he don't box the same as Bivol.
It's kind of the same thing, bro.
Bro, it's not. If he can't hurt Benavidez with his power, Benavidez is going to do what he does, and everybody else.
Does anybody else get flashbacks of arguing with a woman? Because this dude argues like a woman, bro. He never be wrong.
Hold on.
Hey, who is this guy, bro?
Hold on, we got two more.
Who is this dude?
We got two more, then we can just have a live discussion.
Who is this dude?
This is your new father speaking.
Hold on, real talk. Hold on, real talk.
What the fuck?
Real talk, we got two more. The only word that I don't want anybody saying on here, real talk, is the F word. You know which one.
That's my fault, bro.
But other than that, say whatever you want, but that other word we're gonna throw out of there.
No, that's my bad.
No, you good. And Domo says,
what's the F word? Fruitcake?
Hold on. Oh, man, I can't even go. Hold on. So Domo says, Solidus, his move to cruiserweight is very relevant because why is he running there to fight a motherfucker he should have fought in 2017 when Bivol is at 175? And why no Saudi? That's another body part.
Another duck.
Domo.
Because
Domo's killing
Zurdo Ramirez was also a champion at 168 when David was a champion and when Callum was a champion. They was the three of the four reigning champions. So that's another nigga he ducked. What is he talking about? He has a history of ducking.
My brother,
there were actually seven other
David should have already been undisputed at 168 before Canelo even got there.
There was actually seven other champions in the time that David held his belt.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think David would have beat Billy Joe Saunders.
He would.
Or Calvin Smith.
I would agree.
I don't think he would beat or Calvin Smith.
Hold on. Hey, Sue says, Nuke at Jai, he's saying you guys are ducking him. So, Jai, welcome to the panel. What's good, my brother?
Didn't he come in here last time and got cooked?
Yeah, that's why I remember.
He got cooked.
Did not get cooked yet. Nah, did not. But yeah, let's get into this, please, bro. Oh my gosh.
All right, well, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm right here.
All right. So wait, I want to ask y'all because y'all been already like into a conversation. So do y'all want to stay on David Benavidez still, or do we want to move to Devin the Dream Haney?
Go ahead, bro.
Whatever you want to go about, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
Hold on. Before we go in, let me just read these last two and we're done for the day, and then we can get back to it. The Gooch says Solidus is the new Ashley Knuckles. Nichols, Ashley Nichols, but I know he said Ashley Knuckles. JMA says David Benavidez is a heavy Bam Bam Rios. And,
damn, that's fucked up.
I can see the comparison.
Somebody said dude look like Lefty Gunplay. I don't know who he's talking about. I don't know who he's talking about.
Bro, Lefty Gunplay be looking like he's like fighting off retardation.
John, who's ducking you, John?
Oh no. Honestly, it had got to a point where I just started shit. So,
what you were about to say about David?
Yeah, I think the whole panel. I'm gonna say the whole panel. Whoever thinks that Devin Haney lost to Loma. Whoever said that Devin Haney,
I said that too. Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah. Let me get this off, right? So whoever said that Devin Haney is, lost to Lomachenko. Whoever said that Devin Haney, this dude didn't go through anything, or this guy didn't, go didn't fight anybody, or didn't go the hard route, even though he fought Cambosis in Australia. Like,
who the fuck is Cambosis? But look,
we have to stop. Wait, hold on.
Let him finish. Let me finish.
Let him bury himself.
And then I think that this also gets to the race thing later, but I don't know if you guys want to get on that because y'all said something before. But The race thing, I feel like, is more of a tit for tat.
No, I just want you to bring what you wanted, your point up.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
and
I'm
gonna counter that. I'm gonna counter that.
No, yeah, it's really about all that. That's how long I've been here. I've been trying to like get this out for the whole minute, right? So long story short, basically, I feel like based on how those black YouTubers or stuff like that, react to Mexican fighters, I think that y'all or just like the opposite side in general tend to over hate on people.
No, it's not Mexican fighters.
Wait,
because
hold on.
Inoue,
Wait, hold on. Like when I say Mexican fighters, I'm just saying anyone other than black fighters. So when they're black creators or whatever, they hit on Inoue, hit on Usyk, this, that, and the third. What tends to happen is that the opposite side tends to overtly hate on black fighters.
No.
Tit for tat.
The problem is everybody knows that, but they just don't want to say it. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, that's the root.
And let me
That's the
tell you,
root thing.
Jay,
It's
like I
just a
said,
tit for tat
Jay, I'm
situation.
not just a boxing fan. I'm not just in the boxing community because I'm in the MMA community.
Yeah,
and I
stop
don't see
saying that. Stop saying that. He's getting me tight saying that, bro. This dude's been chatting about MMA this whole time, bro.
No.
It bothers him the most because he has a black wife.
He does not know what he's talking about MMA, bro. Stop saying that. Stop saying
Let the man speak, Ja. We let you speak, bro. Have some respect.
Look, that's what I'm saying. Like in the boxing community, I don't see no LGBTQ in the MMA community. We don't got no in the MMA community.
Yes, there is, bro. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Bro. No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. Okay, let me explain. Perfect example, right? Just because it's not black versus Asian or black versus this or Mexican versus this, right? That's not how it is in the MMA world. It's a completely different space.
No,
so overweight. Hold on, time out.
No.
Time out. So in MMA, it's more about Dagestan. It's more about you're Irish. It's more about
bro.
That's
the thing.
That's the people.
To be fair, Ramon, they do have Kenny Okoye.
You're a Spanish person. They're going by the flag. They're going by the country.
We're not. No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the community, bro. I'm talking about the YouTubers. I'm not talking about the fighters. I'm talking about the YouTubers.
Hey, round one.
I'm telling you right now.
They got Kenny Okoye's over there, though, bro.
Yeah, they do, but that's what I'm saying. It's not like the LGBTQ. It's not like they're not. I don't like I said. I go a lot on these MMA channels, and I like I said. Yeah, there's some people hating and shit, but it doesn't spew. I want to see. I don't see an MMA fighter paying another YouTuber like Bill Haney does. Like putting narrative shit like that. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, what narrative? Yeah, let's talk about this. What narrative did he put out? What narrative?
Okay. So why does he pay Dante's Donut Nation, Dante's Diabetes Nation, Aki Hawk Tua TV? That's why Aki, I call him Hawk Tua. He does that Hawk Tua shit on his knees for Bill Haney and Dev, and he's spilling narratives. Because first of all, they were talking about Tank, and this Tank is the face. But then when Bill Haney and Dante's fat ass go out to eat with Bill Haney, and Bill pays the bills, there you go. He's on Devin's nuts, bro. What the fuck you talking about?
All right. So let me ask you a question, right? Because you said that you said before he was on Gervonta Davis, and now he's on Devin Haney, and you're saying that the correlation with that is that he had a dinner with Bill Haney or some shit.
Bro, we all know that, bro. IBMP even said we all know that these guys are getting paid because before look before there were Tank. They weren't even talking about Devin Haney, but then once Bill started giving them a little cash, people like BFT, people like Dante's Delusional Nation, Hawk Tua TV, yo, hey, go make yourself a YouTube channel and suck Dev's nuts, and I swear to God, Bill gonna throw you a check. Bill gonna throw you a check, bro. Trust me.
Okay, so yeah, this goes back to my point. This is exactly perfect example. We'll go back to my point about this tit for tat situation. I'm not saying I support those LDBC channels. I do believe that you should find more neutral boxing channels in general. That's the real answer to that entire thing. There are going to be biased channels that want to promote black fighters more because they see that.
That's why I'm here, bro. I used to
watch
black channels.
So are you saying we're not neutral here?
No. Diabetes Nations.
Yeah.
I used to watch the Shigo. And then I started noticing, and then that's what I started noticing.
Yeah,
I
just think that there's an over amount of hate. I think that there's just an over amount of hate on Devin Haney.
Oh, no,
let's talk about his last performance. Let's get straight into it. Let's talk about his last performance.
I got a cousin who's Mexican, bro. Devin, right? Because he's a Devin fan. So I got a cousin who's Mexican, hiding from ICE. Motherfucker don't got his papers and still in the U.S., right? Okay, but he a Devin fan. So why does he tell me that last Devin fucking fight was ass? and he's a Devin fan, bro. A casual telling me
it could be okay, but like this is the major point, right? This is the major point. If that's the case, right? You can go into let's say you go into the Canelo and Skull fight, and that's your first ever Canelo fight. If I come in here and be like, yo, that's the only Canelo fight I ever saw, and this nigga Canelo can't do nothing. This nigga Skull's ass. This is the worst fight. These are all the Canelo fights. You can't do that. That's only one Devin Haney fight.
But you have to understand boxing.
Every other Devin Haney fight.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Let me tell you.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What's the whole point of this?
The point of this is that it's overhit on Devin Haney.
Ja, 1 second. Ja, 1 second. The first question that Clavo had is, what's the point of this? So I need you to get that one. And the second one, hold on. And then the second question here that I have for you about Devin Haney is,
hey, your name is Jaw?
Ja, right?
Facts.
Yeah.
Okay, more like Lockjaw, because that shit sound like you sucking dick, bro.
And Devin Haney is not an exciting fighter prior to this fight. When you look at his body of work, he wasn't hosting a bunch of exciting fights.
He wasn't.
Exactly, I don't agree with that.
Exactly, he wasn't, bro. Come on now, bro.
Which was his most exciting fight?
Devin, they never have them fights like exciting and shit. When are you excited to see? Oh, Devin's fighting. I'm so excited. Come on now, bro. I mean, you might be because
I'm gonna be honest with you. The last exciting fight that I saw Devin excited.
Wait, can I answer the question that was just posed to me?
Girls, and they throw more hands than Devin Haney. And it was.
Wait, can I answer any of the questions that was just posed to me?
So I got girls throwing.
Can I answer any of the questions that were just posed to me?
Bitch,
you was silent and you didn't say nothing.
Why is this guy still talking?
Haney look like a bitch.
All right. Anyways, right. So you said, what was the point of what I'm saying? Right. First things first. Right. All right. The reason I'm bringing up Devin Haney's last performance is that people are saying, "Oh, Devin Haney's a runner. Devin Haney's a guy that's gonna just run and avoid the power and this, that, and the third." And we're even giving credit to Teofimo Lopez for ducking him, right? Which is absolutely wild to me, right? So Devin Haney's past performances have never been anything like that at all. It's like an outlier level performance, bro. He did not ever fight like that. When I seen an interview with Bill Haney and they talked about the reason that they did this, Bill Haney talked about that since everyone was talking about how Devin Haney couldn't avoid a left hook or Devin Haney's head movement or Devin Haney's this, that, and the third or couldn't avoid a punch, they said that the game plan to go in there is to basically just hit and not be hit. Now, I agree with you guys that, wait, hold on. I agree with you guys that, Devin Haney's activity in the sense of how much he engaged was very scary. And I think that that's reasonable only because he came off a brutal fucking fashion loss last time. Now, on top of that, I want to talk about that Ryan Garcia fight because I think that one gets blown out of proportion way too much.
We'll start filibustering now.
Right. No, it's not filibustering. It's not filibustering. It's not filibustering. I was asked 2 questions and I'm answering both of them. Dickhead, shut up.
Well, then hurry the fuck up and land the plane, baby girl.
No, nigga, what the fuck we talking about? Hurry up, nigga. I'm answering 2 questions.
Bro, hurry your bitch ass up while you crying.
Shut your bitch ass up. You shut your bitch ass up. All right. Anyways, right? So boom. That's the main reason about the moving around and shit like that. So I don't really understand why you guys are coming for Devin Haney's last performance, as if that's how he fights his entire career, which is not the case. It's just like it's over hate for no reason. You guys act like this nigga's a runner. He's never done this before.
All right, I got a question for you, big fam.
Yeah, facts.
Do you think as Haney goes up in weight, fighting bigger fighters, he's gonna fight more confidently?
I just said.
It's Haney, bro.
It's a question, bitch. Can you answer it?
A Haney question.
It's about Haney. That's what the fuck it has to do with what you.
Wait. Hold on. 1 second, John. 1 second. We got another guest in the building, real quick. I just want to welcome him to the panel. Ashley Knuckles, is that you?
Of course. You know Daddy's home. Daddy's home. Daddy's home to school all his kids. Y'all,
he sounded nervous when he came in.
Ashley,
yeah, what about it?
Did you hear anything on the panel today that you needed to speak on or respond to? Because there was a lot said about everything.
Well, I didn't catch the whole show.
Echo.
I didn't
turn your phone down, Ashley. All right, there you go.
Are you screen recording?
Is that better?
Oh yeah, he's screen recording for sure.
Is that? Nah, I still hear it. Who the fuck got that echo? Oh, let me see if it's me.
It's not me, bro. That's what I was telling you.
Park Street, is that you?
I mean, I'll pop out and come back in.
No, you're good, Ashley. Well, I don't know.
I don't think it's you, No, you're good. I don't think it's you.
Well, it started when Ashley did come.
I mean, if it's my echo, I'll just pop out and come back.
Wait, pop out and pop back in, Ashley. Do it again, right now.
But listen, what I'm saying is, when you say that his performance was an outlier, that he doesn't just fight like that. What I'm saying is, do you think as he goes up and fights these bigger guys at higher weights, he's gonna all of a sudden fight more confidently?
Wait, hold that. Ashley's not here yet. Wait, that was Ashley. That was Ashley Knuckles shit. That was the echoing because of him.
What?
Oh yeah, it was.
But he's asking Josh.
We don't even echo no more. Yeah, that was
all right. It's all right. He's asking Josh.
Hold on, Josh. You came on here just to defend Devin Haney?
No. I got some shit for David Benavidez too. I think that we should all acknowledge that Canelo did duck Benavidez. That's okay.
Bro, what are you talking about? Oh my God! Hey, did you just order
like that's okay, bro. Like that's okay. I'm a Canelo fan. I just want that to be known. I just want this to be known. I'm a Canelo fan. I do think Canelo
cares who you're a fan of.
I do think Canelo beats David Benavidez. All that. I just also think, and it could also be fine that he also ducked David Benavidez. That's okay. He could beat He could be the same dude that could beat David Benavidez.
I got a question. Are you capable of talking about Benavidez without mentioning Canelo? Or are you able to do that?
Probably not.
You said, oh wait. Yeah.
Hey, look at the three bottom people. They're the David, Devin, Dick Riders.
We got the trio. Bro, look, they all down at the bottom too.
I don't think that's the case, but
brothers.
I want to hear the arguments. I'm hearing a lot of jokes. I'm trying to hear the arguments.
You drink Canelo's spit like that.
You said that Canelo ducked David. How did Canelo duck David?
He didn't, bro.
How did Canelo duck David?
He didn't. That's the thing. Why did David
was David a champion the same time Canelo was at 168? Was David a champion?
Jaw. Let me tell you this. Why did Mauricio?
What the fuck happened?
Oh, they got him.
Look, bro. At the end of the day,
listen, John. You gotta stop being a little bitch. David had the mandatory and he didn't activate.
Wait,
he didn't activate.
He's sucking dick.
Listen, you are a clown.
How?
You are a clown.
How?
Trying to call. Because you don't have any facts to prove that Canelo ducked, but I just gave you facts that Benavidez ducked.
What's the fact?
The facts are, when has a champion ever ran after a mandatory?
Are you really asking me right now? When has a champion ever fought their mandatory?
That's a body bag.
Are you asking me right now? Wait, hold on, time out. Are we really about to say in boxing a champions never fought their mandatory challenger? Is that what we saying?
That's not what
That's not what I said. I said when has a champion ever chased the mandatory?
That's my point. That's my point.
Why do y'all do that? Why do y'all always bring up?
What are you talking about? You didn't prove a point.
That's my whole point.
You didn't prove a point.
Why does is no
niggas always bringing up points nobody made?
Look,
how is that your point when the point he made is different?
Because this is the logic that he's thinking. He's thinking that someone has to chase. He's saying, "Oh, when have you ever seen a champion chase their mandatory?" That's the whole premise that's fucked up in the beginning. Let me tell you
something,
John. You don't have to chase the champion. Canelo already said he does not want to fight him. You can cook all you want. You can cry all you want. You could cook all you want. You can cry all you want. Canelo said he don't want the fight, bro. It don't matter.
Listen, hold on.
What you're saying right now, it don't matter.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, John,
Canelo said that he didn't want the fight before he put a price on it. When David was disrespecting him, he said that he wouldn't fight him.
So wait.
And then he put a price on it.
Every time you guys bring up, oh, well, he was disrespectful. Oh, Canelo doesn't want to pay his bill. Nigga, this is the fight game. You have to fight the people that you're supposed to fight.
Listen, you are not a real nigga. You are not a real nigga. You don't eat with the enemy. You don't eat with the enemy. What the fuck is you talking about? You a clown.
You don't eat with the enemy. That's what you're saying?
Hold on 1 second. I know 1 second. I want to involve Ashley Knuckles because he was about to speak. He couldn't.
This dude just said you don't. Nah, that was
bro.
crazy.
Josh, shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Ashley, what?
I am, bitch. I'm muted.
Ashley, what did you want to say before you got cut off?
No, I was saying, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
much better.
What I was saying is, I didn't catch the whole show when I came in. It was basically about racism. So
for
because
sure.
Solidus T over here brought up racism, and that just
No, hold on. I
I got a black child over
if
here.
I could real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're sitting here talking about how this is a fight business. Canelo's supposed to fight him, and we're saying, well, he doesn't want to help him make the money, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't
which is
it
not a
cool?
good.
Hold on. Wasn't it cool whenever Keyshawn Davis said that he didn't want to help Tio make the money off of him?
Boom.
Damn.
Body bag.
That's a body.
Wait.
Body bag.
Body
Can I answer?
Draw. You're
What the
talking
fuck? Can
about
I answer?
Canelo. You're
First
talking
of all,
about David. David moved
wait,
up.
hold on, time.
And then,
Let me answer what he just said. Let me just answer what he just said.
Wait. Just like Bivol Andrade, who could have fought,
Let me
could have
answer
been
what this nigga
Canelo's
just said.
mandatory at 168, pulled out.
Shut up. Thank you. All right. So, anyways, this nigga just said that dumbass shit about Keyshawn Davis. Does not matter. Irrelevant. Regardless of what Keyshawn Davis does or not, has nothing to do with Canelo or David Benavidez.
You can idiot, bro. It's the same thing.
You see how you moved the goalpost?
You see how you moved it?
You see how you just moved
Bro,
the
they
goalpost?
Canelo lovers, bro. You're never gonna. It's not gonna work.
If Canelo doesn't want the fight, that's it.
So why did
doesn't want the fight?
Hold on. Let me involve Ashley real quick. Hold on. Let me involve Ashley.
Yo, this dude's a clown. You hear what you want to hear.
Hold on. One second. I want to follow up on what Solidus T. 1 second, round one. I want to follow up with Solidus T. Solidus T said we're all Canelo lovers on this channel. Ashley, do you agree with what Solidus is saying?
Oh, of course. What do you mean?
Of course.
What do you mean? Of course y'all love. Of course, all y'all on here love Canelo like that. But this is the question. See, this is the question because I'm hearing a whole lot of whining. I'm hearing a whole lot of whining. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, because you know, y'all.
We're talking to retards who are bringing opinions to a fact-based conversation.
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead,
bro. Nobody's retarded with you, bro.
I'll wait. You got the floor.
Hold on. Let Ashley finish real quick, fellas. Let him finish real quick.
I'm hearing a lot of crying because I hear people here talking about, oh, you know, David wasn't nice to him. So I just want to ask this question. You know, they say, you know, Canelo earned the right to fight whoever he wants. So somebody just answer this simple question. What fighter that he beat that y'all was like, you know what? After he beat him, you know what? He deserved the right to pick whoever he wanted. Which fight that he won that y'all was like, you know what? He deserved to pick out who he wanted to fight.
Triple G. After he went undisputed.
After he went undisputed, Canelo earned the right to do whatever he wanted because he went undisputed in a weight class by fighting nothing but undefeated prime world champions in a weight class where he was undersized. In a weight class where he was undersized and he had every disadvantage. He went in there, unified the titles. While when David was there, he didn't unify once. So I think Canelo at that point earned the right.
That has nothing to do with Canelo, but okay.
All right. So
Hold
up. Listen, man.
Hold on, one at a time. Let Ashley go and then you guys go. One at a time.
It was a two-part question. So the criteria is when you go undisputed, right? You get to pick who you want to fight, right? So if that's the case,
no.
That's not the criteria. That's not the criteria,
bro. He. You know what he did?
This is why.
Hold up. So if you go, how about if you go 2-time undisputed? If you go 2-time undisputed, does that earn you the right?
Hey, Ashley, could you agree with me to this? Did he duck Triple G?
It doesn't matter. Did he
that first fight? Listen, man, hold up. It's funny. Yeah, I'm glad somebody brought this up. It's funny because hold up, man. Let me answer the question. I'm glad y'all brought this up because I remember back then when that fight came up when Canelo didn't want to fight. Y'all remember when Triple G got in the ring and was talking shit to him? And calling him a drug cheat. Y'all remember when he was calling him a drug cheat and all the disrespectful things. Hold up, man, stop talking, man. Shut the fuck up.
That's not being disrespectful.
Now they're defining what's disrespectful and what's not disrespectful for Canelo.
Hold up. So when Triple G,
this is the gayest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Question.
David.
Is it not true that Canelo got popped for something? Is it or is it not true?
Yeah, he got popped for something.
Okay, so hold on. Shut the fuck up. Listen. Okay, so if we know that he got popped for something and we bring that up in a debate, is that or is that not disrespect?
So what's the disrespect
That's
on
not
David's part?
disrespect. That's a fact.
So what was the disrespect on David's part?
A fact is nor disrespect
Yo,
or respectful.
the better question is, why does it matter if David Benavidez was disrespectful or not? It's a fight. It's really a fight.
Well,
You're
why
telling
did
niggas,
David move
you gotta be a
up?
nice to a nigga to fight?
Just answer the
It's some
question,
weird
man.
gay shit.
Bro, what the fuck is
I
fight sports
find it
talking
weird
about?
who niggas who ain't never been in fights in their life want other men to fight. Y'all
You
niggas
sure?
ain't never
Hey, you sure
had
about
a
that?
fight,
bro?
but yet
Why do
y'all
I
Hey,
want a
fight
nigga to
sports.
be
You sure?
nice?
You sure about that?
What
Why
is we
should
talking
David
about?
have to be nice to him to get a
Bar
fight?
Street. You sure about that?
So can somebody
Ain't
answer this,
nobody
man?
talking. Listen.
what
Ain't
did
nobody
David
telling him to be jovial and to suck his dick. But respect is respect. What the
Why
fuck is we
does he have
talking
to
about?
do that?
How is he
Wait,
Nah,
going to
this
answer the
make
nigga's
question.
bad,
merchandise?
bro.
Be
Answer the
quiet.
question.
How is he going to
Why?
make
Why?
merchandise? Listen, we talking facts right now. Shut the fuck up. How is he
No,
going
you
to
the
make
fuck
That's not.
the
merchandise
That's
question.
not
calling
facts,
him a
bro. That's
duck
not
to
facts,
Answer the
not
bro.
activate his
question, bro.
mandatory?
That's dick sucking one-on-one you
He
doing. That's
made
not facts, bro.
merchandise
David
calling him a
Benavidez has
duck,
to be
but didn't
nice. Why
activate
does
his
David
mandatory.
Benavidez have to be
Blaze is
nice?
You're
real.
a
Why should
clown.
David
You're
Benavidez
a
have to
Nah,
have
bro.
clown.
respect?
You're a
God
clown.
damn,
Y'all
bro.
Why
You
niggas
does
is
miss his
David
clowns.
Canelo.
Benavidez
We
have to
need
have
three
You
respect?
miss
doctors and three
Canelo.
pumps.
Y'all
Why
niggas
does
is
David
clowns.
Benavidez have to have
Y'all
respect?
niggas is clowns. Y'all
Answer
niggas
the
is clowns.
question.
Look,
You know
so
what's
when
You
funny,
I
miss
hate
man?
his
on
Canelo,
Canelo
Park
for
Street.
him
Hold
for
up, man.
chucking
Let me
Triple
actually do the
G,
question, man.
that's
It's
Why
funny.
cool.
does David
But when
Listen,
Benavidez?
Hold on, fellas. Hold on,
listen, man.
fellas. Let
It's
Ashley answer
funny.
this question real quick.
It's funny. It's funny that we're clowns, right? But we all know, like you said, Canelo get to fight who he want, right? If Canelo was so confident that he would beat David Benavidez, trust me, man, this fight would have been made.
why did David?
Exactly,
Why
It
did
bro.
wouldn't have
Okay,
David
been
all
no
right.
move
So
up?
Haney
Ashley,
Why did
Mandia.
I'm
David
gonna ask
move
you a
It wouldn't
question,
up?
have been no
Ashley.
Why did
I'm
David?
gonna
Barland.
Wait,
It
ask you a
let
wouldn't
me
have
question,
been.
answer.
Ashley.
Listen,
I'm
man.
gonna ask you a
Listen,
Let
man.
question.
me
Bro,
answer
I'm
this.
let
gonna
me
ask you a
finish
question,
talking. Then
Ashley.
you can ask
No,
your
Let me
no,
ask you
question,
a
hey,
bro.
question.
hey,
Yes, you're gonna ask
Before
me a
before
question
David,
after I
Canelo.
finish.
listen,
After
hold
I
on,
finish
Ashley. Let
saying
me
Yo,
what
ask
I'm
you a
just
saying.
question.
answer the major
You're gonna
question,
ask
which
me a
is why
question
does
after I
David
finish saying what
Benavidez
I'm
have to be
saying,
respectful, bro? That's his whole
bro.
point. Why
If
does
It's
David
not
Canelo
Benavidez
able to
have
wanted
to
be
be
to fight
respectful?
respectful,
David
bro. Is
Benavidez, man,
why
I'm
he
Because
pretty sure we
done.
all
everybody
Why
else
agree
did
was
on
he
here.
move
respectful.
up? Why did
Because
he
Yeah,
move
man.
everybody
up?
else was respectful before they got the
Why
fight.
did he
That's why
move
David
up?
got to be respectful.
Why
Body
did he
bag.
move up?
That shit is
That's
Body
not
gay.
going to
bag.
stop a
That
fight,
shit is
though.
Why
gay
did
as
he move
fuck.
But
up, bro?
okay,
He
That
moved
so
shit is
so
up.
this
gay
is
as
the. I'm
fuck.
He
glad you
moved
said
up
that.
from
I'm
Hey,
glad you said
yo.
that's the
interim
body
Yeah.
bag.
belt,
So because
a
that
Hey,
lets me
yo.
know.
division interim
That lets
champ.
me know that
That's what
you.
he
This
is.
is
A
not the fight
double
game no
interim
more. This is
champ.
the feelings game. We got to
Bro, this
make
is the
sure
feelings game,
we
bro.
can't call nobody a pussy no more.
Yeah, I
We
don't know what
can't
the
do
fuck
that.
I'm
Parsley's
not
We
That
talking
shit
calling
can't
is
him
about.
a
call him a
pussy.
gay.
pussy
That
no
shit is the
more.
How
We
does
gayest shit I
that?
can't say
ever
you
heard.
scared to fight me no more.
Let me talk
Now
to
Okay,
you gotta
okay,
you
so
gotta kiss ass. You
Yeah.
gotta ask the man for a
Hold
fight.
on,
You gotta be nice.
Yo, yo.
That's what it is, man. So
hold on.
can
We got a
everybody
body
start
bag
talking
in the
nice on
building.
here?
who's
There's
the
no more. There's no
Canelo a
more tough
pussy for
talk
not
no more.
fighting David? Is the pussy for not activating his mandatory?
You keep
How am I
talking
a
about this
pussy for?
mandatory.
Yeah,
Don't
the
connect. Didn't
My
you
mandatory
just
point
say
point.
exactly.
Canelo?
You're
Yo,
not keeping the same
yo,
energy.
hold on.
You're
Bruh.
not keeping the same energy. Body
Yo,
bag.
this
Listen,
It's a
man.
mandatory
body
Listen.
point
bag.
is
Why
so
do I have to keep the
ass. It's
same
not even
energy?
funny, bro. This
Can you
mandatory
just
point
answer the
makes no
question, bro?
sense.
Stop yelling,
How?
man.
If Canelo has 4 different mandatories, how do he pick which mandatory he fight?
He
I'm
can pick
answering your
any
question. If you
one.
just,
That's the
I'm
point,
answering
nigga.
your question.
He
If you
can
just
pick
shut up and
any
listen, bro.
one.
No, he
This guy's
Hold
a
cannot.
on. Let
retard,
Ashley
bro.
answer real
You
quick.
just
Ja, you
John.
full
You
of
just
shit.
said he
Retard.
ain't fighting no mandatory.
John,
You
wait a minute.
just
Wait
said
a
he
minute.
ain't fighting no
Let me
mandatory.
answer your
Let him go
questions,
body
man. Let
bag.
me answer your question.
Wait a minute. Let Ashley answer. Let him
Go ahead.
And this is my response to that. Being that he's King Nello, the face of boxing, and he gets to fight who he wants, it shouldn't have to be a mandatory. You should just mop the floor with this nigga and prove to everybody that he's under you. He's a little boy. He's not in the same class as you. He's just run his mouth. So let me just shut him the fuck up. Because if that's the case, it's not. And I don't know why y'all keep dancing around that shit, man.
And we all know Canelo
Hold
can
up,
do
man.
that.
Hold up.
Hold up.
This is the perfect. This is like I said. This is the perfect analogy of how only way I can explain this to you. That's like we in school and I'm a bully and I keep picking on you, man. What you gonna keep saying? Oh, you didn't sign the mandatory. Oh, I gotta sign the fucking slip to beat your ass.
First of all, hold on. So you're talking to somebody who was bullied.
He won 150 million, man. He don't want to fight
answer that for you, Ashley. Ashley, can I rebuttal that?
Yo, man, one at a time.
Somebody, but he got scared and moved classes. Come on now, he moved.
Wait a minute, no, wait. I want to talk about that point right there.
He moved
Y'all keep saying,
classes,
wait,
bro.
Time out. Y'all keep saying, oh, David Benavidez ran to a new division. No, time out. Y'all said David Benavidez kept running to a new division.
Hold on, let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead, John.
Hold
on, let him talk. Go ahead, John.
IBF. You were the same person saying that David Benavidez can't keep Canelo's name as Mel. David Benavidez keeps fiending for the check. David Benavidez keeps fiending for the fight. So now when he moves on, now it's, oh my God, he ran. No.
You're skipping over the fact that
Hold on. 1 second. Let me respond to that. David Benavidez right now, Clavo, Edgar, David Benavidez right now is still giving interviews where he keeps mentioning Canelo's. Hold on, John, let me finish. David is still giving interviews right now, in the words of the great philosopher Deontay Wilder, to this day, still giving interviews, with Canelo's name in his mouth, but saying he moved on. How do you move on? You still talking about it?
Can I please answer this question?
John, wait a minute. Clavo, Edgar. That's like saying I moved on from the bitch, but I'm talking about it every 5 minutes. Yeah, I can't stand the bitch, man. The bitch is this, bitch is that. Pussy was trash. But you keep talking about it. Shut the fuck up.
They can't
Literally, David Benavidez is being asked questions about Canelo.
Let me say something.
He's being asked questions about Canelo.
No, let me
most
say
of the time, after I'm watching these interviews, most of the time he's like,
hold on real quick,
I'm done
John.
with
Hey,
Canelo.
John, hold on right quick.
I'm not looking for the Canelo fight no more. I'm moving up.
Hold on right quick, John. Hey, Nuke, drop that link again, bro. I gotta switch phones.
I got you. Let me drop that link for my brother real quick. And my brother Z28 said this house is fire. Someone please call 911. Salute to you, my brother.
People like Jaw getting burnt.
It's fucked up. And then Jesus says, how can you guys say Canelo is ducking someone who lacks discipline, did not fight better, BF, did not enforce the 168 mandatory, and declined Callum Smith's offer?
None of that shit is relevant.
Ashley Knuckles, how the fuck do you defend that?
He ain't got no question for that because he wants us to answer his question.
We done. You already know we don't went around.
I know, but there's no defending that.
Panel, so you want me to repeat something that we done? Okay, I'm gonna go through it with you again. Everybody on here knows, and if y'all don't know, everybody know. Like y'all say, he's Cashnello. He's the man who brings in the money.
So
WBC, I'm letting you know. I'm letting. Can y'all, if y'all just listen and stop running your mouth sometime, maybe y'all learn something.
Hold on,
everybody
fellas.
can't talk at one time. It's only one mic. Okay, so the point is this, man. He's Cashnello. He gets to fight who he wants. So WBC was not trying to ruffle his feathers. Y'all seen what happened when they stripped him the first time. So when he got his belt back, he didn't want to fight him, like y'all say, he was being disrespectful. So being that he's not going to fight him because
you got the wrong belt.
Listen, man, it means that his mandatory was overlooked.
Okay,
that's why he didn't fight him. That's why the WBC didn't strip him. Why do you think they stripped Bivol so fucking fast?
Okay,
they could have did the same thing to Canelo. They could have did the same thing to Canelo. Why? Because
let me tell you
it's not. Listen, man.
Wait a minute.
Not the WBC fault that they want to have a
First
rubber
off,
match.
I'm explaining your question, got stripped of the IBF. You got the wrong sanctioning bodies.
WBC,
bro. You need to come in here more prepared, bro.
Listen, man, what belt?
You research more and come back prepared.
All right, so tell me what belt that David Benavidez got in 175.
Okay, Bivol got stripped of the WBC, yes, but Canelo got stripped of the IBF.
I know.
Whole different sanctioning body.
See, Clavo, that's what I'm saying. You talk too much. You're not paying attention to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is why they didn't strip him at 168 in the W. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he was stripped. I said the reason
because David moved up. David didn't even
David moved up because Canelo was not going to fight this man.
What are you
like? Why can't we?
Wait 1 second, John. Hold on, wait 1 second. Mauricio Suleiman said David wrote to him and did not say David moved up because Canelo wasn't going to fight him. He said David wrote to him and said that they're going to go to 175 and try to get the interim belt or whatever up there first. That had nothing to do with them saying Canelo wouldn't fight them. They still thought Canelo, that fight is possible. That's why they didn't relinquish it at that moment. They moved up because they wanted to get the Reggie belt at 175. That's why they moved up. Hold on. That's why they moved up. So you've been body bag once.
No.
Body bag. Get your ass in there.
Can we please?
Let me finish, John. Hold on, John. The second thing is when they came back to David, he needed 2 extensions and said, nah, fuck that. I'm going to pursue my mandatory at 75 and not 68. These were David's choices.
No. This is.
Thank you.
So you say Mauricio Suleiman is just making it up?
Man, David Benavidez already explained why he did that.
I think no.
He explained why he did that. He said he did that because
why did he do that? Actually,
he said he did. He said he stayed at 175 because Canelo was asking for the 150. He wasn't going to get to fight with him.
Exactly.
Hold on. Why
Like,
would
you're
you even move
toxic
the?
to the
Hold on.
situation,
Wait a
bro.
minute.
He
Wait a
wasn't
minute.
gonna
Wait
get
a
it 'cause
minute. Wait a
David
minute.
wasn't gonna
Why
sign.
would you
He
move
wasn't gonna go over
divisions? And
there.
hold on. Wait a minute, Josh.
What the
Why would
fuck?
you move divisions when you're trying to make a fight with Canelo at 68?
Can I
That don't
please
make. Does
answer
that
this
make any
question?
sense?
I'm letting you know why. Let me explain. Because at that time, if y'all remember, Turkey was not bidding on that fight. It wasn't nobody talking about they had the 150 M's for that fight at the time.
Exactly, bro. Thank you.
That's why he moved the fuck on.
Hold on.
That's
not.
When he
That's
moved,
not what
listen,
David
when
said.
David moved to
David and hold on.
175,
David and his.
that's
Hold
when
on,
Turkey
Josh.
started coming in with all these
Hold on,
crazy ass
Ashley.
fights and paying all the money.
Hold on. David and his team said they believe that they can get to 150. That's why he wrote to Turkey Al-Sheikh. And that's why they were saying they deserve the money. Canelo deserves the
Hey,
money.
you
They didn't.
mind
Hold
if
on.
I
They
cut in
never.
and say
Hold on,
something?
Ashley. They never said they thought this was a price out. So once again, that's another body bag.
That's
All
How
the
is that?
narratives
Listen,
that
man,
you guys come with are
Hey,
falling apart. They don't
you
that
add
don't
up.
listen, man. That don't even
hey,
make
you
sense.
mind if I cut in and say something real quick?
Yeah. Say what you got to say.
Do we all agree? Never mind the business side, even though that's somewhat important. Could we all agree if Canelo, based on his actions, if he thought he could beat Benavidez, he would have fought him already? Yes or no? Could we at least
Yes.
agree on that?
Answer is yes,
No.
bro.
And that's like Manny. That's
Whoever's
like
saying
Floyd.
no is
He would have
literally
fought
just
Manny
whoever's
Pacquiao
saying no,
again.
Are
then
y'all
denial. They
serious,
fucking
bro?
lying.
Nah, wait a minute.
like that's
Wait a
pure
minute.
delusion right
Clavo,
there.
First things
And
first.
then
Clavo, you
Benavidez
real.
is like
Nah,
David.
hold on.
Can
You're
you
First
at
thing.
saying
least admit to
Canelo
that?
cannot make
Wait a
that
minute.
fight.
Wait a
Clavo,
minute.
Hold
come
on.
on.
Let
First thing.
You're
Clavo
saying
respond real
Canelo
quick.
cannot make that
No,
fight.
no, no.
Clavo, you
First
real.
thing.
I know you can cop
First
that.
things first. No, the first things first. For you to say that business, get it out of the way. That's stupid. Because the fight cannot be
Here we
done
go.
No,
without the
answer the
business
question you
being
just
Here
made.
we
said, bro.
go.
Hold
You
on
know what I'm
one
saying?
second. One
So
second.
not
Let
and
Clavo finish.
Clavo, you a real one. I know
and
you agree with that.
well,
Hold on.
I
Let
mean,
Clavo
to
finish.
a certain extent, bro. But let me tell y'all this. Let me see. Y'all want to talk about this ducking, and the only reason y'all say Canelo's ducking is because of the disrespect and the ask for 150, 200 million. That is y'all's claim to the duck for
I'm
him
not
ducking
gonna
David. That is the
I'm not
claim.
going to
Okay.
disrespect. I'm not going to disrespect Canelo and say he's a duck. I'm not going to say that.
No.
I'll
What
say
I'm
it.
saying,
I'll
no.
say it a
I'm gonna
different
say
way.
that.
He
He's
thinks he's going to
blatantly
lose, so he
ducking.
won't fight him. I'm gonna say it
No.
like that.
He blatantly
No. What I'm
ducking.
saying is, hold on. No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is the
I'm gonna
fact
say it
that
differently.
the fact that Canelo said that David is disrespecting is why he's not going to fight him, and y'all claiming that that's a duck, correct?
That's a duck.
But would you agree? But
Okay,
would you agree though?
okay.
Would you agree?
No.
If
But wait a
Canelo
minute.
thought he could beat him, he would have fought him, right? Yes or
No,
no?
hold on, bro. The champion is not gonna
Let him
fucking
finish.
taste the
Let him finish.
mandatory. Let me fucking finish because
Here we go.
y'all claiming just because of the accusation of the disrespect and $100 million, $200 million offer, that's a duck. But tell me this, because fights are made through the promoters and the managers, and guess what? The promoter and the manager were fucking talking about that fight. But the fucking David Benavidez team wanted the fucking rights to the TV broadcasting.
But
So
but
which
let's
one
keep
looks
it
more of
real.
a duck?
Like you see what
Which
they
one
have to
looks more
bring
of a
up? What are you
duck?
bringing up right now?
But let's keep it
No,
real.
but
But let's keep
still,
it
so
real.
that's
Let's
what I'm
keep it
saying. So
real.
he's not
If
gonna
Canelo
sign.
really wanted
He's
to
gonna
fight, it
say
would have got made, right?
Canelo, look,
no,
this
no,
is
no.
the point, right? This
Let's
is
say
why.
this.
Wait,
So
hold on,
he's
no.
talking
This is
to
why we're saying
Canelo's
he's a
from
duck.
Turkey.
If
He's
Canelo
talking
wanted
about
to make
Vegas,
this
this and
fight,
that.
he
Come on
could
now,
make
bro.
this fight. That's it.
No.
But
Clavo,
wait a
you know
minute.
that,
Look,
bro.
Wait
You
a
know
minute.
that.
Hold on.
Clavo, you know
I
that.
get it.
They
That's
know
I
that.
get
all
it.
those
Hold on.
They
I
dudes
get
said,
it.
know that.
bro.
That's why he come
Canelo's the
up with
A
some old
side.
bullshit ass story and dance
Wait.
around the fucking shit.
Wait a
Get the
minute.
fuck out.
Canelo's the A side. I got you, solidist. I get you. Canelo's the money man. He gets to call the shots. I get you. If he wants to fight, he'll do it. But guess what? Yeah, you know what? I don't want to fight you. Why should I fight you? Well, hold on. Why should I fight you when I
To
did
shut him
everything
up.
within 1 year
He
Why
for
should
the
talking
I
all
10
that
fight
years
you?
that
shit.
you took at
Why should I
168?
fight you in
Why
boxing?
should I
That's
fight? Why
crazy.
should I fight you when you only want to get undisputed when one fighter has the
Why should
belt?
I fight
When
To
I
you
had to
shut
go
in
him
around
up
a
boxing?
and
fight.
That's
prove
the
the
question you just
naysayers
said.
wrong.
Why should I fight
Hey,
you in
Scholars, I
boxing?
got a question. I got a question for you and Ja, real quick. Do you think that before David got this email champion belt, right?
Man, fuck the email championship.
Hold
Do
on,
you think Canelo
Exactly.
would
Like,
fight
what
him
are
if he
you
Well,
thought he could
David's
beat
saying,
the
him?
bro?
email
Give
champ.
me a
What are you
relevant
talking about?
point
So
that
fuck
hit me, bro.
David.
Shut the fuck up. Let me finish my statement. Do
Man,
you
fuck fuck what he talking about. Do you think Canelo will fight Benavidez if he thought he could beat him? Yes or no? Fuck all that other shit.
Yo,
That
they're
weak
really
ass
good
shit.
at like talking points.
Listen,
Like
be
talking
quiet.
points are really good.
You're a bitch.
Man, that weak ass point he making. Man, go ahead, man.
Yeah, man. They always come in with some old bullshit. If he would have
That bullshit. I'm not even gonna respond to
belt,
that, man. Y'all can have that, man. Fuck what
they
you
would have
talking
been
about.
fighting for undisputed if David would have kept his belt. Remember, he was the champion twice at 168.
Okay.
So with the
Man,
fight
fuck what he
happening
talking about, man.
Right.
Yeah,
Yo, bro, yo, Park, yo, Park.
So what do you want to talk about
hold
then?
on. Yo, Park, let me ask you a question.
No, answer the question. You trying
What's
to
your question?
Don't answer that dumbass. That retarded ass shit, bro. That shit he's saying retarded. Don't answer that, bro.
Yeah, we
I'm
don't
not
care about
answering
that.
nothing if you're not answering my
All right,
question.
what's your question, bro?
Then we ain't gonna talk to you then.
Exactly. He said
I was hollering at Carbo.
What's this nigga's question?
175. Ashy, these niggas is dumb. Let me ask you, Ashy. Would the fight be
Nah,
greater
don't ask
at
me nothing because
168
you're
if
just
David is fighting
stay talking
Canelo?
dumb shit.
Don't ask that. That's the weakest link, bro.
You
Don't ask
stay
him.
talking dumb shit. You don't have to ask me no fucking question.
Dumbass shit he's saying, man.
Yeah,
Come on,
like,
man.
bro,
Hey,
you don't
he
even,
came to me.
he doesn't even
Hey,
understand that what he's
hold
saying
on.
has
Edgar,
First of all,
let me
nothing
holler
to
at
do
Edgar.
with anything.
Me and Edgar cool. I
First
could
of all,
probably ask Edgar.
Conversation.
Okay,
Let me talk to Edgar.
hold on. Let me pay some bills real quick. Let me pay some bills. Domo says, Ashy Knuckles, I like that bully analogy because what David is doing is the equivalent of sparring up without swinging. Why hasn't he swung? Why no Saudi? Where Canelo is.
Back.
What does that have to do with Canelo saying I want to fight him and then fighting him?
Exactly. Like what? Like
What?
that's what I'm saying.
Let me repeat myself again.
The major premise of the
Why won't
argument
Canelo say, "Hey, I want to"? This guy's talking shit. I'm gonna fight him.
So why did he say, "Oh, he gotta come to America"?
The premise of the argument is that Canelo can make the fight.
He's a twinkle in the sky. He's just an asteroid that no one knows about.
I mean, bro, regardless, this is no. This is a dumbass conversation because first off, they're separated by weight. They're separated by weight already, and I could have sworn that David was just in a fucking title.
2020, 2021, 2024.
They've been separated by weight. Y'all act like David Benavidez done jumped at fucking 200 extra.
Like he's a cruiserweight or something. Like
yeah, exactly.
Hey, you know, hey, some fuck. You know he fought at cruiserweight before, right? He fought at cruiserweight. You know that, right?
I'm disappointed in Clavo, man. Clavo real, man.
The weight bully isn't a monster like y'all think he is. That's why he's a cookie monster. That's what
you know he's for the cruiserweight. You know I'm a dumb fuck, right?
Hey, Edgar, y'all mind if I ask Edgar a question real quick?
Yeah, you can ask Edgar a question. Let me read these 3 comments real quick. Hold on, fellas. Let me read these. Hold on, 1 second. Let me read these last few comments, and then you guys can have at it. You can ask Edgar the question right after. Jesus says, Ashy, once Canelo retires, everyone is going to forget about David Benavidez. He is only relevant right now because he keeps Canelo's name in his mouth. I agree with that. He talks about Canelo more than he does his wife.
Not Benavidez. He only got Canelo.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen.
I'm
gonna tell you what's gonna happen when Canelo.
He ain't got nothing to say about
Benavidez.
David's gonna try to
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen when Canelo.
Hold on. Let Ashley respond real quick, round one.
I'm gonna tell y'all what's gonna happen when Canelo retires.
Y'all
gonna realize.
David's gonna be the face.
There's a lot of good Latino. There's a lot of good Latino fighters out there.
Hold on. Let Ashley talk.
It's sad. It's sad that y'all don't embrace Benavidez just because he want to fight the best. But that's no, y'all don't. No, y'all don't. But hold on. Let me finish.
Y'all suck on David.
Let me finish.
Round one. Just wait 1 second. Let him finish.
Man, let the girl finish.
Like I said, it's sad that y'all don't embrace him like y'all should, which is all good. It's your choice. But once Canelo leave, and y'all realize that there's not too many good Latino fighters out there like you think, the Bam Rodriguez and all the ones y'all think, oh, he's going to be the one that's going to take over.
I think
it's going to be David Benavidez. He's going to be the one that's
no,
going to be
he's
having
not.
those fights.
No, he's not.
Those fighters that y'all going to be like, damn. He's
guess what? Good luck.
He's the only one that's stepping up, whooping motherfuckers.
Well, guess what? Good luck.
And y'all gonna be like, y'all gonna be late to the fucking game, and then y'all gonna jump on the bandwagon, and then somebody's gonna make a show about David Benavidez, and and I'm gonna be the first one on your show.
That's gonna be you.
Okay. 1 second. Let me go to Edgar real quick. Edgar, why do you think David won't be the one to take over? Is because he's moving up in weight, fighting guys more in size? Why do you think he won't be the next face of boxing to take over when Canelo retires? Or is because of how he moves? What do you think it's going to be?
It's a combination of things. I think it's how he moves, how he's made up lies, how he just creates situations to rally people up to make believe shit. That's one thing. The second thing is, he's moving up in weight class, so to speak, and he's not going to be able to dominate like he was weight bullying other people in the other divisions. So he hasn't shown that he's going to be a monster like these people claim. And second, and lastly, the pay-per-view numbers don't fucking lie. No one is watching him, so no one's gonna keep watching him.
Yeah, he doesn't have to become the face of boxing, bro. Like
but that's your argument, you moron.
You had the argument, dumbass.
Hey, IBF, you done with the super chats? Can I ask my question?
Yeah, I got two more. I got a couple more, and then I got you. Or you can just go ahead and ask it real quick. Ask Edgar the question real quick before we go forward.
Edgar, keep it real. Do you believe that if Canelo knew, based on Canelo's actions, you love the guy, you watch him, so you would know. Do you believe, based on his actions, that if he knew or thought he can beat Benavidez, he would have fought him since 2022 when his name kept coming up? Do you believe that would have happened?
I still believe he can be. I still believe he can beat him now. But
do you believe he would have fought him though if he thought he was sweet?
Again, it goes back to what I've said in the previous lives.
Yes or no?
Whatever business you do, if you're good at something, you don't do it for free. There's a fucking cost.
No.
Just based.
I understand. Just based on the actual them fighting each other, do you believe he would have did it? Yes or no?
Yes, he would have beat him, but your boy moved in suspicious ways. He didn't fucking stand in line. He didn't.
You think he would have fought him?
The line. He tried to cut the line. He ran his mouth. He didn't fucking follow the script to get the fight.
So you believe if he thought Benavidez was an easier fight, he would have fought him?
No. Let me tell you
something. If Benavidez would have still had the WBC strap when he was into the division, he would have fought him, and he had to go fought him to go to undisputed.
Now wait a minute.
Delusion right here, bro.
Canelo, forget better be. Do you believe he would have fought Benavidez if he thought, like how he thought he knew he was going to beat Munguia, so he fought him? Do you think he would have did that to Benavidez?
You're asking me back in 2017. Back in 2017, where Benavidez still had a WBC belt.
Edgar, you good? Edgar, you good? No smoke. IBF, you can go back to your super chat.
Okay. Let me answer that. Hold on.
Edgar, you good? Don't worry about it. You good?
I got a couple more bills to pay, and then we're good. JMA says, so Super Benavidez is going to do 2 pointless fights because he's not fighting the best and moving up, not to get the fire, but everybody is ducking the same at 168, not fighting anybody. So basically, he passed on the Canelo fight to fight. Who did he fight? David Morrell and Bostic. When he could have been trying to push a Canelo fight.
Is David Morrell not a good win?
Let me say this. Shout out to Demetrius Andrade. Shout out to Caleb Plant, and shout out to David Morrell. Because all three of them had no problem fighting Benavidez and wasn't scared of that. Shout out to them. Yes, because none of them three was scared to fight Benavidez. They didn't give a fuck about that Mexican monster shit. They went in there and fought that nigga. They lost. I understand that. They fought that nigga. They didn't give a fuck about that Mexican monster shit. They went to go fight that nigga.
Hold on.
Shout out to them.
Did he move up and Morrell had to move up?
Y'all not gonna sit up here and disrespect Solidus T. I gotta respect him because what he said is true. That's real shit. Wasn't none of them scared to fight him. You remember Caleb Plant was trying to unify with David, but David refused to do that years before. You remember that?
He did.
David ducked that Caleb Plant fight when he was in his prime and tried to unify, but David said
no. You said it right the first time.
Stay solid, right, Solidus?
You said it right the first time. When they can't see, y'all keep talking about the other stuff. I'm talking about these guys fighting. Fight. Y'all talking about mandatory, politically. I'm talking about niggas that are boxers that are going to fight other boxers. Y'all ain't talking about that.
David had a career before. I know. 1 second, Solidus. Solidus. David had a career before Canelo came into the division. Hold on, and he did nothing. He has to be held accountable for that.
They don't, bruh. They don't.
He has to be held accountable.
When it's time to lace up them gloves and get in the ring, that's what counts. Forget that. You worried about the wrong stuff.
I just want to say this. And not only does David have to be accountable for his career before Canelo moved into the division.
You're not his manager. What you mean, hold on?
You gotta let me finish. This is why Ashley Knuckles is not even talking, because he knows David fucked up and he should have fought Plant. Even Ashley Knuckles know David should have unified before Canelo came in the division. He knew David was moving funny then. That's why even Ashley won't say shit, because he fucking knows.
First of all, don't talk for me. First of all, don't talk for me.
My bad, Ashley. My bad, Ashley.
First of all, don't speak for me.
My bad, Ashley. My bad, bro.
Because when I try to speak, it's like 100 people start talking at the same time. That's why I'm not saying.
Actually, I just body bagged your shit. And
Is David
You
Morrell
listen,
not a
man.
good?
Listen, man. Y'all can never body bag nothing because
I just did. You body bag yourself every
Solid
time,
just
dude.
asked y'all.
You
He
body
asked y'all
bag
a simple
yourself.
question.
Like you
Exactly.
said, David's gonna
Hold
be
on one second,
Whenever
round
he
one.
asked y'all a simple
Let him
question,
finish. Let him
everybody
finish.
got all these political answers and this is why this
You
is the
stuttering because your
mandatory
brain
this and
can't
this
keep
and
up.
that and this
So
and
do you
this and
like
that
Bam
and blah
Rodriguez?
this
Do you
and
like
that
Navarrete?
because
What other
if
Mexican
David
fighters do you
Benavidez
like
gave those
besides
same
David?
excuses, if David
You're
Benavidez gave
nuts.
those same excuses that Canelo gave, man, y'all'll be on here killing him.
Okay, what
He's
other
a
Mexican fighters do
he's
you
a
like?
Hold on.
he's a
You ain't telling
he's
me
a
shit.
Hold
But
on one
David's
second, round one.
nuts.
What did you say, Edgar?
Listen, Clavo Nuke. I mean, this is for you guys. You guys understand because some of the other guys on the panel ain't gonna understand. This is what it comes down to, bro. Nuke, Clavo, and some other people on the panel. We stand on business, bro. When someone acts funny, does us dirty, we set them aside from our life. And all these Bombitas fans, they see the lies, they hear the lies, they see the movements, and they still believe the fucking
Is David Morrell
falseness.
not a good
But
fighter?
Edgar, you could agree
David
though.
Morrell not
That
a
shouldn't
good
stop
fighter.
you guys from fighting though.
Hey, the
They're
little
boxers,
poppy
right?
No, but
David
and that's what we
Morrell
agree.
is
Hold on, that's what we agree, Solidus. We all
Are we boxers or are we not?
we all hold on, Solidus. We all want to see the fight. We all Solidus. We all want to see the fight. Let
So
me
let's
read
talk
this.
about that.
Okay,
Fuck
we'll
them
talk about that.
politics.
One
We've been
second.
talking about it. Where have you been, Silas? We all
So what
want
he
the
said, I didn't hear
David
him.
fight.
Hold on one second.
We all want the
LC,
David fight.
Say it
hold on
again.
one second, fellas. L. Caesar says, Ashy Knuckles. I guess he's saying Assy Knuckles. If everything you're saying is you truly believe is facts, please go to a different boxing panel like Ring IQ, who's live right now. So he's basically saying Ring IQ won't even entertain what you're saying because they feel like if you don't even already know that everything you're saying is a lie, they won't even listen. As to where over here on the IBFP, no matter how stupid your statement or narrative is, we give you a platform to say whatever on your mind, no matter how stupid or ignorant it is.
Yo, Nuke,
man, listen, man.
So is David? Wait, let me ask you guys a question. Is David Morrell not a good win? Is David Morrell not a good win for David?
Hold on, let him respond.
I didn't know this. Here. Well, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I didn't even know this, but I guess round 105 put it in the comments. I guess back in the day when David Benavidez was a champ at 168, he was offered a fucking spot in the Super Series and he declined. Why?
Damn, Ashley,
Why?
what do you got to say?
Say that again. I wasn't listening.
He declined to fight in the World Boxing Super Series. He could have had Callum Smith's belt.
Hold on. You're talking too fast. Say that again now.
So he declined a spot in the World Boxing Super Series at 168, where he could have had all the belts that Callum Smith had, and he could have ended up fighting Canelo right away.
So he could have been ring champion and WBA champion.
Yep.
Why do you guys believe that Canelo would have fought him? Why do you guys believe that
Check this
Canelo
out.
would have fought him?
Canelo turned down a unification bout with Andrade at 160. What you think about that?
No, he did not. The paperwork got fucked up.
Hold on, that's fake news.
The
Canelo
paperwork
tried
got
to make
fucked
to fight
up.
Daniel Jacobs instead.
I just want to clear this out. Canelo tried to make. Hold on, Canelo tried to make a unification.
Yeah, I know
with
they ain't gonna
Andrade
keep
at
it real, but
160.
still.
Hold on, let me finish. Canelo tried to make a unification with Andrade at 160, and that was rejected by the sanctioning body. This is what I mean. Guys get on here with
That's
fake
not
news
true.
and
That's
start
not
spreading.
that's not true.
Guys get on here and try to spread lies like they spread their cheeks. This is what I'm talking about. I actually got video
Why does
evidence of
everybody keep
this.
saying gay shit?
Hold on, let me finish, my brother. Let me finish. I'm talking.
So put the video evidence on.
I got the videos up. All you got to do is search it.
Up, Angie, that's what we talking about.
They've been up for years. They've been up for years, bro. Look, y'all need to realize.
This ain't nothing new. This
Y'all
is
need to
nothing new. We got the evidence, bro.
Y'all need to realize
that's why we
this, bro.
talk so confidently, because we know.
Hold on. I think a lot of times, I think that you guys need to understand that just because this shit was posted or this shit was I feel like a lot of time, bro, you guys take an article, right? And just because it was sent out first, you guys like, oh yeah, this is true. Like even perfect example, like what he says. Oh, David Benavidez, people said this. David Benavidez, people said that. That doesn't mean shit, bro. This is what they're putting out to us, nigga. You get what I'm saying?
And none of y'all are Canelo's manager or been
Wait a minute. So you're discrediting ESPN articles.
You guys are drawing conclusions.
So you're gonna discredit
minimal.
So you're discrediting also sanctioning bodies because this is not per Canelo. This is not per Andre. This is per the IBF. It's a fucking matter of public fact. It's a matter of public fact.
Canelo
That Canelo tried to fight
You guys are taking minimal facts and making an entire conclusion, bro.
Hold on, John. Fact is a
one
fact
second.
nonetheless. It don't matter how small or big it is.
Hold on,
yes,
John,
it does, bro, because there's context to situations, bro.
John, 1 second. Clavo, who is a credible source? Who is Josh saying a credible source if it's not ESPN? Him?
This is the who the fuck is your credible source?
Are you saying ESPN's a credible source?
I'm asking you who's a credible source then? You tell me who's credible.
Rankings,
John,
this is not a credible
I'm asking you a
source.
question. John, I'm asking you a question. Who's credible?
Who's a credible source? What the question is to you.
So
who do we listen to? You?
Who's your credible source?
I think that first of all, I don't think that there's a sole credible source. You have to take a collection
of data.
Okay, just give me one. Let me answer the question. Let me answer it. You gotta take a collection of data and then draw a conclusion. You can't take one singular source and be like, "Oh, yeah, this everything."
Name somebody.
Name something.
That's why it's
You're running around the question, asshole.
You don't want to answer the question.
Around the question. The question's stupid, nigga. You can't.
No, it's not, idiot.
You can't answer it.
One sole source and then be like, "This everything this person says is facts." You can't.
Hold on. Let me get to the next question.
He answered your
So what? Are you more credible? So you're more credible than Boxing Scene?
Who? Is Boxing Scene credible?
Is Boxing Rick credible?
Look, this is what I'm saying. You
Shut
have to
the fuck up, bro.
This is dumb as fuck.
You just can't take one source and be like, you know what?
You cannot take one source and then say this is facts. You cannot do that. That's like grade 5, bro. That's grade 5.
Hey, Josh, those people at ESPN and the sanctioning bodies, that's called journalism. If they lie, it's called plagiarism, you dumb idiot.
Okay, but
they cannot lie. They cannot lie.
So plagiarism is you're saying just because there's journalism, just because it's journalism doesn't mean that they don't have their opinions. Look at their top 10 rankings.
But they cannot lie about facts.
This wasn't an opinion, idiot.
John, 1 second. John, 1 second. This is not, hold on. This is not a pound for pound ranking. This is them reporting on an act of fact. So either a guy petitioned a sanctioning body to make a fight or he didn't. If they said that he tried to do something that he did not, John, let me finish, please. If they said that he tried to do something that he didn't, ESPN would be financially liable. Do you understand that? They can't make up fucking lies and say this guy did this with no fucking proof.
No. See, this is why you guys are misconstruing what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's context behind.
It's not credible.
It's not credible because there's context behind these things.
Okay,
bro.
so that's
We're not talking about an opinion.
Let me give you a perfect example. Right? If like this goes on like the NBA, since we're bringing up ESPN, this goes on NBA, boxing, all types of sports. If ESPN drops an article that says something or drops something that says along the lines like, oh, this person got traded, this, that, and the third, or this person got traded, or this rumor is going around in the NBA, this rumor is going around here, this is what's happening here. That could be facts, but there's context behind these things that we have to find out.
Okay, so let me respond to you. Hold on, John. Let me respond to you.
Let me land.
Hold on, John. Let me respond to you.
Let me land. No.
Fuck that. I'm hijacking the plane. Let me hijack the plane.
Nah, fuck that.
I gotta hijack it. And let me break it down. So he mentioned ESPN, he mentioned journalism, and he also mentioned the fact that the NBA would trade rumors and shit. I'm sorry, I gotta step in here. So you're basically saying if ESPN writes an article and say this guy could get traded, there's been talks, but that's just them reporting an opinion on what they believe is happening behind the scenes. But if they say Jason Tatum tore his Achilles, that's an act of fact. That's very different from something that's actually happened that they can prove compared to them saying something that they believe might happen or that could be in the works. Those are two different things. So saying Canelo petitioned for a fight, there's paperwork to back that up. That's what I'm saying. And they heard from the IBF directly.
The question is now why. The question is now why. What was the reason?
They heard from the IBF directly.
No, it's not.
They heard from the IBF directly. So that's an act of fact, bro. They have no reason to lie on somebody petitioning for a fight. And
it's about the context that surrounds the facts, bro. If you don't think
he's telling us that.
That's crazy.
He's telling us we should have listened to the articles, but you literally got ESPN, you got Yahoo Sports and World Boxing News covering the same fucking shit. So all three of them are lying.
Facts, then that's crazy.
Thank you.
If you don't think that there's context to facts, then that's crazy.
Okay, let's get to the next one. Let's get to the next one. Hold on. This shit don't make sense. Domo says they quick to call Canelo out for not accepting the fight out of the kindness of his heart, but they don't blame David for not forcing Canelo to take the fight. Unique thinking.
Again,
don't make any sense, Edgar.
Like,
if
look
you're
at,
challenging the
that's
guy,
some crazy mindset, bro.
that's a
Forcing him
fight
to
should
take
happen.
a fight.
Really, he
The fact
just
that he has
body
to do that
bagged
is
his own
crazy.
self. Do you know how dumb that sounds? Force
Okay,
him.
explain it,
He
Ashley.
should've-
Explain it, Ashley.
Listen, I'm going to explain to you. He's the champion, right? You mean to tell me this man got to force this man to fight him? So that's what he got to do.
That's what
He got to
He's
force.
a contender. He's
He
not
got
a
to force.
champion. He has nothing to offer. So at that point, he needs to force the
No
fight.
other undisputed champion's done that. That's the problem.
Isn't the champion supposed to fight contenders?
Usyk's not doing that. He's fighting whoever's scheduled.
So you can get the fight.
Listen,
you have to defend your
bro,
belt.
bottom line, it all
Do
comes
you
down
see
to this.
Usyk doing that? No.
Wait.
I'm landing
We got,
it. I'm
bro,
landing
did the WBC sanction the fight? Did the WBC sanction the fight? Did they?
Canelo can sanction that shit.
No.
Canelo
Did the
has that
WBC
power,
sanction the
We all
fucking
know
fight?
Canelo has
If
the
Bro,
power.
David does what
if
he's supposed
Canelo
to
wanted
do,
to fight him, the
did they
fight would have
sanction the fucking
happened.
fight?
All that other shit is nonsense.
If Canelo wanted the fight would happen. We all know this, bro. Can we
Yeah,
move
why
on?
are
Canelo
y'all
don't
not?
need that
Why are
fight
y'all
though.
not
That's the thing y'all
accepting
don't
that?
get.
It's
Canelo
not
don't need
exactly
that
the
fight.
point.
David needs that fight.
That's not the point. Whether he needs the fight, whether he needs the fight or he doesn't need the fight is not the point, bro. If he
Here's the
doesn't
thing, bro.
that's crazy.
So
That's
what
a
the
dumb.
fuck?
It's that
So how
simple.
the fuck is it so y'all come back here with this energy for David? Why? Two fucking
Would you
belts,
fight me?
David
Would
just
you
one
fight
vacant
me if I
belt,
was talking shit
one
about you to shut me
champion,
up?
one title defense in 10 fucking years.
It was David
Would you fight me to
Morrell.
shut me up if I'm talking shit about you, saying I can beat you?
David Morrell's a prospect. He's literally raised, bro. Like, why we act like David Morrell's a bad win? David Morrell's a good win.
David Morrell's a fucking 11 fights. Get the fuck out of here.
He's a prospect, bro. This nigga's literally
Canelo
raised.
moved up to 175. He fought the
Bro, they gonna hate on Morrell, bro. Leave that alone. They gonna hate on Morrell. Leave that alone.
David Morrell's a good win, bro. David Morrell's a good prospect.
Dave Morrell was a very good win, a great win.
Y'all tripping. Oh, really? Dave Morrell's a good win.
He couldn't even knock. He couldn't even knock Morrell out, bro. That should tell you something. He couldn't even knock the dude out.
Not a good win.
That means that David's not as good as y'all thought. That means that David ain't a monster.
It's a boxing match. You're not gonna knock everybody out. He has 24 knockouts, not 30 knockouts. It's a boxing match.
He's not the monster.
You know how boxing works, right? Some fights are going to be knockouts, some fights are not. You know how boxing works, right?
But coming from
Like, you don't know that? Nigga, unless you're Mike Tyson in the 80s, unless you're Mike Tyson in the 80s, hold up. Unless you're Mike Tyson in the 80s, George Foreman in the 70s, or Roy Jones in the 90s, unless you're one of them guys, every fight is not going to be a knockout.
Exactly.
You saying you know boxing and you don't know that? Nigga, it's boxing. Give Morrell credit for not getting knocked out.
Exactly.
That's what you should be saying. You saying the wrong thing.
What the fuck? Y'all
Nigga, it's boxing.
This is literally boxing.
It's boxing.
There's no way that these there's
you
no
box?
way these niggas
Y'all are comparing.
Which one of y'all actually get in the ring and fight niggas for real?
No,
For
it's
real?
not,
Which one of y'all
because-
do that?
No, because they're using the dumb analogy.
Clavo, you box? Like for real, you put on like equipment and box niggas?
I've done it before in organized ones, but most of them have been bare knuckle in the street, bro. So I mean,
you should know. Then you should know every fight is different. Then
every fight's different.
Yeah, but then don't call yourself the monster.
Then why are you calling him a monster? That's my point.
Nickname. What
Edgar, I know you know every fight's different, so I ain't gonna come at you. I know you know.
No,
yeah, but don't
I know
run with
IBS no, so I ain't gonna come at
with the
IBS.
narrative. Don't run with the narrative that you're the
Look,
monster.
there ain't no way y'all gonna tell us an 11 fight guy is a fucking good win. The fight was good. The fight was entertaining.
Why are you disrespecting how good he
but that
is, bro?
fight was not a good win. It was.
You don't think he's a good? You don't think Morrell's a good fighter?
A good win.
He's not. Is he proving yet? What has he done?
No. You seen him fight before. You don't think he's a good fighter? He's not good because he only has 11 fights, so he's not good. He got to fight a million niggas to be considered good.
David
He got to fight a million niggas to be considered good.
The motherfucker's got power. He's
Does
okay.
he have to fight a million niggas to be considered good?
An 11 fighter as a good win.
First of all, can I please? First of all,
so basically, what you telling me is when you seen him fight, he wasn't good.
See that based off the David Benavidez fight.
In other words,
one second, John. I think what Clavo is saying is he gives David credit for the fight because it's a solid win, but he's saying he's not giving him extra credit because even though he gets credit for it, Morrell, you know, he only had 11 fights. He was never a world champion, had no championship.
He was game. And then Edgar said that he should be called a monster. Nigga, Benavidez has 24 knockouts. That sounds like some monster shit.
But who did
He
he
did
knock
not.
out?
He didn't knock Morrell out. I understand that. He
He
didn't knock Morrell out, but nigga, it's a boxing match. Do
Nigga,
y'all
listen,
know
listen,
how boxing
listen,
works?
But
I don't think y'all know how boxing works.
literally just showed
Yeah, I
how
don't think y'all know how it works.
Time will tell the truth. Time will tell the
Yeah, y'all
truth.
don't know. Y'all don't know how
Time
that
will
shit
tell
works.
the truth. Listen, time will tell the truth. And when your guy fights a nobody and doesn't unify and doesn't and doesn't fight any and he
He
doesn't fight
has 24
listen, let me
knockouts.
finish. Let me
You
finish.
said
Let
he's
me
not a
finish.
monster like
Let
that,
me
but 24
finish.
knockouts
When
in 30
your
fights?
guy, let me
That's
finish.
not
When
monster.
your listen, when your guy sits on the bench, and fights nobodies, finds journeymen, doesn't unify, doesn't do anything great, then you guys are gonna
What
have
does
to
that have
answer.
to do
Then you're
with him
gonna have
getting in
to
the ring
answer.
and fighting? When you
Then
watch
you're gonna have
Benavidez
to
fight,
answer for
David
why
should
he
already be
moves
great
that way.
without Canelo.
oh my God, bro.
David should already
I
be
like
great without
Edgar, man, but he
Canelo.
be tripping sometimes. I like Edgar.
Y'all just answer the question.
Do
If
you
you
agree
got
with Solidus that
30,
he should be
if you
already be
got
great without
30,
Canelo?
if you fought
Hold on.
30
Let Ashley
times,
ask
right?
this one real quick. Go ahead, Ashley.
If you fought 30 times, right, and you got 24 knockouts, right? That's not monster. That's not monster
Okay,
shit.
so can I ask you that, Ashley?
Objectively speaking, objectively
Edgar be
Can I
tripping,
ask you
man.
that, Ashley?
Who are those knockouts on? Who are they on?
Hold on, fellas.
Edgar, my guy, though. I ain't
Let's go over the resume a little bit. The last knockout that David the last knockout that David had was in 2023, and it was against Demetrius Andre, a guy moving up in weight. A blown up 60 pounder who's never even fought or beat a world champion sitting.
Exactly.
And so then his knockout that he got before that wasn't Caleb Plant, who Canelo had just knocked out. It was actually David Lemieux, another blown up 160-pound fighter.
Hey, let me say this. IBF.
Hold on, Solidus. I'm making a point. So out of David's last 5 fights, he's only had 2 knockouts, and those 2 knockouts, Clavo, Edgar, they came from blown up 160-pound
Mexican cookie
Hey,
monster.
check this
And
out.
who was that said
Hey,
that
IBF.
said Morrell was lucky he
wait,
didn't get knocked out?
I got a question
Who was
for
that
y'all.
Hold up,
idiot
Clavo
who
got
said
a
that?
question real quick. Clavo got a question.
I got a question for y'all. Before the Vo stick and the Morrell fight, when was the last time David had a fucking fight where he had all the disadvantages? All the
He was a
disadvantages.
weight bully. He was a fucking weight bully.
Hold on.
What
are we talking about, bro?
When was the last time
What you mean? He's fighting guys that weighed in at 168. What you mean advantage?
So David Lemieux.
First of all,
that was back in 2019.
the reason why,
Wait a minute.
2019, 6 fucking years,
He's
bro.
fighting guys that are getting on the scale saying 168. So what do you mean
already be
advantage?
great without Canelo.
See,
David should already be great without Canelo.
He is a great fighter.
No,
Are you going to tell me? You're telling me Benavidez is not a great? When it comes to the new generation of boxers, hold up. When it comes to the new generation of boxers, Benavidez is up there. You're saying he's not? Bro, you hating, bro. You's a hater, bro.
I do think that. I do
bro,
think
y'all
that.
seriously,
No.
y'all seriously advocating.
The new generation
for
of
somebody
boxers,
who ain't fought a world
Benavidez is
champion in
easily
6
one of the best
years.
of all. Come on, bro.
Listen, I agree with you. If David would have beat everybody at 168 before Canelo got there, if David would have beat
He's
everybody at
30 and
168
0.
before Canelo got there, he would already be great.
He's 30 and 0. He was beating everybody at 68. What do you
So
mean?
why wasn't he undisputed? He didn't beat none of the champions. He beat
I mean, he wasn't undisputed, but shit, he's beating everybody in front of him. Everybody ain't gonna be undisputed. It don't work like that.
You guys are praising this.
Manny Pacquiao, one of the greatest to ever do it. He was never undisputed. Everybody's not going to be undisputed.
Name the last champion that David beat.
Hold on, one second. I think we're all saying the same
It's
thing.
about getting in the. He don't get it, man. He don't get it, bro. He don't get it, bro.
I think we all agree. I think everybody on the panel.
He don't get it, bro. He don't get it. He's a politician.
Everybody on the panel can all agree to
He's a
one thing.
politician, bro. He don't get it.
Hold on, one second.
He's basing how good he is on how many champions he fought. That does not make you good. George Kambosos is a decent. George Kambosos has a. Hold up. George Kambosos is living proof. He is not a great high-level fighter, but he has a really good resume, and he's fought champions. It does not matter if you fought champions or not. It's about the skill level.
It doesn't matter.
It's about the skill level. George Kambosos fought Lomachenko, a Hall of Famer. Is he on that level? No.
George Kambosos is not
what are you talking about, bro?
George
He has a
Kambosos
really
got
good.
shit on Callum
I'm
Smith.
using
Got shit
Kambosos
on
as an
Turbo
example.
Ramirez.
How are we using
Kambosos
Kambosos
has
here?
a good
What are you talking
resume,
about?
but he is not
Where's
a
the
great
parallel?
fighter.
Where's
So
the
it doesn't matter
parallel?
if you fought champions or not.
David,
Why
bro. David
doesn't
ain't
it?
a
Why do
great
you not
fighter.
understand that?
David ain't a great fighter.
Well,
Sorry,
first of all, you can
Bro,
put
they're
Why do
Kambosos
you
in the
not
impossible
same
understand that?
sentence as
Bro,
Callum
you
Smith
cannot
or
compare
anybody else.
Kambosos to the champions at 168. What are you
No,
talking
I'm
about?
using
Wait.
his
So
situation.
hold on.
He's
You
not
Solidus.
a
choose
really
this situation.
George
Solidus.
Kambosos.
Wait a
George
minute.
Kambosos is a
No.
decent
The
fighter,
dude
but
at
he's not on that
168
level. But
was
he's
So
fought
wait.
champions.
No,
So
hold
by
on.
that logic, he's a great fighter. Then
Wait. Hold
by
on,
your
guys. Hold
logic,
on.
Kambosos is a great fighter because he fought champions.
Not a great fighter.
I
Nah.
then.
So wait a minute. So you're trying to tell me?
You're
So we're
proving my
cool.
point.
So hold on. So we're cool.
He's saying that Benavidez is not a great fighter because he hasn't fought no champions. That's what he said.
Well, no. Well,
That's
hold
not
on.
true.
I
So
said he didn't
basically,
fight
so
champions
wait
at
a minute.
168.
So you're giving David Benavidez a pass for not fighting Zerto and fighting fucking
No,
Ronald
I'm giving
Gavril
Benavidez
and
a
fighting.
pass because I
So you're
watched
giving
that
him a
man
pass
fight
for
over
not
10
fighting
times.
James
He has
Takeo
high
for
level
fighting
skill.
Leon Love.
Bro, them high level
Okay, so
skills
why
gotta
wasn't
be
Bro,
you
from
this
watching
is
the
the
two
Canelo.
fights
biasness
when he was
of the
at
Bruh,
168?
Why did
see,
he fight? Why
y'all
did he
don't
The
fight
fuck
whole
with
for the
boxing
fight?
fight.
like that, man.
yeah,
Y'all
the
don't
Nah,
fuck
you
with
don't
boxing
fuck
like
with
that.
boxing like that,
Bro,
fam.
stop
like to
downplaying
Y'all
say,
it,
just here to
bro. Come on.
salute. Y'all just here to support y'all people, Canelo. Y'all
No,
don't
we're
fuck with
not.
boxing
I
like that.
Bro,
literally
You
called
supposed to
stop
know.
Canelo
coming
a
back
You
to the
supposed to
cupcake.
know
racing
better than that,
3
again.
bruh.
videos
The
ago, I
racing,
You
called
supposed to
bro.
know
Canelo a
better than that.
cupcake.
Get
No,
him out of
Solomon,
here.
Especially
listen.
you,
I
Cabo.
called Canelo
Nah,
a
wait a
damn.
minute.
cupcake
Ain't
3
you a
Hold on,
longtime
wait a
videos
minute.
staple of
So
this
I'm
ago.
so
channel?
wait, hold on.
You
So
got
wait, hold on, part three.
Part three, 1 second. Clavo
Hold
got
on.
some smoke real quick.
So wait a
Go
minute.
ahead,
So I'm
Clavo.
supposed to know better. So
Yes.
because I'm rooting for a 4-division world champion, 2-time undisputed, versus a 2-time champion with only 1 title
Yeah, but
defense.
you're
That doesn't
discrediting
mean he's
everything
not
else.
skillful, though. That doesn't mean he's not
You're
What the
discrediting
fuck more do
everything
we need?
else.
That means that
Yeah, that doesn't
you
mean
did
David
not hold on.
Benavidez is not
Nigga,
good.
bruh,
Nah, y'all
he
stepped out
fought
2 cycles
Yildirim
of
and Billy
champions.
Joe. You're talking
Nah,
about
2
Canelo, right?
cycles
Let
of
me say this.
champions,
Let me
bro.
say this. Check this out.
No.
Check this out. He fought Yildirim and Billy Joe Saunders.
Which
Are
was
you
David
going to say with
mandatory?
a straight
It
face
was
he fought some
David
top
David
fought
guys to be
mandatory.
boo-boo.
undisputed?
David
Are you
fought
going to
That was
say that with a
boo-boo.
straight face?
Like,
fought
Avni
Put your
Yildirim was
camera on,
David
bro.
mandatory. You
I
know
got to
that,
see if
right?
you got a straight face when you're saying that.
No. Avni Yildirim was
I
David
got to see
Benavidez
if you got a
mandatory. You
straight
know
face
that,
when you're
right?
saying that.
Yeah, David
No
got
homo.
stripped. That's why he
Pause,
couldn't
no
fight him,
homo.
because he
I got
got
to see if you
stripped.
got a straight face
Can you
saying
see
that.
my face?
No, not you, Clavo. I got to
I was
see
about to say.
you saying when he was fighting, because you brought up Canelo's undisputed run. Are you
Right.
telling me Yildirim and Billy Joe Saunders were top guys he beat to be undisputed, where it should be praised? It's a great run because he did it.
Yildirim, hold
Are you
on.
telling me that with a straight
No.
face?
Yildirim was the mandatory for David
and
first.
Triple G, another champion, back to back champions. David didn't do that. The fuck you talking about?
Are
A dick
you
writer.
serious? Are you serious? I was
Bro,
arguing the
I
other
just
day.
named
I
fucking
argued
4
with somebody.
champions he fought.
Alexander
Fucking
Usyk's
Yildirim.
undisputed run is better than Canelo's. He
Yildirim
actually
like
fought guys that were a threat. Those guys
I do
Canelo
think
fought, good
Usyk
fighters,
is a
but they were not a threat. And you're going to tell me otherwise because you like Canelo that much?
Solid.
Bro,
If you
get the
claim
fuck
to
out
know
of here, bro.
boxing, if you
Are you
claim to know
serious,
boxing,
bro?
you know that Yildirim was the
Whatever.
mandatory
All
for
right,
David
man.
first.
All right, bro. Now you mentioned Canelo's undisputed run, so I had to go there.
No. This is a
But back
good
to
point.
David. Back to David. Back to David. Back to David.
Solidus is making a good point. Hold on. Solidus is making a good point for you, Clavo. This is why. Because if David turns around and fights Callum Smith next, if he turns around and fights that guy, then it's going to see if he's still a good opponent. If he's still a dangerous opponent, because he's basically downplaying it when it came to Canelo when he fought him.
Hey, you know what's
so
funny?
let's see if that energy stays the same when David fights him.
Yeah, why did he fight Coleman then? Why did he go for that?
Funny? You know what's funny?
Did y'all watch the Callum Smith and Canelo fight? How he just beat him real easily? Was that competitive?
What are you gonna say, Ashley? Hold hold on 1 second. 1 second, Solace. What you saying, Ashley? What's so
caught
funny?
you, Nuke. See, that's why I say that's the Jedi mind trick you be playing.
Go for it. What's the
See,
Jedi mind trick?
And I'm gonna tell you why.
Break it down.
I'm gonna tell you why. You see how quick you be like, well, if David fights Callum Smith,
David didn't
really
even fight
listen,
fucking Billy
like y'all said,
Joe.
he's the email champion, and being that Callum Smith has the Reggie belt.
Oh my God!
Shouldn't he really want to fight David before he want to fight Anthony Yard? Shouldn't he be wanting to make the fight with David Benavidez? Being that the email belt is better than having the fucking Reggie belt. Am I right or am I wrong? Shouldn't he be wanting to fight instead of him fighting Yard?
I'm lost.
Listen, hold up, man.
He's saying
Him
that you
fighting
guys are
Yard is
saying,
not going to
yeah,
do
this is
nothing because
that's a
Yard
great.
don't got no belt. Yard don't got nothing, but David Benavidez got a belt. He got the email belt, the belt that he want that will complete undisputed if he get a fight with fucking Bivol.
So why don't
shouldn't he be wanting to fight?
Isn't Callum Smith already in line to fight Bivol?
Shouldn't he be chasing David Benavidez though instead of Yard?
Well, he should be chasing Bivol because Bivol's undisputed.
Wait,
Answer
so who
the
be
question,
chasing?
man.
My question is,
Answer
who
the
be
question.
chasing
Can
Benavidez?
I just answer the question?
He should be chasing Bivol, not Benavidez. But
okay, if he
Benavidez
beats
fight would be
Bivol,
great.
Hey, I never heard Callum Smith come out and say, "Hey, I want to fight David Benavidez." I never heard him say that. Have y'all?
He said, "Yeah, he said he would be a great fight."
Yeah, he was.
And that's
He
the fight
said
they're
he want
negotiating
Callum
with.
Smith.
Were brought up
Callum Smith said, "I want to fight David
hey,
Benavidez. Make that fight happen."
Bro, see?
Yes.
He said they're in discussion.
He said that back at 168.
Actually, better. David Benavidez
So what's
said
up
he's
with
too
Anthony?
high
So
on
how
the
did
card
Anthony
with him.
Yard get in the mix then?
Bro.
Because your boy
Anthony
David
Yard's
can't
like
make a
number
negotiation.
He's like number four.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Solid. Solid is just body. Hold on 1 second. Solid is just body bag. He said, "How does Anthony Yard come in the mix?" You realize David gave an interview and said he's going to end up fighting either Callum Smith or Anthony Yard himself. He has the same options as Callum. You can't criticize Callum when David is saying the same
Now,
shit.
That's because
if I missed this,
that's because
now IBF,
Bivol
check
and
this out.
Dimitri-
IBF, I'm gonna keep it real with you.
Okay.
If I missed this, you need to let me know. Did Callum Smith do an interview where he said, "I want to fight David Benavidez"? Yes, or did he do an interview? If I missed it, no, right now,
What
May
difference does it make?
2025, right now. That
What
happened.
difference does it
He
make?
said he'd be happy to fight David. That's why they're in negotiations. He thinks that'd be a great fight. That's why
So
they're
I
in
could
negotiations.
disregard that Yard fight then. I should disregard those negotiations then.
No,
Since he said
I mean,
that.
what happened? Hold on. What happens if David end up fighting Anthony Yard? What are you gonna say then?
I would rather him fight Callum Smith to shut him up because I don't know why y'all think he'll lose to Callum Smith.
Statement saying we're either gonna fight David or Yard.
Either one of them can get it though. To be honest with you,
If he
They're
fight
saying the
Anthony
same
Yard,
thing. Solid.
if he fight Anthony Yard, then that must mean the Callum Smith negotiations broke down. So it's not on him. If Callum
So
Smith,
you automatically blaming somebody else. You just know it's not.
Hold on. I'm about to body bag y'all. Because y'all been saying Canelo was the king. And he called the shots because he's the champ. But now you're saying, no, bro, no, you're not doing the same
but
interview.
IBF, he actually did. He actually said that in the interview though. That he said that for real.
Yeah, he did.
Because I must have missed that.
He did.
He did.
He did the interview, I think with Boxing News or something, and he said that he was going to be, he's in negotiation. He thinks that'd be a great fight, and he said they're closer to getting the David fight done. But I don't know if things have changed because I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. There's been no reports. You just seen Frank Warren coming out saying that, we're trying to plan a Callum Smith Anthony Yard fight. So I don't know if they're bluffing and this is taught just to increase the price on David's end or what. But I think Callum Smith feels like he can beat David.
He's more skilled than David. And he's
But they're talking about Anthony Yard.
And they already turned down the fight. But they already turned down the fight.
David's talking about Anthony Yard too.
So basically anyone can fight anyone out of that situation.
Yes, that's basically what we're at.
Fighters.
Okay. Because they want to
but if the fights don't happen, but if the fights do not happen, you can't really blame Callum Smith because David was already offered a fight with Callum Smith that he turned down.
Yep.
Now let's go off it right now. Forget the past. 2025.
Forget the past.
This is 2025. This was just about like a month ago.
2025. Let's do that.
A month or two ago. Yes.
Hey, David Benavidez talked about
that a month ago.
He said the man wanted to make
about a month and a half, 2 months ago. Yes.
He said Turkey wanted to make a separate fight.
I don't think y'all lying about that.
No, listen, man. David Benavidez said Turkey had wanted to make a deal for him and Callum Smith to have a separate fight on the island of Alcatraz at the prison. He wanted to have the fight at the fucking prison.
Yeah, I saw that.
Benavidez was like, I'm not with those gimmick fights. I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting on no fucking island and shit where everybody got to take a ferry
wait a
on
minute.
the boat
So David Benavidez, hold on. No. See, the problem I have with that is David said, hold on. No.
What's the problem with that?
Hold on. David said he wouldn't fight in Saudi. Hold on. No. David said he wouldn't fight in Saudi. So then Turkey Then Turkey offers him a fight in America because that's an American land.
For real.
And then he won't fight that one. So he won't fight in Saudi and he won't fight in America. It sounds like he's making excuses not to take the fight. Am I wrong?
First of all,
let me clear something with IBF real quick. Let me clear something with IBF real quick. So he said he will fight David or he wants to fight David. Which one he say?
He said he won't take a fight. He won't accept the fight at Alcatraz.
No. I was talking about the Callum Smith. Did Callum Smith say he will fight David or he wants to fight him?
No, this is what he said. He was like, we was going to fight at 168, so it'd be a good fight It'd be a good fight. So, my team is in the, in negotiations with David Benavidez for a fight. He ain't just come out like, yeah, I want to fight David Benavidez.
Well, he's already co-signed it because Turkey. He's already said this. He said this with his action because Turkey's already offered David. He's already offered David that fight in America when David said he wouldn't take it in Saudi, and David turned it down. That's what I'm saying. He's making offers, and David turned that down.
No, Nuke, you're not gonna lie. David Benavidez already said it. You could go back and listen to the interview. He said that when he went down there, that's when he made that offer to him to fight him.
And why did he turn it down?
He said he turned it down because he wasn't trying to fight. He was like,
that's in America.
Listen, man, Alcatraz is on the island if you know your motherfucking history.
What difference does that make?
You got to get on a fucking boat. You got to get on a fucking boat. You got to get on a boat and float all the way to the fucking island. And you in the prison.
And what difference does that make?
Come on, man.
Partially, you had a question.
Oh, so you needed to be in Vegas. Oh, so you needed to be in Vegas, right?
Yeah, that's what they needed.
So, all right, so answer this. Who else fought on Alcatraz?
What difference does that make?
It's luxury for everybody to fight at Alcatraz. Who else fought there? Can y'all answer that?
Hold on, Ashley. Answer my question, Ashley.
Don't that make it more special?
If the Turk calls Canelo and says, "Listen, I got this 200 for you for David, but the only stipulation is you got to fight on Alcatraz." You don't think Canelo ain't fighting on Alcatraz?
He ain't fighting on Alcatraz for the money that he's offering him for Callum Smith.
Why are you bringing someone else up? What? He brought up Canelo and David.
Asked me that question. What the fuck you mean? Why I'm bringing up somebody else?
What happened to Guy? What the fuck
David don't want his biggest payday? Is what you're saying? David don't want his biggest payday.
How much you think? How much you think Turkey? How much you think Turkey was offering?
Matter. Everybody that
what you mean it don't matter?
I gotta tell Edgar something. Edgar, I'm starting to think the reason why David turned down the fight in America, the same reason why he turned it down in Saudi, is before he even entertained Turkey Al-Sheikh, he says, "I can't fight off the PBC. I have to get permission." It sounds like that David can't go against the PBC, Al Heyman, and he don't want to cross on that other side.
Yeah, he won't cross it to the zone. Yeah,
exactly. That's not a bad thing, though. I mean, Al Heyman put him on. I mean, he's just being loyal to Al Heyman. That's not a bad thing. Al Heyman put him on. So
how is Pitbull and Ryo doing the Saudi cards? So
I get what you guys. I get what you guys are saying. I'm not even disagreeing with what you guys are saying. I'm just saying there's two sides to it. I can kind of understand that it's the guy that put me on. I can see it. I get what you guys are saying on that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I can see that. I can see that. I can see that.
Alan Heyman and them probably never crossed.
Is losing money. They're going bankrupt.
Yeah, they've been good to Benavidez. They've been taking care of Benavidez. He put them on. Like
they're losing money on him. There's no return. There is no return.
Okay, hold on, fellas.
I can't hear nobody.
Hold on, we got to go one at a time. And before we do, let me just get these bills paid. Lord Scante69 said David copped out with the TV rights, knowing damn well Canelo already got a broadcasting deal with TV Azteca. So that's a fact. That's a fact. Whether anybody want to admit that or not, that's a fact. And one baller said,
that ain't no reason to not fight.
Imagine basing Benavidez's whole career over Canelo. That doesn't make any sense.
That's pretty much
why not? Canelo's the best. I want to knock him off.
That's what it's all about.
I don't see nothing wrong with that.
You can't base your career around one guy.
Canelo's the best. I want to be the best. I got to beat the best. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Let me finish. You can, and that's what I mean. Canelo didn't start at 168. Canelo was already putting in work before. So when David had a belt instead of unifying, Canelo had nothing to do with that. So David should have unified before. That's what I'm saying. These guys don't want to hold on. Let me finish. These guys don't want to hold David accountable. They want him to be like, oh, he don't have to unify. But when Canelo come in, please give David his payday.
Listen, man, I done told y'all why. I done told y'all why Canelo don't want to fight Benavidez. Y'all just don't want to believe me. I've been already telling you.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, and then we're gonna come right back to it. Lord Scante69 says Ashy Knuckles is ignorant because Bam is already more accomplished than David Benavidez. That's a fact.
Bam.
That's a fact, Ashy. That's a fact. Bam is way more accomplished than David Benavidez. It's not even close. We got to be honest about it. If you don't know, you need to research it. because I know you don't really know about Bam Rodriguez, but you need to research it.
We're gonna
Bam
see.
Rodriguez
We're
is a
gonna
good
see.
is a
We're gonna
is a
see when it's
great.
all
He's
said
an
and done.
elite fighter. He's an elite
Bam
fighter.
Rodriguez is a great talent. I like the Bam Rodriguez situation, but don't get him in the same weight class with Inoue though. He gonna get fucked up if you do that. They better not make that dream fight.
Hold on, Benavidez gonna get fucked up. Hold on. Benavidez gonna get fucked up if he. Hold on, Benavidez gonna get fucked up if he go up there and messing with Opataya. He gonna get fucked up too. So let's stop playing. Let's stop talking like David just a killer.
That could happen. That could happen.
Fuck that.
I'm not mad at that.
Hold on, let me finish. He gonna pack David ass up if he go up there the cruiserweight playing with Opataya.
See, unlike y'all, I can admit something. Y'all don't admit shit. I can admit that. Yeah, that probably would happen. But Bam, stay away from Inoue.
Hey, Solid,
get your little ass whooped. Get his little ass beat back to San Antonio.
I can't say anything about that. Inoue's a killer. Jesus
beat the shit out of Bam Rodriguez.
Hey, Solid.
Jesus says if he fights all the top dogs, I'll embrace Ashy as. For now, I won't. So if David shows that he's gonna fight all the top guys, he embrace what Ashley's saying. But as for now, he won't do it. Well, David had a chance to fight Canelo, skipped on it. He had a chance to wait on Bivol, and he said he would, and then he switched up and said, "Nah, I don't want to wait no more." For some reason, and he switched up on it. So it looks like David just keeps switching up every 5 minutes, and it's starting to look funny in the light. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Nuke, you do all right. Hey, Nuke, you do know. You do know Bivol. You do know, being that they ain't fighting till October, right? You do know that Bivol could have fought David Benavidez, right? You know he could have instead of him just dropping his belt.
Bivol. I want to answer that, actually. Yes, Bivol could have fought David as a quick tune-up. It would have been quick. He could have got David out the way, and like he could have probably because David easily worked for Bivol. He could have finished him off quick. That would have been a quick little tune-up for Bivol. You know, go fuck a few bitches, beat up on David a little bit, and then
you want David to be easy for him.
Stay crisp, you know?
Right.
He could have did that.
So instead of doing all that, he just dropped his belt.
He didn't drop it. David tried to play that enforcement game.
I would be careful.
Hold on. Whoa. So
when the WBC wants to jump the line,
so it wasn't the beef between the WBC and Turkey.
Domo says, Solidus T. Glad you mentioned Munguia. Why did that fight happen? Where was David Benavidez? Solidus?
175.
What do you mean?
There you go.
Munguia stepped in because David moved.
David moved up in weight.
Bro,
Munguia took his place.
Y'all know better. Y'all know that's not true. So I'm going to spin that. Y'all know that's not true. I'm going to spin that.
Hold on. We're going to come back to it. We're going to come back to it.
Who did David fight? David Morrell. David Morrell was the WBA. He moved up
He fought David Morrell. He fought David Morrell because Morrell kept calling him out and challenging him. That's why that fight happened.
We got a few more. Hold on. We got a few more. Prime Time says, Ashy and Solidus, why are y'all so high on David Benavidez? He hasn't done nothing at 75 or 68. And by the way, he's moving. Nothing soon. So what has David done to make you believe he's such a great fighter?
The reason
and Solidus.
Hey, Solidus,
the reason why
I'm high on David. I fuck with David. And that's why I criticize him so hard. He needs to be fighting the best.
Let me say this. The reason why I'm high on Benavidez. The reason why I'm high on Benavidez is because I don't do like y'all. Y'all go off of who a guy fought or how many belts he got. I go off of the actual talent of a fighter when they fight. I've seen Benavidez fight. Hold on, let me say this. I've seen Benavidez fight over 10 times. He's a very talented fighter based on his skill set. That's why I like the guy. That's why. Same thing with Tank. Tank has a weak resume. Tank has a weak resume. Hold up. Tank has a weak resume. But when it's time to get in the ring and fight, that you can't deny the talent. That's
you
why
just said he has a weak resume. That means he's fighting.
Because every time I argue that, y'all keep bringing up shit outside the ring. Oh, he overweight. He lifts his belt. I'm like, man, fuck all that. What's up with the ring? We get in the ring. Let's get in the ring.
You just said weak resume.
You keep talking about how many belts got dropped. He snorted coke. He's overweight. Y'all talking about that. He didn't activate his mandatory and shit like that. Man, fuck all that. We're talking about the fight.
No, because your level of talent is measured by your level of opposition.
Yeah, but you have to have the talent too. You have to have the talent. Again, I gotta make the George Campos example again.
I'm a kind of piggyback off Solidus. Like I said,
oh my God!
I recognize. For one, let me finish, and then y'all don't agree. Then it is what it is. But like I said,
they're politicians.
Like I said, I go like he said. I look for your skill. You feel what I'm saying? Like he said, resume, yeah, it matters. Of course, your resume matters. Who you fight, that shit it determines the greatness of the fighter. Yes, your resume.
Okay, I got
All it matters, but also.
these guys, yo,
Wait.
I mean, like I say, I'm trying to finish, but everybody keep talking.
Let Ashley finish real quick, then we'll get to it.
Yes,
Let's finish up, Ashley. Finish up.
your resume determines the greatness of who you are as a boxer as your career go on. Yes, but as you go on, there's going to be, you're not going to have all the best for one if you're not going through a different divisions. Okay, that's one. So the point I'm trying to make is this, man. David Benavidez is going to be a great fighter, whether y'all like it or don't like it.
So is he going to be a great fighter, or is he already a great fighter?
Bro, you thought he was a great fighter already.
You asking me?
No,
asking.
Because he said he's going to be a great fighter, but just a second ago, y'all was saying he is a great fighter. So
I think he is a great fighter.
His listen, man, his skill, like y'all don't like him for y'all reasons. Okay, that's cool.
We like David. That's what
I mean. Listen, man, I'm talking about as far as in like him, as far as in your choice of fighter. Because if he was your choice of fighter, he wouldn't be all these things that you're saying that he's not. That's the point I'm trying to make. So like I'm trying to say, me looking at his skills, let me know the type of fighter he is. Okay. He's not backing away from nobody. He comes in. Everybody say he got bad footwork.
Listen, bro. You guys are giving.
And second of all, it's not like he came up with the name the monster. Motherfucking Mike Tyson, one of the baddest motherfuckers in the world, gave him that.
Mike Tyson was high and
drunk. Listen, you can't speak against Mike Tyson, bro. Whoever this Mike did do that.
If y'all want to discredit somebody, y'all jump in Mike Tyson. Jump in Mike Tyson DMs.
Look, we all love Mike, but the only thing I'm gonna tell you is this. Hold on, Ashley. The only thing I'm gonna tell you is this: Mike Tyson was high as fuck when he said that.
Exactly. Boxing blasphemy, bro. You can't speak negative on Mike.
He was high. He likes to get high.
No, he was on there with Charlo, and Charlo was like, you won't fight him. Charlo was like, I'll fight him.
Hold on.
Fight him.
Let Edgar go.
Mike Tyson ain't called David the monster recently. I know that for a fact.
Edgar, what are you gonna say?
Yo, Nuke, Park, Clavo, these dudes are giving like guys like Benavidez and Tanks credit for their weak ass resumes. Is the same as these two guys picking up nothing but whales at the bar and fucking banging out 100 whales, but only because they have Victoria's Secret thongs. It's okay because they got Victoria's Secret thongs.
He don't get it.
That's a great analogy. That's basically saying, hold on. That's basically saying, I'm fucking
He's saying that because he doesn't like Benavidez and Tank. That's one of the reasons why he's saying that.
Hold on, Solid. That's like. So you're saying you're going to the bar and you picking up all these giant sea monsters, and you fucking a bitch look like a sea otter, but you say, man, I'm getting pussy every night. Like, but from what? My guy,
but wait,
what is this?
For what? I'm gonna tell you.
Let me say this.
I'll tell you for what if you want to go by that analogy, because I'd rather be that guy getting the seals than that motherfucker sitting in his basement beating his fucking meat, looking real stupid.
And that guy beating his meat is David.
That's what you're doing.
Y'all just said he be fucking the seal face bitches, right? Didn't Nuke say that?
Let me say this.
But he's getting pussy. You see, some of y'all not getting no pussy, so y'all know how that go.
Hey, I know you don't get pussy, bro.
Some of y'all on here don't get no pussy. I already know that. Some of y'all not getting no pussy.
You can't brag about.
You know why I know y'all not getting no pussy? Because y'all be on this show too faithfully talking shit about a boxer. That's how I know you ain't getting.
Look who the fuck is talking.
That's why I know you ain't getting no pussy. Listen, man. Listen. Was I on the show? Was I on the show when it first started? When I came out,
you're always on here when it first starts. You're always catch you on here before me.
Listen, man. When I came to the show, all y'all was on here talking real. Y'all was talking about racist shit.
I have to use the Kambosos thing. Kambosos is not really a good fighter like that, but he has a really good resume. So that point that Edgar made, just looking at it like that, I don't know if I could give him that. I don't know if I can give Edgar that.
This shit don't even matter, bro.
But look,
it do. Because boxing comes down to skill and talent level. If you don't have it, you're gonna get shitted on. He don't got it, but he got the resume.
I'm gonna go back to what you said.
You just said it comes down to skill. Hold on, Clavo.
Yes. So David is good. So we would agree. So me and Park Street. So me and Park Street. So after what he said, me and Park Street would agree. David Benavidez is a great talent. We would agree on that.
No, we agree.
Based on what I agree on that. He on some other shit. When I watch him fight, this nigga lights out.
Hold on, Solid. You just said out your
regardless of who we fight.
Listen, hold on. You just said 10 seconds ago that it's based off of skill and the talent that you fight.
Yes, okay, you have to have it.
Hold on. I'm going to give you the skill. If we check off the skill, he still don't check off the talent, which disproves your point of NBA.
You don't got no David Benavidez not a talented fighter? You're the only person on planet Earth that think that.
No, you're separating it. The skill is what we're basing from David.
The same thing because if you wouldn't have no skills without no talent.
No, you're not understanding. Hold on, Ashley. I feel what y'all saying. I understand what y'all saying. Y'all misinterpreting what I'm saying. Hold on, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. The skill is David. The talent is the opposition who he's fighting.
No, I'm talking about Benavidez's talent for boxing and the skill level with that. When it's time to get in the ring and fight, this nigga Benavidez is A1, bro. You cannot deny that. You cannot deny that. Regardless of who we fight, this nigga is A1. If you yourself had to fight that nigga, you would probably get knocked out in like 10 seconds. If you talking this shit, you would get hurt.
Bro,
no, it's not dick ride, nigga. It's actual facts. It ain't no dick ride. Yeah, don't say no dick riding.
Oh my goodness.
Like 10 seconds, man.
I only said that to make my point. Because I'm telling you, he's A1 when it's time to fight.
I've been trying to finish these comments for 30 minutes. Hold on. Let me just finish these comments, fellas. Because it'll only take 1 minute, man. JMA says if Canelo beats Ceres, is that going to be a great fight? And El Caesar says, who did David Benavidez knock out that considers him a monster? I guess Demetrius Andre.
All those motherfuckers that went, all those motherfuckers they put in the ring with him at 68. And he was beating their ass. That's what made it
all the undersized motherfuckers that he was.
He can't get no credit.
Oh damn.
Canelo can get credit for beating small ass Charlo, but he can't get no credit. Oh damn, that's fucked up.
I'm gonna tell you,
Canelo's bigger than Charlo.
Charlo was bigger.
That's fucked up. Now he's not bigger than him now.
I am so excited for later this week. We go live again either tomorrow or the day after, whenever we go live again. Because Steel Mills is not on this one today, but when he gets on it, I know he's gonna want to talk to y'all about calling David an A1 fighter.
All I gotta say is
Still is not going to agree with that shit.
On Charlo, but Charlo
Steel Mills ain't the best person to talk to about that.
Yeah, he said that like Steel Mills.
Nah, I fuck with Steel Mills. He the truth, but I don't know about the Benavidez talk.
Yeah,
because I know he's going to do the same thing y'all be doing. He's going to try to come up with little dumb shit and all that bullshit, and then praise somebody else.
I got to talk about my guy Steel. My guy Steel be spitting facts. I'm just saying.
Nah, I disagree because he said that. We were talking one time on live. Let me just say this real quick. We were talking one time on live, and we were talking about the Bivol and Canelo fight. Bro, Bivol literally outboxed that man once Canelo saw that he couldn't hurt him. He was trying to say that wasn't the case. That's how I know. He don't really know
David
like that.
Do that. David
like,
Bivol,
I'm talking about Bivol. Fuck Benavidez for right now. Pause. I'm talking about Bivol. When they fought, when Canelo couldn't hurt, when he couldn't do that bullying and hurt with the power shit with Bivol outboxed him. Canelo's so great, y'all say, but he couldn't outbox Bivol back. That should make you scratch your head. That should make you scratch your head. Because every other elite level fighter never had that happen.
Argument for Steel, because I know he's gonna have to
again. Floyd couldn't knock out Pacquiao, but he outboxed him though.
I know.
There we go.
I'm gonna save that argument for Steel because I know.
So Canelo might not be that elite then. Because he couldn't do nothing with Bivol. He couldn't do nothing with Bivol when he couldn't hurt. Hold up. When he couldn't hurt Bivol, he couldn't do nothing with Bivol. He got destroyed. He lost in two. Some of y'all probably lied to the fight closer.
We're going to save that argument for Steel. We're going to put that to the side. We already know that. We already know there's a lot that happened in that fight. A lot of context you're leaving out, but that's okay.
Everything to make Canelo look good. Everything to make Canelo look good.
It ain't got nothing to do with
everything to make David look good.
Y'all are the Canelo cult.
How does he look good?
Nigga. The Canelo
what do you say about you, Solidus? You're not David Colt.
That nigga got outboxed clean, and there's other stuff that went on. Nigga, call a spade, bro. Call a spade.
Hold on. Wait a minute. My brother Steel Mills said I never said that shit. What the fuck is he talking about?
That wasn't him.
body bag himself.
Either you lying or you confused who you talking with, bro.
Bro, you
Or you on the wrong panel.
I could have sworn that was him.
Stand on your shit, Silas. Who was that?
Same way I listen to Nuke, I listen to Steel Mill. Steel Mill be talking facts.
He be talking
Nah,
facts.
I could have swore that was him. If that's a mistake,
I'm gonna tell you that
that's
Steel
my
Mill's
fault.
the guy that's gonna give you the truth, whether you like it.
It was a while ago. It was a while ago because I've been coming on this panel for like 3 months, February, I think.
Look,
And if it wasn't, if that's a mistake, then somebody was saying that, and it sounded like it was him. From I remember.
Somebody did say it.
It sounded like it was him. That's why I said him. But if that's not true, then I have to take that back.
But we'll put that on the back burner.
It wasn't true that it was Steel. Somebody did say that.
Okay, whoever that person was.
Hold on. Let me finish these comments off. Jesus says Canelo has more knockouts than Benavidez has fights. If Benavidez is a monster for having 24 knockouts, then what does that make Canelo?
Bro, Canelo's been fighting long. See these bullshit ass statements, bro. No, I get it. They paying attendance, so I understand why because you're getting your money. I get it. These some bullshit statements. You know that, but you're getting your money. You're getting your money there. These motherfuckers is stupid enough. These motherfuckers is stupid enough to send you money saying that. So I get it. Take the money. But bro, these are some bullshit statements, bro. Come on.
When you're fucking big and you stay at a fucking weight class for 10 years, yeah, you're going to have more knockouts. But when you're moving up in weight,
you might not have a career than Benavidez. So, yeah. Of course, he got more knockouts. Duh. Come on, bro.
Well, Canelo's a 4-weight world champion, undersized in every weight class. So it looks like when Canelo has to do more to get the knockout.
He's been professional longer. Of course, he has more knockouts. All that other stuff don't matter.
That means David can have more knockouts because he was at 168 for so long.
Canelo been boxing for 20 years professionally. Benavidez is a baby compared to him when it comes to boxing careers.
Hold on 1 second, Solid. What's up, Park?
Yeah, so Solid has just brought up longevity and Canelo was fighting longer. But David's tenure at 168 was longer than Canelo's.
Exactly. So Thank you.
I'm talking about their boxing career. Boxing career. You're stuck on the weight throughout Canelo's boxing career. He's accumulated more knockouts. So of course he has more knockouts.
Solid, is you saying David?
That don't make sense to you?
Clavo, can you explain it?
Solid, is you said David is the baby still in boxing?
But he started at 16, and Canelo.
He compared what I meant by he's a baby is his career is not as long as Canelo, so you can look at that as his baby.
Hold on. I gotta kill you right there, bro, because David Benavidez and fucking Usyk started around the same year, and where the fuck is Usyk at? 2-time undisputed cruiserweight, heavyweight.
You know, but wait a minute. You can't say that to me because I'm the one that said Usyk had a better undisputed run than Canelo. I ride with Usyk. So you can't say that to me.
What the fuck are you talking about? We're doing you're saying that
No. You tried to say that as shade to Benavidez using Usyk.
You're saying that David
I'm going to ride with Usyk, but that don't bother me.
But Usyk, dog, David debuted in August 2013. Usyk debuted in November of 2013. Look where the fuck is Usyk at? Why ain't David gone that? Why ain't David?
And also,
me personally, I like Usyk better, so I'm not even mad at that.
That's not the question.
That's not the
you're comparing them two. You're trying to say Usyk is better. You're trying to say his career is better, right?
That's not what I'm, bro.
Am I hearing you wrong?
I'm coming at you saying that you're making the excuse that David's a baby. He hasn't done nothing. He hasn't got enough to get knockouts or anything.
Oh, you're saying if he's a baby?
Usyk's been there almost around the same time.
Hold on, Clavo. But this was the same guy that was talking about how good Morrell was with 11 fights. Like, what are we doing?
Oh yeah,
he is good. You don't think Morrell's a good fighter? And y'all gotta understand. Nobody's saying Morrell is the greatest fighter. They're just saying for what he brings to the table, he is a great fighter. I think y'all took it like we were saying he's the best fighter or something. Nobody said that.
Oh, y'all talk about David.
When it comes to what he brings to the table, he is a great talent. Like I can see him giving people trouble. That's what we were saying. Y'all took it like we were talking about this nigga's Mike Tyson or something. Nobody said that.
Hold on. Let me finish these comments.
Didn't say that.
Hold on. Let me finish these comments. JMA says, give Ashy Knuckles his medication. This one, Ashy was wilding a few minutes ago talking crazy. Dwayne Styles says, salute IBFP. I just got back home from Mexico in March. I spent almost 6 months there. Your channel got me through the trip. All blessings, brother. Salute to Dwayne Styles, my brother. He's on here every week. Just solid. Salute to you, man. I hope you enjoyed Mexico. I hope you enjoyed the food and the women. Because every time I go to Mexico, I enjoy the food, the women, the atmosphere, everything. Beautiful.
Facts.
JMA says boxing is about perception, but you can't be that blind. That's fucked up. Mike Trace says they will never hold David Benavidez accountable because they not David fans, they're Canelo haters. They just support David because they hate Canelo's guts. That's all, bro. I believe that 100%. I believe they're Canelo haters, not David fans.
No, I don't believe that.
I truly believe this is how they feel. I truly believe that. Hold on, I got two more and I'm done. Mike Trades, I think you're 100% accurate on that, and I think nobody will ever admit that. Jesus says, Ashy, don't you call David Benavidez your man?
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
That's true. He did say that a couple times.
I guess so, Ashy.
My man.
We got video evidence of that.
Yeah, he always said that's my man, David.
Yep.
Exactly. I mean, listen, man, just because from y'all generation, y'all on the homo shit like that, listen, man, that's y'all
You're
trend.
talking about Turkey.
Listen, man, that's y'all trend. Listen, I'm already
Turkey is Muslim, so I doubt he's like
I'm the
that.
main one on here complaining every time y'all all here talking about some gay shit. So I'm the last person y'all should even be trying to make joke about.
I wouldn't do that, but I don't think Turkey's like that. He's Muslim. I wouldn't do that. The holding hands thing was weird. I agree with that. I wouldn't do that.
I know people claim a lot of things.
With another man.
Well, hold on, Silas.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I wouldn't do that.
Things, but when I see guys, holding hands and skipping and
it's us.
swinging
It's us.
from side to side, I'd be like, these dudes living another way, and that's their business. Ain't nobody judging them. You can do what you want to do. All I'm saying is, I just don't like to proclaim anything, because when I see two dudes cuddled up, I like, do your thing. More women for me.
So can y'all answer this question?
Girl, but you ain't all hooked up on her, and she want that validation, so she stick her hand out.
Listen, when us Benavidez fans make allegations against Canelo, and y'all be on here, telling us why we wrong about that, how do you explain that? What do you call it?
We explain it with truth, bro.
When us Benavidez, hold up, man. Let me answer the question. When us Benavidez fans get on here and start making accusations against Canelo, and y'all get on here and capping for Canelo, trying to explain to us how wrong we is about how he had beat Benavidez, what do you call that? Is that meat riding? Or
because you're not stating a
what do y'all call it? Or is that just defending Canelo? Can y'all
that's
answer that question?
My brother, that's speaking facts.
You didn't just state a fact. You just said hearsay.
Just answer the question, man. Here you go. You always trying to come around the bush with some crazy ass fucking shit.
He just answered it. He said speaking facts.
God damn.
And let me say this about Canelo for those that believe I dislike him or hate him. I think
Hold up,
Canelo.
Silas. Can you let them answer that question first? Don't let them off the hook.
I just answered it, Ashy.
You're one person. You answered your question. Don't speak for the whole panel. Don't speak for the whole panel.
What do you call it when you defend Canelo Alvarez when they make erroneous statements about David Benavidez?
We just come in with facts. I mean, we try to lay out what is factual and we could see, and these guys fucking go with hearsay.
So have we ever made so we never have stated no facts on this show? Never.
You stated facts. You stated some facts.
Okay, so
okay
then. So when I stated facts, hold up. So when I stated facts, right? Which means y'all was against the facts that I was stating. So
which fact was
what was y'all calling?
I need to know which fact specifically.
Hold up. When I was right and when y'all was wrong, was y'all me riding then? When I was right at the time?
Who's right? You gotta bring it up what you're talking about.
Writing like you.
See, right now,
you gotta bring up a specific
you're still talking about hearsay because you're not bringing up.
Listen, that last time, that last show when I came on here cooking. Remember that show, Nuke, when I came on cooking. That show.
You say what you were talking about.
That show. When I came on that night,
I must have missed it because I don't remember none of that.
Yeah, see,
Andre Tucker.
Go back and watch the show, Clavo. You
had to get on his knee for Canelo.
Hey, Clavo, look here. I know me and you don't get along, right? But go back and watch that show. You'll be proud of me. You'll come back on here and be like,
we don't get along. No, you don't get along with me.
Nah, I know. I just don't get along with your gay jokes you be saying. That's the only thing I don't get along with.
Ashley, no, look. This is what happened. You thought you body bagged people, but you body bagged yourself.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
at the end
Hey
of the
man,
day,
look here.
Canelo
Even
didn't get
listen,
his
man.
on his
You can
knees.
say that, but
He
even Nuke.
got he left his belt. He didn't
Listen,
want to fight Skull. So what Turkey
listen. You
did,
can say
Turkey
that.
had to get on one knee to give Canelo
Listen.
a back to fight Crawford, and another knee just to give him another back to fight Skull. Come on now, bro. Get body
Listen,
bag
man.
yourself.
Got 2 more fights.
Listen, man.
That's 2
Even
more
Nuke
bags.
know. Even
So
Nuke know.
what
I
was
caught
your
a
question,
couple of
Ashley?
body
I
bags
didn't even
that
get
night.
to it.
Nuke knew
Ask
I
your
caught a
question
couple of
again,
body
Ashley.
bags that night. That day. He know that. So when I was
But I
right and
body
when y'all
bag
was
you
wrong
because
that
you
day, that
think
means y'all
David's
was
a
meat riding.
monster, but
Who
at
are you right
175,
on?
he's looking
You're
like
not
a
bringing up
cookie
any
monster.
specific topics.
Listen, man. It's
You gotta
okay
bring
to
up
admit.
specific
It's
topics.
okay to admit that y'all be meat riding, man. It's okay.
No,
I'm gonna
you're the
tell
one
you
It's
something.
ordering a
okay.
David
Hold
Jones
on,
with
everybody.
extra
Hold on.
grains.
I
You
want to tell
can't
you
meat
guys.
ride when you provide facts.
I want to tell you guys something. So I'm gonna tell you what my grandma used to tell me when I was a little kid. So my grandma used to always tell me, she would say, the sun shines on a dog ass sometimes. Sometimes the sun shines on a dog's ass.
I got a better one for you, Ashley.
Yeah,
Sometimes the
Ashley
broken
Knuckles
clock is
is
right twice
hold on.
a day.
Ashley
when the
Knuckles,
dogs bend over.
hold on. Ashley Knuckles is that dog's ass because occasionally the sun shines on him. So occasionally he might get a fact in or a body bag here or there. Occasionally the
Ashley,
sun does shine on a dog ass sometimes.
Oh wait,
But
so he had something at one time or
I'm
what?
about the body bag. Hold on, right quick. See, Ashley can't point out no specific points, but I'm gonna point out a specific point. When you got into it with Sports Bull, with Sports Talk, and you ran him off, we was agreeing with everything that you was talking about. But see, you yourself couldn't come up with a specific time and point where you was right.
Oh,
So
you had to come up with a forum, right?
time when we agreed, but you can't come up with a specific time when we agreed.
Oh, you had to come up with a forum.
Exactly. That's my whole point.
Damn.
I know when
Ashley, come on, bro.
I know when I agree and when I disagree, and I can point out every time.
Hey, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Well, if that's the case, then why the fuck you didn't point it out that night? Why was I cooking?
I did.
And that shit fell on
If you
deaf
go back
ears. You
and
know
watch
why?
the live, if you go back and watch the live, the whole time I was saying, Ashley, body bag his ass, body bag his ass, body bag his ass. I was saying it the whole time.
He was. That's true.
I was saying it the whole time. I keep the same energy.
Oh, so I must have missed it for real.
Yeah. Clavo, you weren't here that day.
Clavo wasn't there.
And Ashley
let me say this to you, man.
Ashley had a moment.
Well, then listen. Well, then if you was the one saying that, then why is you even putting yourself in the conversation?
Because there are points that I disagree with you on, and the points that I disagree with you on.
Okay, then listen, man. Listen. You don't have to include yourself then. See, and that's what's wrong. See, that's what. See, you wanna be along with the get along gang so bad.
It's not about being along with the get along. I just proved your point. You said that you be on here body bagging, but you couldn't even point out a specific time when you actually body bagged somebody.
You go along more with what the fuck these niggas talk about more than
okay.
So
Actually, if that's true,
so that's why you be on the show.
What did I say about Canelo 3 videos ago? What did I say about if that's true? What did I say about Canelo 3 videos ago? If they offered him to fight with David and the 200, and if Canelo didn't fight David, what did I call Canelo?
And that's the thing. Why he got to get all that money though?
Because
why
he's
he need
the
all that
king of fucking boxing. What are you talking about?
Hold up, but why did he need all that money for a bum?
Because David's team said he deserved it. That's why.
For a person that everybody say that can't fight, man. If he can't fight, why he need all that money?
Well, Park Street. Let me answer this. This is like the guy. This is like Ashley. This is like Ashley going to a restaurant saying, "Why do they charge this for a burger?" It's not about why the fuck they charge it, because that's their value. People gonna go in and buy it. That's why they charge it. If you ain't got the money, shut the fuck up. That's really what it's about. The 1-2 says, "Hi Nuke, what's your honest prediction for Canelo Crawford?" My honest prediction for Canelo Crawford as of today, as of right now, if I had to be pressed on the spot, I think Canelo Alvarez wins a unanimous decision against Terrence Crawford. I think Terrence Crawford's going to be very defensive. He's going to be running and moving and not trying to get hit. And so I think Canelo's going to maybe drop him once in the fight, and Bud's going to be on his bike as much as he can. That's my honest prediction. Would anybody else like to give their honest prediction for the fight real quick?
I would agree with what you just said.
Yeah, I got to go with the honest choice, man. I don't know, man. It's too much risk, too much weight. But I'm ready to be shocked. I'm ready to be shocked, man. I don't want to I don't want to underestimate Bud. Bud is my guy too, man. I love Bud, bro. It's just that I'm nervous for him, man. This is a
You know
lot,
what
but I know you
think?
about to catch. I know you about to catch that after this
too,
one,
bro.
maybe.
I'm gonna tell you.
Hopefully, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see what you do. But man, I hope this fight is good. I hope that once he gets a whiff of that powder, I hope he don't start getting on his bike and man, stay toe to toe, bro. See what happens.
Wait, hold on, Clavo. If he stay toe to toe, he going to sleep.
Yeah, well,
This
that's
is what I
I want to
think.
see that.
And if Bud, hold on, and if Canelo hit him with power shots on the chin and Bud don't go to sleep, he on that super Bud because I believe he on that snack.
Well,
pack.
I mean,
Ain't no
Bud did
way.
say he's not gonna
Ain't no way.
run.
I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You got to be cheating.
Yeah,
at
yeah.
that
That's the
point.
thing, Nuke. This is the thing. Like I said.
His coach said he is gonna run though, Clavo.
No, yeah, but
So which one
I
is
was
it?
gonna say that. His coach said
Ah,
he's gonna,
shit.
but that's what I'm saying. Once
See, Clavo, you tried to have Bud's back, and then we reversed it.
Yeah,
His
but
own
that's
trainer
the thing.
said that he's not
Hey,
gonna run.
when did you see Bud? When did you see Bud circling around? We never seen that. So he's not. That is not in his. That is not his shit. He's not Devin Haney. He's not William Skull, bro. Bud, when he goes, he's not gonna move back very good because he doesn't move back, bro. So when Canelo moves him back, we might see him drop a couple of times. I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm saying he's gonna drop him twice. This is how I think the fight gonna go. Because I have two different opinions. If Bud comes out fighting like Bud, he going to sleep.
Yep.
He going to sleep.
I agree.
He's going to sleep. I'm talking about one punch knockout. Canelo going to set it up, and he's going to hit him with an overhand right, or he's going to hit him with a left uppercut, and he's going to put him to sleep. Now, if he comes out and utilizes movement like his trainer was saying, then I still think Canelo's going to drop him. I think he's going to drop him twice, but I think that he's going to win by unanimous decision.
I'm gonna tell y'all what's gonna happen, man. I'm explaining the fight. I already see. I done seen the future. I done seen the future. I'm gonna break it down to you.
You sure?
This is Canelo's last ride. You know, he said he ended his shit with Turkey, right? He got his last couple of fights. This is how this fight's gonna go. Everybody, all his fans right now, we hype. We thinking this shit when the bell ring. Boy, Canelo gonna come in. It's gonna be crushing. There's gonna be a lot of swinging. Somebody going down within 5-6 rounds, and this shit is gonna be over. This is what's gonna happen, man. Both of these dudes is getting up there in age. They both know. They like, you know what, man? Look, we about to get paid for this fucking fight. We gonna go watch. I'm gonna let y'all know what's gonna happen. The first like 6-7 rounds is gonna be a bullshit ass fight. Watch the shit. We gonna be looking at this shit like, man, what the fuck is going on with this fight? It's going to be something like a William Skull in the fight. I ain't going to say it's going to be a lot of running. It's going to be some punching going on. But it's not going to be the action-packed fight that we think it's going to be. And then when it get down to the championship rounds, there's going to be some swinging, a lot of holding, a lot of swinging, a lot of holding. And then it's going to go. Then the bell going to ring in the 12th round. Then the judge is going to go to the card. And Canelo's going to win. And that's going to be the fight. Then Bud's going to walk off and go retire with his little 80 million or however much money he's gonna get.
You went all that way around to say the same shit Luke just said.
Well, look,
Ashley, you said something different when Mirage was here.
I'm gonna tell you a prediction that Edgar gave. Edgar gave me a prediction on this fight one time, and he said Bomac's gonna throw in the Cheeto bag halfway through.
Oh, that's fucked.
I just play
the hot Cheeto bag.
I just fucking with you, bro.
I already know that's how the fight gonna go. That's why I'm not.
Question. I got a question because this is my personal opinion. My personal opinion is if Canelo beat Crawford, he number 1 pound for pound.
He gotta be.
He gotta be.
Yeah.
They forced this. They said he would lose. They said all this shit. He got to get credit. If he loses, Bud get full credit. If Canelo wins, he got to get full credit. You can't beg for the fight and everybody say, "Oh, we want this fight," and Canelo can lose and not give him the credit. Bivol moved up on the pound for pound list when he beat Canelo, moving up in weight. Canelo should get the same from beating Bud if that goes that way.
Facts.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
All right. And Domo says, why does he need all that money at Ashy Knuckles? What what other fucking incentive is there without being forced? That's a great point, Domo. That's a great fucking point.
Domo, you need to get up here, bro.
The money, Ashy, the money.
Domo always in the motherfucking chat, but don't never get up here. He be speaking facts.
Domo, you be spitting, my brother.
Nah, he just be running off with the lips. That's all.
Oh, there you
Not
go.
really. He just says what y'all want to hear. He don't really be saying.
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
come
much.
on, Solid.
That's what
All
it
right,
is.
all right,
That's
man.
what
We're
it is.
going to
He's
get out
sending
of
you
here.
money
I don't
though, so
want
of
to
course
hear.
you're gonna like him. He's
He
sending you
just
money.
says what you don't want to hear.
Yeah,
That's
of
what
course.
it is. I
Exactly.
get it.
That's
Come
why
on,
you
man.
get
Listen,
feelings.
man.
No, I'm saying that because I've been reading what he's been reading off what he's been saying. All he's doing is just talking pro Canelo stuff. Like, of course he's going to get saluted for that. That's all people want to hear on the panel. Pro Canelo.
No, but
He's
That's it.
speaking facts. You just don't like him.
It's not facts because you never heard Canelo ask for that kind of money before until Benavidez came up. That should have you scratching your head.
He asked for 150 to fight
Nigga,
Bud.
Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. Hold on, let me say this.
It was never this
Floyd
much money.
Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather.
Hold on, Solidus. It was never this much money available for a fight before until Turkey came in and started dumping boatloads of money. Of course he's going to set his price. He set his price
But
for
I
Bud
thought that
and
fight
got
was
it.
going to be a PBC fight, no Turkey, originally.
That's what I'm saying. So he can set a fight for whatever he wants.
So Turkey wouldn't have been involved.
That's the thing.
Where's that money coming from?
Exactly. Turkey was not involved in the beginning.
Originally, this was going to be a PBC fight, no Turkey. So where's he going to get 150 from? Al Heyman's going to give him that?
Hold on. When Turkey was on the scene, he said, I need 200 million. And he didn't reach out to Turkey. David reached out to Turkey and said, hey, we need to get Canelo this bread.
Thank you.
But originally, though,
You don't remember shit.
it was going to be a PBC fight, right?
It doesn't matter what Canelo was going to make the
It
fight.
don't matter.
When was it going to be a PBC?
It don't matter.
When was it going to be a PBC fight?
Pick it up. You know, Turkey has worked with the PBC too, right?
So when he fought Caleb Plant, when he fought Caleb Plant, that was a PBC fight, right?
PBC, yes or no?
No Turkey, right?
He wasn't under contract with PBC yet.
Okay, so he was doing business with PBC. Then he was offered. Hold up. Then he was offered, hey, we could give you 100 million, 50 million here, 50 million there. You fight Charlo, then fight Benavidez. He said no, right?
100 mil. No, that's not true.
Bro, when he fought Caleb, he beat Caleb Plant in November 2021. Then his next fight was coming up. He was offered 100 million for 2 fights. Jamar Charlo, a long-time showdown that should have been happening.
You got the timeline wrong. You got the timeline wrong.
I got one.
The timeline is wrong.
No, because we can't go back through that whole thing real quick.
For real.
That's not true.
I want to say is, hold on.
He
Domo
took
says
160 from Eddie. That's why he took the Bivol fight.
Hold on, round one. So Domo.
Am I lying though? Did he not get offered 100 million?
Hold on. Domo responded to you saying that he's pro Canelo.
He took the 160.
Hold on, one second.
It wasn't 160, bro. It was the same deal with what's the guy name? The British guy, Eddie Hearn. It was 100 million. He did not get 160 to fight Bivol.
One second. Domo responded and said to your comment about saying that he's pro Canelo. He said, Solidus, I'd be pro David Benavidez if David was pro Saudi.
He can't say that because he can't say that because again he can't say that because he's heard me. I've stated multiple times. I've stated multiple times that Canelo is all-time great. I salute Canelo as well. I just think at this time Benavidez would beat him. He can't say I'm pro David. I'm just pointing out the facts. I've watched these guys fight. I think at this point, I think he could have beat him even if he was in his prime. But I think right now he could beat Canelo. That doesn't mean Canelo's not a good fighter. Let me say this: if they fought and he lost to Benavidez, that does not make Canelo, oh, he's bad or he's not this. No, he's still the great Canelo. He just lost to a guy that got him. That's all I'm saying. So you can't say I'm pro David if I'm saluting Canelo as well. Because if I'm pro David, I would have to be anti Canelo. I'm not anti Canelo. I just see some red flags and I'm not afraid to speak. I don't have to defend this nigga. There's some shit about Canelo that's kind of weird. That's all I'm doing.
What about David's red flags? What about David's red flags?
I said that. You've never heard, like I said, outside the ring, you brought up how he got caught sniffing coke or whatever, he missed weight. That's some fuck shit. I don't agree with none of that. I've said that. But what I'm saying is when it comes to boxing, I think if they actually were to fight, I can see Canelo losing to him. But that doesn't mean Canelo's a bum now. I would never call Canelo a bum. I wouldn't call no pro boxer a bum. But I would never say that's about Canelo. He just lost a fight. I don't understand. I just don't understand why he won't fight him. Like, it's a good fight. It's a good challenge. He won't run. I just don't get why he's like, oh, I'm not going to fight him. That's just weird to me. That's just weird to me.
The only thing that Domo said to follow up with you, Solid, is he said, what you say doesn't necessarily matter because David's blatantly showing you that he's not pro taking big fights. That's a fact. That's not pro Canelo. That's a fact.
Again.
What big fight is David taking?
Ever since 2022.
I'm just asking, what big fight is he taking?
No, I'm gonna answer that. Ever since 2022, this man has been saying, I want to fight the big fights. These guys are not
and doing
yeah, he's talking. It's not happening. He's offering to meet these guys halfway. The fight's not happening. He said he was willing to fight Bivol. He went back on his word and said, man, fuck they trilogy. I want to fight Bivol now. So the shit didn't work out. He got Bivol got stripped. Now he's the champion. David Morrell, good fighter. He's calling him out. Oh, I can beat him. He's this, that, and the third. I'm going to fight his ass. So it's like he's willing to fight whoever just based on his actions. So
That's
it's not like he's not. It's not like he's not willing to fight.
Hold on.
He wouldn't fight Canelo right now.
Canelo said,
if Canelo said, "Hey, I want to fight Benavidez. Fuck Crawford. I'm not doing the Crawford fight. Send Benavidez an offer." You think he won't sign that shit and fight Canelo?
No, not in Saudi. He said he's
bro,
not
get that shit out of here. He will, bro. He will fight. If Canelo said, "I want to fight Benavidez," that fight what happened.
Hold on. And Clavo, when they were talking about a Canelo fight, didn't David and his team say they need fucking TV rights and shit?
Man, fuck that. Fuck that bullshit, bro. Bro, if he wanted to fight Benavidez, that fight would happen. He's not going to turn down no big fight.
David's going to
Eddie Hearn somehow. Eddie Hearn was trying to make it.
The guy in the chat said Benavidez is not taking big fights.
Broadcasting rights, bro.
Benavidez will fight anybody. Y'all know that.
No. This is as close as that fight got close to getting made. Because the fucking promoter and the fucking and the manager were talking. The promoter and the manager were talking, and they wanted broadcasting rights. That is the closest that fight has ever been close to being made.
Let me tell y'all what happened, bro.
And they didn't do it.
Prior to Benavidez officially deciding to move to 175, he's saying, this is an interview, right? This is out of his mouth. He's saying that he was offered to fight Canelo, and Canelo was going to get most of the money. He was only going to get $5 million in flat fee. Benavidez accepted and said, "I'll do it." Canelo never responded back to him. So Benavidez said, "I'm just gonna go to 175. He's not gonna fight me." That's what happened. That shit, that TV right shit, that's not the end of it, bro. Now y'all know that.
What?
Bro, Benavidez said out of his own mouth. Benavidez is a liar now. These guys actually get in the ring and fight, and I'm gonna call him a liar. I'm gonna believe you guys over them. I'm gonna believe you guys over them for real. You're going to say that to me?
So I really want to fight.
You're going to say that to me right now? I'm going to believe what you guys are saying over the actual fighters, what they're saying. They're lying, but you guys just somehow magically know the truth, and these guys don't, and they're the ones fighting. That's what y'all telling me.
So Eddie Hearn is
knock that shit off, bro.
So Eddie Hearn is incredible.
Just like round one, just sat here and lied and said Benavidez, Canelo got one. He got the same money he would have got for fighting Charlo and Benavidez to fight Bivol and Triple G. He didn't get no 160 million. Stop lying, bro. He did not get 160 million for that fight. It was the same deal he got from PBC. After he fought Caleb Plant, hey, we got a 2-fight deal, 100 million, 50 million apiece. Charlo, Benavidez. He said no.
After Caleb Plant,
he went to go fight Bivol and Triple G. It was the same money. He talking about 160. He did not get that to fight them.
Canelo signed a Matchroom after the Caleb Plant.
Yes, after he was offered to fight Charlo and Benavidez. And he said, "No, I don't want to fight them."
He didn't take that. He took the 160 from Eddie Hearn, bro. So
he did not get 160 to fight Bivol. What are you talking about?
Hold on. We got one more. Domo says Ed Solidus. They didn't respond because Sampson asked for distribution rights to a fight they weren't financing. Eddie Hearn did not respond because that's called a non-starter.
Now you heard what he said, right? He said they didn't respond. Now that other stuff is nonsense.
No,
but you heard what he said. There was an actual fight offer. There was an actual fight offer where he was like, "Okay, we'll take most of the money. We'll give you just $5 million." What did Benavidez do? He said, "Okay, yeah, I'll do it." That's what he said. That's not. He never. I don't know where that came from. He never said, "Oh, I gotta have TV distribute." Like I don't.
Sampson, look at what he did, bro.
Yes, he did.
Hey, you need to do your research for real, fam.
That wouldn't stop the fight. That wouldn't stop a fight.
Yes, it would.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it would, bro.
Nah, bro.
Bro, how the fuck is Matchroom gonna fucking pay for a whole fight, but the PBC wants the fucking broadcasting rights on Prime?
It's the same thing as he said.
It's gonna go to the zone.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing he said earlier. He wanted Al Heyman involved, not just full Matchroom. But he didn't say nothing about no TV dish. It was the same thing we said earlier. He doesn't want to fight without Al Heyman backing him up because that's his guy. Being loyal. He never said, "Oh, I want TV rights."
Solid, you full of shit, bro. I'm sorry.
We keep having the same argument because y'all love this Canelo guy so much. Like I said, y'all are GDs and Canelo's y'all Larry Hoover.
We're gonna run it back Friday. I got a couple more comments. Domo says, "Solidus, that would stop the fight because who the fuck is Sampson to ask for that TV rights?"
Exactly.
All these excuses for Canelo, bro. All these
you apparently don't know what the fuck the business
That's okay though.
consists
But
of, bro.
let me say this. Let me say this in closing. Canelo's still an all-time great. He's in my top 25. Whether he fight Benavidez or not, he don't have to fight him to be great. It'll be nice, you know, shut him up. He's not going to do it. He's going to fight. It looks like he's fighting guys he knows he's going to beat. But, you know, it is what it is. He's an all-time great. He's done much for the sport. That Benavidez shit is cap, but it is what it is.
And
I'll leave it at that.
And the only other thing that I want to say is what Mike Rodriguez said. Mike Trade said. He said, Nuke, if Crawford loses to Canelo, then we got to question Bud's greatness because according to Solidus T, since Canelo lost to Bivol, moving up in weight, his greatness should be questioned. So let's keep the same energy with Bud. Hold on. On that note, we're gonna get up out of here. Salute to you guys. See you all Friday. Go bust some cheeks. Enjoy your evening. Salute, fellas. We out.
Salute, y'all.
All right.
Salute.